confidence again, because Billy, there's a reason why people kind of raised their eyebrows at Fnatic when they didn't decide to keep him after Champs.
Yeah, exactly. Hero is a really, really talented player, and I think that when we look at him coming up against his former team, of course, there's going to be nerves there. He's going to be anxious about it, and I think that the Vise is something as well that we discussed. It wasn't something that he was super comfortable on in kickoff, and we want to see that more going forward. But looking ahead at Fracture, of course, we see him back over onto that Cypher, which I think is a comfort pick for him.
Yes.
So I would expect him to be able to perform a bit better this time around.
Yeah, absolutely, especially because during the period of transfers and everything, the off-season, sorry, I don't know, I forgot that. During the off-season, he was one of the names that was the most disputed for, I think, the trial for a bunch of teams. He ended up settling for Navi, and actually Angel really, really wanted to have Hero on his team. I agree with you, with him being on the Cypher now, especially now that we're seeing the Breeze at Tejo, he's going to be tested, and he's going to be put in a situation where he's not comfortable, but that's how legends are made.
I just want to see him relax a bit more, you know, because the way that he played on Fnatic was so chill, relaxed, you know, there was 50,000 things going on his side and he's just sitting on a cam, you know, doing his thing. So hopefully we get to see that, but we do have the agent select. We're going to bring that up again, so you guys remember what comps both teams selected. Let's talk about Navi's real quick, because we didn't really get that much time to, because we do have a Koala moving over to the Raze here once again. We've got Angel on the Fade, which on Split there was unfortunate timings.
Yeah, unfortunate timings, and I am a Shadow defender, and you know that I think that probably his Fade in maps that have been historically very good for Navi, like Ascent, could be the difference maker. Not up to me, up to someone else in Navi, obviously, to pick up the roles. I want to see how they interact with each other. Also, speaking about the nerves and that fat finger that we saw from Koala and those kind of things are very unlucky, especially when you're going up against an opponent the size of Fnatic. So it's going to be on everybody.
I think as well, like maybe the nerves are coming through from Navi because they got knocked out in that lower round 1 by Fnatic.
I still want to see the angry Angel. Where is the angry Angel?
Well, maybe that's why Hero's so nervous, no? Because Angel is angry.
He's so angry. Where is it? I was promised an angry Angel.
I think you might get it now. You know, it's not easy to lose on Split in the fashion, because again, the scoreline doesn't seem that way, but Billy, they did not play that bad on Split at all. I really don't think Navi played bad.
I don't think that they played terribly. I think that there was just things that they could have found more value from, like the Vice, like I say. I want to see Koala Noob on the op during this map. I think that he didn't really get to play it an awful lot during Split, and we know that he's comfortable, he's confident on the op. So I want to see more of that from him. I don't want to see Navi wasting utility in the way that they were doing on Split. Those Euro clones, like we say, were able to bait out so much. I want them to be a bit more methodical with that and actually figure out what spaces of the map they're looking to take, instead of just throwing whatever they can towards Fnatic.
I think that the calmness that we expect from Navi has to do with that utility dump that we're expecting, and actually getting the wrong read on some of the things. I think that reacting to the Euro and whatnot, and not having the full information with the stakes being so high, with getting the points, we know how important it is. We've said it so in every single year. We tell you every game matters. We come down to the last wire, but there's going to be a bunch of teams making it to champs just based off of points. So every single game is going to matter for these squads. And I think that the nerves are getting a little bit to them, and not really, like, I think that this is a very different experience to what they have screamed like.
I agree. I completely agree. And also, you gotta wonder, you know, for Angel, this is the 12th time he's faced Boaster on the server. It gets to a point where you just know each other so well, you know the tendencies, maybe you overthink a little bit.
And we're just like, this is the...
If they're both still here, then fair play. Honestly, fair play if they're both still here. But you do get to a point where maybe there's a kind of an environment where you overthink a little bit, you know? And God knows how many times they played against each other on Split and Fracture as well. This is just a simulator at this point. But I do want to see Angel maybe bring out something a little bit different.
Yeah, I think that you mentioned the word different. We speak about Fnatic changing the composition. We also speak about Navi peeking onto this map. Yes, they did win it against Fnatic during that kickoff. That composition was different. What changes are they going to implement? Because things change a lot between having a Breach and a Tejo or having a Soba and a Chamber. Like, hunting Alpha is going to be literally out of the question.
I would love to know as well if this is an implementation from Scott that's just come across, right? Because we saw BBL's Icebox comp. I want to know if that was Scott before he left. So yeah, I want to know like what's going on in the coach and staff's mind and why they decided to put this together.
Well, I can't give you any answers from Scott, but I can give you some answers from Minnie. So why don't you take that question, Minnie?
I'm gonna be honest, Yinzu, I wasn't listening.
I was listening.
You were?
Shouldn't have outed yourself like that.
I was
giving you a bailout.
I was talking to production. Production was trying to go in a minute. Take it away. Take it away.
Do I think it's from Scott? To me, I think
What's
it
from
is
Scott? Give me some
obvious that like Breach and
Help me.
Tear are the best on Fracture right now. I think
Right.
it's just the best two to have. The Neon I'm interested by. I think Neon's a little bit underrated right now. I think like Miniboo, etc. Really good Neon players should still play Neon if you're not comfortable in other things. Slightly prefer the Raze generally, but I think it's absolutely fine here.
Okay.
So
How do
yeah.
you feel about it, Mike? You know, an idea from Scott?
Probably, yeah. Agreed. But pace here, no surprises to see it to kick things off here. Fnatic, no secrets about it on the way in, actually. The hero's got to be careful because he's going to have his hands full. Crashies deals with it effectively.
That was pretty swift here. Plan's going to be in. That was a crystal clear plan, really. Na'Vi, once again, going to be having to be forced to play this back through, but 2 players working back in from Dish could cause a difference.
Real pressure point, though, for Na'Vi to find, because Fnatic have drifted all the way away from this.
Yeah, the plan's extremely good for them in the post here.
Spot on now.
Brim Molly.
Oh, okay, he gets removed by Rooksik. This is still game on here. Kayak trying to toy with their expectations towards the door, but the smoke's in play here. They're going to have to be a little bit careful with this one. Na'Vi have got their foot certainly in on the door, but the time is running exceptionally low. I think this is too late in the day. Fnatic simply just listening to the clock tick away. Crash, he's farming it up. Beautiful for him, and they'll be happy with that start.
Like getting that open plant meant that Na'Vi were probably not ever going to win that retake.
No.
They had the aftershock, the molly, and the Terror salvos.
And if they did, they needed to move in the first 15 seconds
Yeah,
to at least
have to be quick.
pressure that utility out, draw something out, because Fnatic are just comfortable. Is it Chronicle and Crashies disconnect so far from that?
We've just stopped muting them now.
Yeah, we've just stopped.
Wild stuff.
Lyrically, anybody in EBS knew what we were listening to earlier, but
I'm telling you
all
now.
I'm saying is I'm going back to clip it.
Yeah, can we get that on the replay at the end of the day, please, guys?
That one's going on the soundboard.
That,
for sure.
It's a classic. It is going to be thoroughly utilised here. Beyond that, though, again, this round should be pretty much a formality. You're looking at it being clean and maximising potential again. All orbs are plenty.
Yeah, Na'Vi stacked up for something towards B, but doesn't come through. Again, fortunately, it's going to be Hero towards Dish that's going to have his hands full. Headshot, but yeah, dealt with swiftly.
Na'Vi are here in time, though.
Yeah.
Yeah. Kill. Okay. Poster got 2 back. All right, this it had an element of danger for a moment. The problem is that now they're held back by smokes in very traditional positions. They've kind of lost that possibility of causing problems. Well, against 3 Vandals, they really shouldn't be able to do too much.
You out that door, baby, bye, bye, bye. Don't wanna be a fool for you. Just another player in your game for 2. You may hate me, but it ain't no lie. Baby, bye, bye, bye.
Mike don't want to feed across any progress towards these ultimates, because that's the other thing to consider. Back into a Brimstone composition as well with Teo and Breach. The ultimates are just they're game changing.
This could be a Vandal pickup. Why do I feel this is going to go wrong?
Last player standing.
Did cost them a little bit, because I don't. Yeah, I mean, I think Boaster can pick up a lot, some of the slack there, but they will lose out, I think, on 1 in the end. But
Yeah, I mean, if Crashes is over that side, he can obviously upgrade, but yeah.
the end of the world. Clean enough, though.
I think I want to add on to what Mike was saying about the ults. I think that this map is probably the map where you're going to have the most amount of ult theory, ult strats, even anti-ults, all that stuff. And I'm really excited to see what Fnatic have cooked. We know that they're kind of capable of bringing in those innovative ults.
The perfect storm sort of rounds where it's like, 3 or 4.
You can't play anywhere on site.
Exactly, yeah.
Through this comp now. You've seen what it can do.
I mean, it's just so oppressive. Like, it's when those ultimates are up, it's like, do we commit to the retake, or even then, that doesn't even feel on that first wave. Then you've got the util to deal with. On top of that.
445 just
he was very
redeemed.
committed
Get
to.
out.
Koala Noob rewarded playing on top there. Going to take away Kayak, but you can see what that spike is. And as it stands, they have a completely free site. Now, obviously, they don't know that. And now it does look like Rooksik is turning around going, well, maybe there's a chance someone is walking this.
Yeah, no sound cue just yet, but I think Ruxic is also very conscious. Somebody could have lurked in. There's a big gap, obviously, towards drop. Smoke going down.
Same plant.
It's this open plant.
It's, yeah.
Even though it's 4v5, if he gets this down, it's very winnable.
And I want to see when Crash's util comes back around. It shouldn't be far off, I can imagine. That should be in play by the time they're under threat. Yeah, 2 seconds away. Love you, observers. So
Still
again,
got the
how do you
molly
move
as
him?
well, though.
Yeah, how do you move these players? They've got to deal so much damage and so quickly and pry these players out of very passive positions. Boaster,
Still got the molly, though.
First, there it is. Buys him a good chunk of time. Kron now, and again, his position is absolutely divine. And a real insurance policy, because Crashy will be under pressure now. But this man looks like he thrives in it. Now, Chronicle fell short there. I thought he was on for an absolutely rip-roaring round, not to be. Diffuse in, well handled by Na'Vi actually. It felt like Fnatic had the checkmate there.
Yeah, definitely. When we were crediting kind of the comfort and how safe that disconnected position was. Kind of just comes apart at the seams, really. And one of the key things there to note is obviously how late in the day this has come across. I was saying the window of opportunity comes in that first kind of 10 to 15 seconds, right? Either in the retake or as the spike is being planted.
I think the cycling from the post plant was slightly off. I think Boaster should have been further away. Didn't have to use the molly so early. Save that for later. Let the salvos go in first. And I think the layering would have been better there.
Excellent. Yeah, the window after the fuse actually comes through is 4 seconds, right? So they can still have a bit of pace change here, though, Lauren.
Yeah, they've just shifted up a gear. Straight away going to use the tail to clear out the site and then just
for Dean
sight
Thurston
off the
waffles
back.
at
But
me.
again, they still won't have sand. They're not going to have anything else here. A lot of the setup's still in play. But tap on the spike, no reaction yet. Boaster.
Smokes are going to drop. They've got to make use of it.
Yeah, they kind of got to get this done now. Maybe pausing for a fight. They've won it. Okay, Ruxic falls. Hero, though, going to pick up the battle. Takes it towards sand. And now we're in an all-out brawl. This feels a little bit out of sorts. A different plant this time.
Spike planted.
Actually, Crashes, though, going to find a crucial kill onto Hero. Chronicle down to just 19 HP. Fault line will come through. A reposition, yes, but no semblance of safety just yet.
No, almost none. Kron just buying those precious seconds on the site. Alpha to catch the cross up by Dish.
Clock ticking away, though.
Salvos online.
Yeah, it's all about time now. Shao gonna get past the first step. They're gonna know about Crashies, but he's got the util. Can he play it perfectly? 11 HP. He can't make mistakes. Oh, and it's just not clean enough. Koala Noob on the case. Close, but no cigar.
And the timing as well. Crash is nearly catching just the perfect moment to swing onto this. But it seems that this is the pace change round for Fnatic, and they can't pin down the plant in the window you expect them to. On those first when they have a little bit of leeway towards site. It seemed a little the pause seemed a little strange. The tap on the spike, they're expecting util to come through or somebody to burst from the smoke potentially. I'm not sure.
I think they were trying to pinch Sands early and that kind of got a bit labored. But I think the big deal for me there was that post plant. I don't think they should be losing that post plant.
I am a little surprised in how quickly Na'Vi have been dismantling these post plants. That's 2 rounds now. And this round should be pretty well handled. The equipment diff is in play. Ruxic actually only 1 away from ult. We're going to start seeing that cycle hit for Na'Vi now. Very close by to some big boy ults.
Almost a moment here for Alpha to creep up. Heroes found Kayak on the other side, though. Going to be a massive swing, but we'll find a freebie onto Ruxic.
For being a little slippery, Hero's probably pretty uncomfortable now.
Cage trigger.
And the ult's going in. Hero's trying to just dip around this. As Koala Noob popped his ult again pretty early here. This feels like it wasn't necessary, but we are getting down to the thick of things. This is a 2v3. It's certainly not impossible as Crashies and Chronicle out of nowhere, putting Angel on notice. A dip up towards tower.
Rolling Thunder available here as well. Plenty of utility for Chronicle to work with, but
They have no idea where he is at the moment. This could be a free first kill, and then Kron's HP gets brought into question. Can he play it ice cold? Can Angel read this right? The Horn gonna go in. He knows nothing so far. Oh, takes a little bit of look. Kron, he's going to invest it. There's nowhere to get away from this one. Angel has to suffer.
Got the upstock as well, though, so he can burn the clock down here.
Chronicle doesn't even to look at the spike so far. Listens for the tap. Util, is it good? It absolutely is. Angel gets punished, and Chronicle doesn't even need to look at the spike.
I know it's like a really micro thing, but Chronicle just peeking before he uses any util wins him that. Like, if he used the Aftershock or the ult before he peeks,
Bingo.
he doesn't win that.
Because it's another 1.5 seconds, 2 seconds that Angel has to second guess himself.
So the free shot as well, just a bit of damage.
Beautifully done. All the tools they needed
Angel,
here.
are you drunk, bro? Angel, are you drunk, bro? Did you take a beer, bro, or what?
Classic Fnatic reaction on the coaching camp. That's a mini special.
Void of emotion.
That was a pay safe card thrifty though. One that they probably shouldn't have had. I feel like we were kind of seeing Na'Vi building right back into this, dealing with those post plants well, trying to find solutions. And right now they're only finding problems. And Rooksik's got to fight forward. There's no way back from that. Crashes on the punish. They roll out the red carpet. These ults coming in seem a bit questionable. Koala trying to gap close, but he's been seen.
You've got to be really careful here. Crashy's actually find the first, but second.
Spike down. Attacker spawn.
Not just yet, Alpha on the cleanup. It's just Angel left standing once again. Revealed here, and actually might be caught on the backside, but Chronicle unable to pin him down before escaping.
Spike planted.
All right, Angel. 1v3 this time. The odds are getting worse. And not much to be done there for him. Fnatic starting to get a little bit of space now.
I think playing with that space really well. Again, another that's almost indicative of a pace change. Beautiful placement here on the fault line and the orbital strike. There's no escape from that, forcing out the kill once again.
It's also Crashes again.
Nice shot,
Like he's
Alpha.
10 to
Nice
4,
fight,
he's having
guys.
another good map.
Nice
Another
group
Leo
up.
map. Doing really, really well. No surprises to see an RV timeout here. Again, a couple, oh well, 2 back-to-back defuses, sure, but again, I think once Fnatic kind of got into that first ult cycle and having those tools available, they show what they do best, to be honest with you, which is, it's that precision. The value on investment. It's not necessarily a kill or something, but it's always space garnered.
So then from Na'Vi's perspective, what do you do here? Because it felt like they got an answer to those post plants, right? They were digging out those positions, making Crashes quite uncomfortable, even on that 10-4. But since then, it's still fallen away. Mini, where does your mind go? We do see a switch up with Koala Noob at the very least. Is that enough of a solution?
Just the op? Potentially. I would like to see them a bit more aggressive. We've only seen them rotate, I call it like sideways. We haven't seen them explore like the north or south too much. Especially if those post plants keep coming in. Like, you need flanks to kind of deal with them sometimes. So I think a bit of north side or south side exploration would be good. And I want to see from Crashes here, do Fnatic have another layer to this tail? We've already seen it once with a fast A. Do they have multiple layers, multiple strats to bring to the table?
Oh, this is a nice
This is Na'Vi's map of choice, so I guess we kind of just find out the depth, right, of how prepared a Fnatic here. They look good, they're coming in with the composition that we like the idea of. For now, this is the adaptation here, Koala Noob with that operator in play, or at least part of it.
I was going to say is, I thought actually, because they do force their way through. Koala rewarded. It's Alpha on the other side of that.
That's dreamy, but this man's confident. Crashes on the swing, and now suddenly Angel's uncomfortable. You can see it. Oh! Crashes with the little 1-2 step, making it look so smooth here. Na'Vi already left in tatters. What are you meant to do in this? You can see a little bit of a play coming in from Xiao. Slipping through early, but the trade in place. Kayak still holding up close towards sight. Maybe trying to get a little slippery in the smokes, but Na'Vi down to just 2 players. Waiting for that plant now. Crashes puts it in play. And once again, we're in the post plant. Once again, you got that Teo utility. Once again, you've got Crashes on a heater. This is beautiful to watch. As Hero, quiet. Nothing to be seen on the cam. Promise you that. And he's just got to face the music or try and save, but
She's
man,
on a 4K as well.
this is good to see.
This is the Crashes of old. Almost the expectations of a player like this coming across to the region is delivering here today.
I want to see it from that POV the whole way through. Oof.
Like you were saying, the Teo util can come in, but Instead, he just faces and kills
Just
him.
diff him.
Yeah.
Nah, I'd win.
Again, he used to kind of have that brute force. It was always a clutch player, Crash.
Oh, God, yeah.
He didn't need to use that tail ult either that round, so again, still have that.
And actually, the other thing you were talking about, that was the adaptation from Na'Vi. I'm not sure if the timeout really was just to address kind of a tilt loss in the anti-eco, whether or not that was actually more of a standard look that we'd see, or something that they picked up on and wanted to address on the fly. So that's a real question going forwards.
Oh. Now, seeing where the spike is, this may not be awful, but seeing how far up they've gotten and found no resilience, it may not be a nice... And he's still winning. How is Alpha still getting away with this? He's taken away Hero, and no one else is going to stop them. This is just the freest round so far.
Got a Guardian here in the hands of Shout. Not much else, to be honest with you. I mean, Ultimate, sure, as well, Rolling Thunder, but do you want to invest it this sort of round?
Spike planted.
Go of it. Boaster's going to be caught in place, but the Molly then denies any push-up coming out from the canteen. Kayak this time going to be noted. Don't know if he gets dealt with, though. And now they got to go... Oh!
What?
Na'Vi, where's this come from? Flooding back on in, but Kron, the guardian of the cross, denies the next step forward. And Xiao trying to find his man, he can't. It got close, but again, just slipping away.
I mean, Na'Vi have done fantastically well to find 3 there with the inventory they had at their disposal. But Fnatic stand strong on the site, able to clean things up, Mini.
Yeah, I think Fnatic went to go for a triple swing to save one of the players getting aftershocked or something, and it looked good and coordinated, but Na'Vi hit everything. That from Crom was beautiful, though.
Clean up as well. And yeah, curious, really, of what was...
Get off my lawn!
We're being blessed with the player reacts today.
Honestly, we can just get that.
I mean, it's always the case with Boaster.
It's true. Showman. I mean, with genuinely looking happier too.
Yeah.
Kickoff.
Yeah, definitely. The energy feels much better
Whenever
today.
I talk to them, they all seem just happy. And I
never do them like that.
I don't remember them being like that. Not in my time.
yeah.
Oh,
Was that because you were on the other end of the mic?
It was me, yeah. I just caused depression for everyone. You'll feel it soon, mate.
Oh. Well, yeah, you're in the greatest company, yeah.
well, good luck, Na'Vi. Held on these 2 rounds here, and it feels like we're kind of looking a bit like split, isn't it? I need to see more here. That's not bad,
Yeah.
though.
Down
Catching
B.
Kron's pretty solid. Koala Noob's been probably the one to keep my eyes on so far. He's been the one posting the numbers.
Oh, yeah, definitely was the case on map 1 as well.
Yeah. For looking for opportunities, though, here. And he's got friends on the way.
See now, I think actually,
30 seconds left.
I'm not sure if Angel would have been close enough, but the confirmation will come through. I imagine there with the smoke coming down from Ruxic. Cut out here, but they force their way through. I was going to say, not checking sight fully.
This is going to be punished, Crashies. You're not going to go nuclear again, because look at the time, 10 seconds. Ruxic plays this so well,
Yeah.
not overstepping, holding that really precious area on the site. And it felt a little short-sighted there from Fnatic. I don't know what the plan was.
Like I said, I think Angel's probably caught a footstep or something which draws out the smoke from Ruxic and makes it way harder to commit to towards drop.
I think Alpha was probably calling across some support. Like he could sniff at it. It felt very weak on that side of the map. But execing from Dish has never been... That you had to see they had a neon wall and a Cypher cage just to get out. Like that level of util just to get out of that tiny choke. And still, it's difficult. Nice little trap at the start.
In certain situations, it almost plays against them as well. They're cutting their own sight lines to clear these deep angles on site.
It's not a good place to exec.
I'm gonna buy.
He's going to buy an orb.
He's going to buy an orb.
Got you. Koala Noob, 10 kills. He is leading the way for Na'Vi.
Boaster's put one too, though.
Now look, the thing is, if I flame Boaster a little bit with it, he always does really well. So I feel like I'm worried if I stop doing it. But right now, Koala Noob's the one to be on it. Quick draw of blood, an assassination, and certainly no attempt. It was job done. But is Fnatic creeping behind this?
I'm surprised they get caught off by that. We've seen the AWP being used before. A kayak in the middle of nothing.
Yeah, like they were ready, but
Oh.
Angel's rewalking this.
Now,
I was going to say, yeah, he's tucking in, sure, but still doesn't feel comfortable.
Don't like it. Don't like Angel, please. Boast is looking for a pick here, but no one's really giving him much of a fair fight, right? You look at these positions, they're pretty tucked in. Maybe Xiao would swing or something, but these... Oh my god, Angel. God.
I mean, Chronicles want it, sure, but the crunch comes through. Na'Vi come out on top here, finding 3 kills, yeah.
It's fine.
Angel gives his life for the cause, I guess.
Stop it. I can't reach the mute button to laugh in time. Yeah. I don't know really what to make that round. It felt weird.
I think, again, it's Fnatic are losing opening picks. And when they're not losing opening picks and get time to go into these big execs, it's looking beautiful. But in the 4v5s, it's just, it's difficult.
Well, yeah, and you notice it as well, almost kind of stood out in no man's land, right? If you're just holding to wait for the moment to stack up ahead of this execute, there's almost no reason to give away an opener like that. I mean, you've got 3 people there holding the walk up potentially.
Again, my eyes turn towards Koala Noob. This guy has been pivotal for them, but I'm seeing ult in hand here. Joel.
You've got to be careful because orbital strike and the fault line.
Okay, it's actually Kayak's ult going to go through first. Trying to lead the way towards the A side. Koala Noob is still around, holding the space up towards Dish. There's no late presence yet. Going to run short, and they've got the plant.
No, they don't.
Wow.
Oh my god.
Yeah, Chronicle's fallen.
It's a bit obvious at this point, this plan.
Yeah. Xiao will find Alpha as well. Now they've got a paint shot to come through to deny even further potentially, but Spike will finally go down.
Again, those sort of moments, it is credit towards Angel for that heads-up work that they've been going for that open plant when they can. Kaya can't escape the site. Na'Vi keeping him locked in. And Crashes, you've been good, but I don't think you've been this good. You're going to bank on Boaster. Okay, he does go down, but the molly just too wide in the end. Na'Vi, gotta say it, reading this well, starting to find a road to recovery now. The scoreline looking far more reasonable.
Yeah, I do have to point that plant out again, though. I think you're in the middle of nothing at a certain point.
Yeah, again, and especially here, because you have the Rolling Thunder and the Orbital Strike, I think you could probably invest a little more utility ahead of the plant, right, to force off some of these positions. I mean, it just so happens the Seas comes through, so it's a squishy target regardless. But yeah, I think you're right. I think Fnatic can probably dig a little deeper, maybe invest a little more to rely on the Rolling Thunder and the Orbital Strike in the post plant. So
I think I would just plant in the corner at this point. It's not.
Yeah, the safer plant towards backside, sure.
Exactly, yeah.
One was going well. How about we get 2?
Reach and Brim up for this last round.
How do you feel about double ops? How do you feel
Double
about the word op, Mini?
Op.
I heard you rant about it. That's
say
why I bring it up.
I don't know why, but I say
Yeah, I don't know why either. What's that?
no idea.
Koala on the hunt again.
He's got a man on the other side. He's been good at the...
Oh.
Alpha. It feels like a little cerebral battle of some brilliant players.
Head of the cage though.
Does Alpha consider that? I feel like he might even...
He's gonna tuck. He's gonna tuck.
I saw Alpha use all of his strength to not peek that one.
Fighting his inner demons.
Come on, Alpha. It's great out here. Crashes. Whoa! Oh, he can't get away! Oh, he's just trying to bound out of this stuff! Oh, Koala Noob! It was so good! And then it wasn't. Hero just in no man's land, plays it forward, finds Alpha without his hat on. And now we're into a 4v3. This has gone topsy-turvy in a second. Boaster's having a go and spawn.
Spike not coming through just yet. Chronicle looking for it. But no comfort just yet for Fnatic. Can't really set up. Chronicle gonna look to trade off ultimates here.
Yeah, there it is. Gonna send that flying. Gonna try and buy him a couple of seconds. And a couple of seconds they should have, but Hero, the slow approach through the underpass.
Still have the molly, still have some utility here for Chronicle as well.
Now we've got to look at the timing, the layering. We were talking about this before, but it's Hero, it's Ruxic, just walking it. No chance on that util.
Boaster gives up that position just to come through and try and put the molly down, but it's just a split second. That's their demise. But a 6-6 half here feels almost miraculous for Na'Vi to come out and recover this.
Yeah, I like that. Na'Vi, this looked like Fnatic should have taken this, taken this half big, but Na'Vi finds the momentum at the end.
They certainly do. Koala Noob lighting it on fire. Beautiful from him, but we're not done yet.
Mikana 445 just redeemed posture check. Mikana 445 just redeemed Thurston Waffles cat meme.
Well, on one side of things here, Koala Noob doing fantastically, 14-7, bringing Na'Vi really with a new lease of life. But Vinny, you were loving the neons.
Love it.
Oh, love it when a player gets to bring it underrated.
Can we run the clip back, Anthony? EVS got the clip.
EVS, let's.
I think what I said was underrated, but I prefer Raze.
I don't think that was what you said.
Oh, okay.
Here's the replay.
Okay. I think this is the unfortunate reality of Neon sometimes.
What do you think of this? What's that then?
That's mean. That's what I
Well,
think.
why are you doing that on the telestrator? Why would you highlight?
Hey. This is what happens on Neon Attack sometimes. You have a bad game, it snowballs hard. So hopefully Kayak can bring it up.
Okay. I can just sniff him out of the corner.
Well, Koala seems to,
No,
yeah.
he's actually on one. Like, we saw glimmers of really good looks from Koala Noob, but it didn't.
Angel's in the rat spot. This could go horribly wrong.
No.
So.
It's
Oh,
good!
it's good!
It's good! It's good! Oh, it's always God knows what with Angel.
Not even close.
The gods just flip a coin and it's either beautiful or an absolute tragedy. That time, stunning. Look at this.
One enemy remaining.
Oh. You love to see.
Clean.
I'm shitting on these guys, bro. I'm gonna 30 bomb this game easy.
Shit on.
Okay.
I did
I
like
mean, he's
60-7,
halfway
he's
there
cooking.
already,
He's
yeah.
Absolutely cooking.
And I think that's reflective in the way that he approaches that towards Dish. As soon as he gets the opener, he's charging up towards Boaster. Again, if the rest of Na'Vi can kind of get behind that sort of energy. Brilliant way to stretch their legs here in the early rounds of the second half.
It does feel like there's a bit of a dip between kind of Koala Noob and the rest of the side as well.
Hey, I'm fine with it. Absolutely fine with it. If it's going to mean round wins and they've clawed back from what was it a 6-2 lead?
I think it might have been.
Yeah, I think it's 4 at the end there for Na'Vi.
And if he is being supported and set up to succeed, then brilliant.
That's not great.
That's not what we'd like to see. You're going to get these from Na'Vi, right?
Yeah.
It won't happen to Koala Noob. Kayak's only got 2.
I mean, Kayak has to find something here. Well, it's not going to happen. Would have been a big kill, though, to find that with the classic up close and personal.
Well, suddenly it gets possible. Relax, relax.
There you go.
Nah, he's farming. It was against pistols. You know, look.
I mean, that's how you get to the 30 bomb, though. You got to
yeah.
you got to take
Eco
advantage of the Eco Cobra, yeah.
Yeah, that's Durka's career.
What?
That's
Hello?
that is out of pocket.
I'm kidding. I love Durka. He's my favorite.
Just because Minnie's here.
Derek,
Honestly.
that's a, like I gonna say a bold target, but that's not what I should be saying.
That's even worse than what she said.
But you here?
And I'm right here.
Wild.
Together.
Friendly fire on the casting desk.
19-7 though. At some point soon, I will be asking the observers for the Koala Noob
Don't do it. It did not pay off yesterday.
No, it didn't. And they've got the Angel to spite me. Oh, anyone but Koala Noob there currently observing. Fair play to you. I'll accept that. For now, we will be leading the way. No challenge to be had on site.
But Fnatic pushing out of A main, it's conceding the site, trying to do some chip damage, and they've got us kill through the smoke. Watch out for the Neon on the flank here. Also gets 2?
And look, Koala Noob's gone down, which is everything, right? That is your Headhunter removed, the ult removed.
Angel's tacked up as well, down to 54 HP.
This gets difficult. They've got to find someone else to step up and find the impact.
2 big kills.
That's what you needed. Angel and Hero in unison. Send off the ult as well. Both are now put to the test. Brutal. Oh! Stop getting killed through smoke! I thought it was just Stewie 2K who could do these sort of things through smokes, but apparently it's Boaster as well with the 3K himself. He's just in this. No one's stopping him right now. Nothing is denying him. Has to take the fight, and he does! Against the odds. Against all common sense. They pull it off.
I mean, it's beautiful. Like, to me, this is... I know this is strange, but this is exactly what we saw from the last game for Fnatic Na'Vi. Na'Vi going for arcade default. But this time around, Fnatic wanting to play this like an off-site B approach.
Those 2 kills. Sorry to cut you off.
See them.
Those 2 kills were absolutely. The third was criminal as well. What was it on split? He was getting
doing the same.
Ghost headshots through the smoke.
I mean, Mike.
I think I'm glad she checked his PC.
So I'm happy for Fnatic that they're identifying that,
I feel really sad for you. I don't know which.
that sitting on sites is not a good plan. Sitting off sites. I know it looks stupid that he just got 2 or 3 through smoke, but that's kind of...
Yeah.
Doing that damage through smokes is very common.
Kayak, he's having an absolute rotter of a game, but Na'Vi gonna just double down on this, right? Big punish. Gotta be furious about how that last one went.
But this commitment's so deep. I mean, the first couple of bits of, first few corners, sorry, they get cleared here. Hold on to the space, that's fine. You don't have to convert that into anything. Especially so early on with no contact elsewhere. Hero. Oh, well, Alpha's on the same agenda now as well. But a 2v4 presented.
Spike planted.
Koala Noob on the showstopper. If Na'Vi do want to throw a couple of bodies into this, yeah.
Do you watch chess much?
No.
I know a little bit of chess.
I was going to say, was there...
This is really not appropriate.
No, no. You're not going there, are you?
Well, no, the more that this becomes a bit like a co-stream, the worse I behave.
No, this is not acceptable.
No, I was just alluding to it because you knew what it was very quickly. Because these shots through smoke have been happening a lot. Any knowers will understand the reference.
That's wrong.
Well, I'm just saying, there seems to be some consistency here. Might have to do a little cough check later, we'll see. As it stands, 9-7. That's the second time. No, don't worry, observers. I see you've shown us that several times now. It's not gone well.
I saw it, I deliberately didn't say anything when we saw each other around.
A little bit of niceness there. Give them a little bit of kindness.
Don't they need it? Well, they don't actually, to be honest with you.
Kayak could do with a little bit of kindness.
Yeah, I mean, this...
He loves it, he does.
It's really rough, because the situations in which we're seeing him getting...
I'm still stunned about this chess reference, to be honest. Mike doesn't get it, but this is criminal.
Yeah,
it's crazy.
I mean, if you want to elaborate, here's the time. We're in time out here. Go nuts.
I'd moved on.
Yeah.
You know, we were talking about the game, Minnie. So
That's not...
I don't know why you're dwelling on it, to be honest.
I'm trying to counter the neon thing. I'm trying to... There's a war, neon versus chess.
Oh, you can go ahead and...
Yeah, the stage is yours.
We should stop this. Stop.
He wants to leave to the desk again.
Yeah. Yinsu, will you take me back, please?
I'll do any telestrator, it's fine. Yeah.
Just to come back to that same point, this composition, again, it's to put Kayak at the forefront, right, in the action, in the thick of it, but... I mean, we're seeing a number of times. I know you can't even really say that, he's losing out on gunfights, but the commitments are coming through. That previous example, it's so deep, and it's really necessary in that sort of situation. They've cleared the space that you would want to. At the start of the round outside A main, you get a confirmation that nobody's holding up close and personal, but then to go and give away the kill to Hero so deep next to ropes, it's a little strange for me. I think that's probably an indication, an indication of, a desperate attempt to get Kayak online, to find the value from the Neon, but if he's just not getting, okay. I'll stop talking.
What's this?
A little more tempered, but it's Hero again.
There's no help. He's just on his own, and he just gets absolutely sat down by Hero. Minnie, do you like that?
I quite enjoy the confidence to be that far behind and still.
I mean, hey, if you're 2 and 15 and you're still committed to this stuff, yeah,
I
but
respect it.
like we were just saying previously, though, Fnatic, how good they look. Yes, Bosa's getting 3 through smoke, but how comfortable it looks sitting off site, conceding, and kind of just taking a pause.
Because overall, right now, Na'Vi are at the helm of this ship, running it back well. Bostacore trying to drip through the smoke. Na'Vi completely catching them unawares. Yeah, your big damage dealer, Crashies, is here, but it feels too late anyway. A 2v5 post-plant like this, no shot. So we've got to kind of come back into this with fresh eyes, right, Minnie? Because they're hitting a brick wall here. And we've complimented a lot about Fnatic, and we can't just put it on the fact that Kayak is not having much working for him, but the approach, if anything.
Yeah, just to interject there, I don't think this rides on Kayak not delivering. I don't think that's. I think there's a few opportunities he could have done more and hasn't, but I don't think that's why we've seen Na'Vi able to claw back to a 9-7.
Come out of a timeout call with a fairly aggressive approach, I quite like, but you know the Brim ult and Tail are online, so like, these are things that can be used in these pushes or saved for like a retake situation, and it felt a bit dry.
And again, the spacing between what if Kayak's got opposition on the other side of that? What's happened? Are we just riding on some? And again, I hate I'm saying this, the numbers out loud, but are we riding on somebody who's 2 and 15 to come out and win a 1v2 or something there?
Oh, this is a nice spot.
So it feels a little, and whether or not that's something that was just discussed in the timeout, like you said, and
where to set up shop?
Yeah, it's a little bizarre to me.
And again, credit for this resilience from Na'Vi, and Koala Noob continuing his warpath towards that 30 you wanted, but well, as it stands, he might not have enough rounds to do this.
I was going to say, the game might be over before he gets a chance. Already up at 20 and 8. The opener here in round 18 as well. We will pause. No further aggression here from Fnatic, but we know the equipment not really suiting it too much. So it's still key ultimates available here, but unlikely to see it here unless Fnatic can find a kill or something to cling on to.
Yeah, I think my worry is that as soon as Fnatic if they are going to get back into this game, that the ults will be coming online for Na'Vi too.
Slam dunk round isn't a million miles away if they do have to go to that length. B, take the tour. No hurry on this, but leaning back towards that A site.
Yeah, and actually, just to note it as well, already going to have bodies in rotation. Bosa's already back here to get inside the smoke. So
Nice
that was
try.
Angel to deal with him.
Yeah, Angel really heads up about that. Just playing on the edge of the smoke, maybe expecting someone to play through. There are still players. That's not clean enough, really. But how is there no help there coming out for Crashies? I'm surprised he's still alive. Banging shot, but the numbers still sitting in the hands of Na'Vi in the post plant now. Trying to get disruptive. Alpha with a classic.
Yeah, now with Na'Vi finding the kill on the other side of things, it's going to be difficult for Alpha here to even find a consolation.
I think the account just gets shut here, right? I don't think there's much more to it. Na'Vi, and I'm very impressed with Na'Vi because, again, Fnatic looked quite tricky, right? They were coming into this looking quite good. We had, as I said, Crashies on that heater looking fantastic.
But also, just to come back to this is also Fnatic on a composition that kind of echoes what historically they've been very good at. So further credit to Na'Vi in that regard.
Getting closer and closer to the previous scoreline of when they met last. That 13-8, which did go Na'Vi's way. For now, 11-7. 3 maintaining themselves standing alive here and just building towards those ults.
I think it's also that 13-8 score. It was a lot about that defense, I think. They were struggling there, from what I remember. And again, not looking too hot here.
And the one player who really stood out to us in that series at the time was Chronicle. He was the one who made it even look as close as it did.
Well,
Crashies this time around.
I was going to say, Crashies actually sat at 21 and 14. Maybe else some double digits yet from Fnatic.
Switch up here coming in. Operator is in play. We've got one on the other side, and Koala Noob's been lethal with it. Crashies ult ready. is this a little set piece? Oh my god, they're going in on this. Is there anywhere to hide from it? Chronicle's already going to find Angel. I mean, the layering there with the Teo salvos coming in could have been a bit more, but honestly, RV making it through that with only one loss and one casualty feels fortunate.
Chronicle still set out with a Rolling Thunder as well, though.
I love that Fnatic didn't even have to risk anyone there. Like, everything was util. The aftershock at the end through sewers. It's beautiful.
The meta haters will not enjoy that. No. But I do think very well crafted. That's all, you know, it feels like one of those cards you can pull out once.
Mikona
Don't get to probably run it too many
445
times,
just
but
redeemed Rider.
you can see them trying to toy with the expectation of where Na'Vi ends.
I was going to say, yeah, Koala has just picked up on that sound cue, so he's already rotating on the north side of the map. We're here to complement the backside of this Na'Vi execute.
Still difficult with Alpha here. He's got a fair fight, but Hero on the run-up does better.
A few situations where Heroes looked really good as well.
Ooh, big ult though should slow things down.
30 seconds left.
It's very early on. Rolling Thunder
galore.
posted as well.
Yeah, they're going in on this one. Just about everything poured on. Surely Rooksik's dead. I mean, Kayak's gonna find that one. Fnatic fighting back 15 seconds now. Not much to play with, but Koala Noob still breathing. There's a threat, but I don't think they can change the outcome now. Shao still giving it a go, but Kayak finally hitting a couple shots here.
Now Operator suiting already here. Maybe an indication of slowing things down on the side of Fnatic. Not going to invest too much in putting him in the thick of it. The tip of the spear, so to say.
It was a costly round from Fnatic, though, using
yeah, a lot
three
of ultimates, yeah.
3 big power ults there. Something as well that we've not really talked about is Alpha on this Cypher. So like Chamber last time, I don't think he was super comfortable.
No.
But Cypher, he hasn't played Cypher in a long time, and I know it's not his favorite way to play.
What do you mean by that?
He doesn't mind Killjoy, but Cypher is never his favorite. And in this round, he went for the site hold by himself. You know, Prime Alpha, you might see a couple of kills there, but not getting one there. So something to keep my eye on.
Well, Noob, pacey. How far does he take this? He's been confident the whole game, and rightly so. Big boy impact and a quick take towards Sand.
That already getting ahead of the curve.
Out of charges.
Here to potentially stop anybody slip in the net. On the other side of things, Hero, which I was going to say last round, in a couple of situations that looked really good here on map 2.
Drone gone as well. Crashies on the A site trying to re-clear through A main just to double check what this is. They've had contact now on kind of polarizing sides of this map.
Yeah, on the flip side, I think Hero on the Cypher, very cerebral. He's been able to draw rotations across. He's comfortable by himself. Having a good game as well.
They're quite often planting the seed of doubt for Na'Vi. Ayako.
He had impressive impact previous to now. Starting to warm into the game a bit. It is late, but he's found his man this time. Buying a couple of seconds. Boaster on the backup takes away Angel. Just overwhelmed in the end. Kayak does fall, but they still have crashes on the site. Hero comes in from Dish. Gets what he needs done. A 3v2. Crashy's still holding on here. Pivotal in his positioning. And Fnatic making it up to 9. Breaking the trend now from Na'Vi.
Almost breaking the rhythm that Na'Vi have established. Like I said, ever since that first half, been firmly in control, even with the switch over, and I think that's probably why they believe we're going to see a Na'Vi timeout. A few times now, and yeah, Fnatic having the confidence to swing some smokes. You know, it's not 2 people dead ahead of the site execute. They actually have a fighting chance at some of these.
Again, 2 kills. I'm doubling the kills every round.
There you go. But at least it's not too phased by it, right?
He's in good spirits.
Exactly.
Which actually does make a big difference, because it's very easy to get kind of down on yourself, and it almost then makes the problem bigger than it is. But him feeling at least comfortable enough to make a nice little bit of light of it. And again, he is doing better, Mini.
Yeah, and I think that it also ties into that point we were saying earlier, that everyone on the team seems in light spirits, you know. Previously, if I was coaching, maybe not so high.
They wouldn't be, huh?
No, misery was the way forward.
The common denominator.
It was me. It was all me.
I do feel a little bit worse these days. I don't know. But let's kind of then look at Na'Vi, right? Because they've now been hindered a couple of times, and the big adjustment is that Kayak is starting to find impact. This operator is in play. This feels like it shouldn't be a puzzle they can't solve, though, right? It is a, I don't want to say a blunt object, but it's an obvious way to adjust. What do they have to try and clear this through? What do they have as ways to try and facilitate towards the site?
like, will Na'Vi have that camera and Fade Prowler to make sure that they don't get picked off early? And as long as if they hear one shot, they need to just accelerate quickly. Don't let Kayak get more than one shot off. Or
smother him, basically. Don't give him a chance to reset and take another open angle.
Cage triggered.
To see if trend does continue for him.
Not spotted by that cam yet.
Yeah, immediately on the X-ray, nope.
Prowler did just go in, and I'm pretty sure that just got cleared. So they know where he is. Now we've got to look at the pace. Do they pick it up? Do they still try and smother on the site? They do, but he still stands. Silenced, but still answering the question. Koalnoob going down, who was your big man for Na'Vi? But Kayak now starting to warm into it. They've thrown everything at him, finally goes down, but he's got them a man advantage.
Exactly the sort of situation we were talking about as well. Able to reset comfortably off that first peak. Coming through, yeah. Oh, crashes, wow.
Spike down.
Rips the head off Hero. Angel finds one, but it's crashes again.
Hold on. This guy, he's on 15 15 kills here. He's quietly been working away, giving himself a little bit of time to play with to get the plant, but a 1v2 ain't.
He came off it.
He's got to go back. Oh, that's
just agonizing.
Gut-wrenching. Now he's got to go against the odds. Uphill. Nearly feels impossible. Oh, man. That's unfortunate.
Yeah,
that could have been different.
Really, really rough situation. I didn't even catch, actually, whether or not there was a footstep or something to make him second guess. But, I mean, Kayak said it himself, I'm doubling my kills every round, guys. There's another 2 kills for him.
Yeah, I thought that, to be honest with you, the past 2 rounds, I thought that Kayak was in very uncomfortable position.
Well, yeah, not necessarily bad spots, but positions where he can be pressured heavily with an operator.
Like, he's on site. Playing on site on this map, especially with an operator, as a Neon, is not that common.
So 11 to 10 now, Na'Vi in the lead, but the gap has started to close. The answers have not been as forthcoming as maybe expected. Koalnoob trying to indicate presence, pressure. It's already backing away.
See the re-clear here from Fnatic, knowing now that Na'Vi aren't going towards A.
Kayak once again up towards Tower. He's gifted one. Koala slipping ahead of the smoke.
They don't have the cure to this poison. They can't get around it. They can't figure it out. How do they clear this guy? They're going the other way. Maybe the classic CNED answer of just avoid is all they got really to play with. But Na'Vi look lost here.
Yeah, they're almost second guessing themselves here with the second ping of the neural theft.
Oh, and I like this. The slow, steady re-clear. It's exactly what the doctor ordered.
Hats off to that man, honestly, to turn this around. Now, and again, numerically, it doesn't look fantastic, but it's a total swing in performance.
Hey, we said it about the likes of Koalnoob when he started to pick up. I have to say it about Kayak as well. In-zone flawless here at the least expected time, 11-11.
The funds dwindling as well for Na'Vi. He said even, I wouldn't say a broken purchase, but definitely cracks in the purchase in that previous round. Again, this even to fault Koala in that situation, he's isolated ahead of the smoke. He has to drift ahead of it.
One enemy remaining.
Another dude.
Yeah, a course correction here from Fnatic.
I don't know if you can take it.
Next line.
I don't know, I'm not going to do you know that one, maybe? He's just completely ignored.
Sorry,
he's ghosted me.
So
I've been ghosted in the caster booth.
What?
Absolute mod check, thank you. Vertical thing is just looking at Mini, literally.
Oh my god. Angel, where were we? They're flying to the site. Alpha's just like, no, I'm going to dip away. I'm off ski. They can have the site. I'll wait for you guys. Hero's getting curious, though. Wants to try and secure some space. But they're not planting yet. They're actually going for the similar open plant. It looks like punished by Alpha on the first, but Shao with the trade. Trying to dig their heels in here. Macron. Ah, it's gorgeous from him. Hero now. He was trying to keep them secure, at least from CT for a moment. Now he's fallen. Fnatic taking the lead in almost the final hour here.
It's going to be rough now. Na'Vi have got to dig deep to find a response to this. A beautiful crunch here on the back of the spy cam. Chronicle with 2 beautiful kills Oh.
Okay, it was 1. Not good enough.
But yeah, I mean, still, you look at it, he's 11 and 19, but the last, what, 5 or 6 rounds has been a huge effort from him.
Yeah, this defense has been pretty much him.
Yeah.
Yeah, yeah.
Launching smoke.
Oh, he also,
one.
sorry, I think Crash is still at 25 and 16 or
Yes, he
something.
is. Yes, he is. But can Na'Vi get the critical 1? Get into OT? The angle looks better. I thought it was better
He
for
tagged.
Hero.
He tagged.
Does he go for this then? Does he speed up on it? He fancies it. He's confident. Bounds forward, punishing Hero. The man who's worn that jersey before, who knows how this feels. But now, Na'Vi down to 4 players. They've got the plant, they've got the site, but they got blinded. What? I've never seen anything like that. Koala Nu blinking away the blind, gets 2, bringing it back within touching distance.
3v2 now for Fnatic. Still got the operator in hand for Kayak. He's in a position to do some damage, creeping here, but only 20 HP.
Step by step, they get closer. Angel cleared, no chance. And now on to Shao. Has to face the music. Face the man who came alive in the end for Fnatic.
What a turnaround from Kayak, honestly. Again, he said it himself, I'm doubling my kills, but it's the value of some of these kills that he's found. As soon as that pace change comes from Fnatic, play a little deeper. Like I said, uncomfortable positions.
Yeah.
But he absolutely delivers.
Like he was fighting, like, what's the saying? Fighting in a telephone box? I don't know the saying.
Not familiar with it.
Send it.
There we go.
Yeah,
Send it.
it's a
There we
phrase
go.
now.
Yeah, and I think respect to him, like even after timeouts, like he was kind of sent by himself in some situations, and he was all for it.
Yeah.
But buying that op seemed to be the answer, and
Yeah, I think initially the ethos felt like we're going to put Kayak in a position to really excel. Some situations it looked like lamb to the slaughter, but again, I don't think a lot of these struggles here on Fracture, at least through the middle of that map, ride solely on Kayak.
So again, I do want to note Crashy's here, not just in this map, but the second as well, this whole series.
Oh, dude.
It's night and day since kickoff.
This was a Crashies-esque performance, which I think is one of the ones that we've seen, well, I think we wanted to see him establish here within the region.
And the general look of Fnatic looks like they're revitalized. Back to a team that's positive, explosive,
Exactly.
dangerous.
And we noted the energy felt much better down on the stage today.
yeah, that's beautiful. Also the Teo breach, first time we see
Yeah.
it. I'm a big fan.
Big fan? Would you keep the neon? They can hear you right now, by the way. We're going out to the studio.
No, I think it's fine. I think they just need to work on where it was working, where it's not working.
Yeah, definitely go back and look at some of the rounds where it was difficult for Kayak to really find value.
And we've got to flip the script a little bit here, because Koala Noob, to me, if we're going to talk about Crashies or your
For sure.
Kayaks, right, Koala Noob had a brilliant performance, stand out for the side, and he got them to 11.
Yeah, he did. And also, just to credit on map 1, maybe didn't feel like that because of the scoreline, but Koala Noob was putting in work today.
Oh,
He almost created the meta on this map of buying the op, and then Fnatic kind of stole it and just used it against them.
so we do have a bit of a treat. Thank you both, by the way, for the first
It's a pleasure.
official TriCast. I think it went all right.
Yeah, not too far off the rails.
It's all right, Minnie?
I bullied a little bit, but
Yeah, a little bit of bullying. That's fine. All right, ignore him. Anyway, we have a treat for you lined up. It's the man who looks night and day from kickoff. It's Crashies, joined by Yinzu.
Thank you very much. That is right. I'm now joined by Crashies from Fnatic now. Crashies, what did you eat this morning? What's the routine? What's been going on? This form is, you know, peak Crashies. How are you feeling?
I'm feeling really good, obviously. I worked really hard just after kickoff just because I wasn't satisfied at all with how I performed. I had to really, just grind really hard. I got my routine down, and I just do the same thing every day, and I'm glad it's paid off.
Dunking your face in a bowl of ice water? No?
With the Saratoga water?
Yeah, not quite, not quite. How would you compare this Crashies we see right now in EMEA to, you know, some of the ones that people remember more fondly of, the Optic, Envy, NRG? What's different or what's the same?
I think my skill level is definitely it's up there right now for sure. I think my routine has just been the main culprit for that. I've been just really working on myself as an individual and how to help this team succeed. So yeah, I'm just super happy that
the comms look good. You look really comfortable on the Fade, on the Tejo. So what was the reason for these changes?
We talked about it a lot. We have 2 great initiator players in me and Chronicle, so it makes sense that we both play initiator, and we can let Alpha do his thing at Sentinel. He was a world-class Sentinel when he played it. So yeah, I mean, it was a pretty simple conversation, honestly.
What was Alpha's reaction when he was told he doesn't have to play Tejo anymore?
He was a little sad that he was going on Sentinel. He gets bored on Sentinel, he says, as you know. But yeah, I mean, he's insane, and the whole team's insane.
There's something about you guys, you know, it's never a loss until the game is over, right? And poor Na'Vi, they have to be on the receiving end of these 2 comebacks. And I think the attitude from Kayak, we saw a lot of the comms, even when he just had 2 kills, the vibes were good. So tell me how you guys maybe helped Kayak a little bit to make sure you all stayed in the game. And honestly, the last 5 rounds was incredible for me.
Yeah, he kept joking every time that he was doubling his kills. He was getting 2 kills, and his attitude the whole game was honestly really good. We didn't really have to do too much. We just kept doing our thing, and he just honestly like rode the wave. So yeah, shout out to Kayak.
And last question, Mini was casting, obviously, your game. He was doing a little bit of bullying, but all things considered, he said some very nice things. And one thing he kept reiterating was, when he was on Fnatic, the boys never seemed this happy, and the vibes didn't seem this positive. And now you've joined this team. Where does this happiness come from? Do you feel the same? Like, everything is just great?
Yeah, I mean, I feel the same. Everything is just great. Like, they're like brothers to me. Like, we play, we like fight, we wrestle. Like, we just do like brotherly things. So, like, we're always happy to see each other and be with each other, and it's just good vibes.
Is the Crashies alpha bromance, is that real?
It is real, I think.
It's real?
Yeah, it's getting there.
Oh, Vic is going to get jealous, you know that, right? Oh no, I've got your back, Vic, it's all good. But thank you so much, Crashies, for joining me, and good luck next week.
Thank you.
That is not all the action we're going to bring you. We have one more game this week, and that will be between Team Liquid and Gentlemates right after this break.
Austin, what is this? Is this Austin Robert? Hey! Hey! Get off my lawn!
I mean, technically, it's not his land.
Straight from Texas, bro. Straight from Texas.
I'm back. I doubled my kills.
Like me in my rank game.
Doubling the kills every round.
Kayak, is that another 2?
Another 2, and we're winning the round.
Another one. I don't know if you can take it.
And another one, and another one.
Kayak, it was 1. Not good enough.
Red Bull gives you wings.
I feel like a champion. A champion. Ain't nothing that can't be done. Oh yeah. I put it all on the line. Definition of divine.
Yeah, I feel like a champion. Ain't nothing that can't be done. They told me I wouldn't be nothing. Came on down second to none. I need me a trophy, I need me a ring. I'm not with the bull, but keep it a beam. You know what it is, you know what I mean? Shit, all I do is win, 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 win. Haters wanna hate, they ain't make top 10. Double, triple team, what they need to defend. I juke left and I'm gone with the win. I'm gone with it.
I feel like a champion. A champion. Ain't nothing that can't be done. Oh yeah. I put it all on the line. Definition of divine. I feel like a champion. A champion. Ain't nothing that can't be done. Oh yeah. I put it all on the line. Definition of divine.
Feel like a champ, MVP status. Yeah, the win been guaranteed. Snow, let's see about it. If you gon' speak about it, then be about it. If you don't bring that energy, no, I can't be around it. Nah, I'ma shoot my shot. I'ma stick it, watch. At the tippy top, I cannot take no loss. 2 seconds on the clock, they gotta give me the rock. I got a game on wet, yeah, I got a game on lock.
I feel like a champion. A champion. There ain't nothing that can't be done. Oh yeah. I put it all on the line. Definition of divine. I feel like a champion. A champion.
Welcome back, everybody, once again to VCT EMEA. I am your host, Young, so I've got Kukuka Billy here back with me and joined by Boaster. First of all, massive congratulations. I had a quick chat with Crashies out there. He said all the vibes are great, everyone is happy. Minnie was saying how it was never like that when he was there. So can you confirm or deny that it was Minnie was the reason that the vibes are now better?
I mean, you know Minnie, he's like a ray of sunshine. Every day he skips into the office. But no, the vibes are really good. And the vibes were good last year, just not as good. I think this year, I don't know, we're just in a good space.
Okay, we'd love to see that. It's also, you know, finally good to see you in the Breach Tejo synergy that we've been seeing a lot. Is that something that we are going to see much of, or are you being tamed? Like, on a scale from 1 to 100, like in percentage,
are you fully in the meta?
Are you fully in the meta, or are you being tamed?
No, we're pretty tame right now. Yeah, we could be though, but we have tried it on maps, but on some maps, like Split for instance, we tried it, and it just didn't feel right. I just love Double Dive too much, and like send Alfia and Kayak in. So
sounds like a plan.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think the nice change is that Crashies being on the Tejo, you know, instead of Alfia, we all wanted to see that, and Crashies, it's just rolling.
He's starting to pop off, which is always a good sign. I think when it came to before kickoff, we didn't see crazy pop-offs from him, but since then we've seen a lot of pop-offs. I think he's found his kind of structure, and he's got a good routine right now and good habits, and it seems to be working.
Yeah. And Kayak as well. That was a quieter last map from him. What was the decision behind the neon?
On Kayak is like, okay, ignore the first half, but Kayak is really good on Neon.
Yeah.
I'm not entirely sure what happened on the attack side, but I think potentially it could be the strategy's not fully helping him out. Is that what I look like? Damn! I'm like, shit! No, I was joking, but no,
You're on
Kayak.
your own there, mate.
Yeah,
You're on your own.
Yeah.
You're on your own. Well, we're gonna put a pin in that real quick because we have a podcast, if you guys didn't know, so make sure you check that out on YouTube. But for now, this is what Lohan had to say about their new addition to the roster.
I need to just address, I think, the biggest piece of news that's come out of all of this, which is you will be making a bit of a roster change going into stage 1. So, Lohan, I'm just going to come to you for this. What was the reason behind this? And of course, who is the new player joining you guys?
Yeah, so the new player joining will be Cyril. It's from Tier 2, from the Spanish League. The reason for the change, I mean, it was mostly due to what we are looking for as a team. It felt like we're missing something, especially like in terms of utility usage. At times, it felt like we didn't have the correct options there, and we were looking. We did trials. We're not 100% sure if it was a change that we wanted to go with. But then we tried Cyril, and it felt like it just clicked overall with the team, and yeah, that was the main reason.
How many options did you have? Who did you look at? Because there's not many, right, at this point of the season.
Yeah, at this part of the season, it was actually hard to find options. We trialed Ninja from the academy. He did well, to be honest, but I think it was still a bit too early for him. And we trialed Scream as well.
That's a throwback.
Yeah,
that's a bit of a throwback. So you had all the 3 players, right? You just tried 3.
Yeah, we tried those 3 players. Obviously, Scream, it was a different profile. We're just testing a different type of playstyle there to see if there was any potential. And in the end of the day, we just decided to go with Cyril, which we felt it was the better option. Yeah.
I am so excited to welcome yet another new face to VCT EMEA. Serial, welcome.
Thank you. I'm glad to be here.
How long have you been in Berlin for? When did you actually join Liquid to come and scrim together and everything?
I think I've been in Berlin since the 17th now. So it's quite recent, actually.
Yeah, it's very, very recent. Now, for people that don't know you, would you be able to introduce yourself a little bit? You know, where are you from? What made you kind of decide to compete in Valorant?
My name is Serial. I'm the new 5th player for Liquid. And honestly, Valorant's always been a hobby of mine. And I've played it a lot. I've tried competing. It's been up and down. But I'm glad to be here.
This is the ultimate up though, right?
This is a big jump from my past, yeah.
How big of a jump do you think this will be? Have you been watching, you know, Tier 1, EMEA? How are you feeling now you've had a few days with your teammates and practicing together?
I'm feeling really good. I couldn't have asked for a better team to mentor me and gain experience from. And it's definitely going to be a big jump, and it just depends how I'm going to be able to handle it. But I'm confident, I'm excited, and I'm ready.
What do you think you bring to a team like Team Liquid?
Consistency.
Ooh, on the server, off the server, everything?
Everywhere. Consistency.
Okay.
Like an anchor.
Oh, that's a great answer.
Hold the team down.
That's a great answer. Now, I'm glad you used the word anchor because obviously you and Nats play very similar role, very similar agents. So how are you guys maneuvering around this? Are you expected to role swap?
I am going to be swapping roles, yeah.
Oh, wow.
I'm learning new agents. I'm learning new things about the game, and it's been going really good so far. I'm excited.
You're comfortable with this decision?
I've had great coaches, great people helping me, and I'm as comfortable as I could be.
I'm getting like a you're really happy vibe off of you. You're just happy to be here. Is that fair to say?
Yes, that is very fair to say.
Have you ever played on a stage before in front of an audience?
No, this is going to be the first time for everything.
First
time in the studio, first time on stage.
Oh, wow.
In boot camp, everything.
What are you expecting from that stage? Because obviously a lot of great players have been on that stage and you're going to be facing some of them today. So what are the expectations?
For myself, I'm trying to keep them normal. I'm not trying to put myself up too high or down. I'm just going to play my game, how my team wants me to play, how I want myself to play. And then I'm just going to
own. You're just going to own. You're going to pop off. I love that. And last question, are there any players or teams you would like to have a chance to face up against on this stage?
That is a good question. Honestly, I'm happy against the matchup we have today.
Yeah?
There's a little bit of stirring around it from the past. So
yeah.
I think that today's going to be a good match.
Okay, I can't wait to see it. Thank you so much for joining me.
Thank you.
Such mature answers coming from Serial, but he's under a lot of pressure because Kakuka, first time on stage, first time in front of an audience, and you're playing a different role. It's not easy.
Yeah, exactly. I'm excited to see what that different role is going to be. I assume, you know, taking a little bit of the responsibilities that Kamek had. We had some surprises on all the changes that we've seen so far. We saw earlier this week how Sevov was debuting there on Vitality. So I wonder if we're going to see some mix and match also in the side of Team Liquid.
Yeah, he was hinting a little bit of history just then as well, and I think that's perhaps because he has played against Mini on the other side in the past, so it's nice to see him kind of bring that up. And I'm glad it's not Nats that's having to move off of role, because we saw the amount of value that he's been able to bring, especially at the recent Masters. Like, he was performing incredibly, but I just think, how is Serial going to actually be able to adapt from Tier 2 to Tier 1?
And the grudge there, I think what he was mostly alluding to is Kamek leaving, you know, going instantly to Gentlemates as well. We have to address this because I don't think a lot of people expected this from a team straight out of Bangkok. And, you know, we've heard a lot of discourse. Some people think it's not a great idea to make roster changes here. Some people do. Where do you sit on this topic?
I think if there is a problem within the team and you want to get it solved, swapping out one player isn't the end of the world.
Whoa! What the fuck?
Introduce that new
what
player
the fuck?
and get him comfortable in time. Obviously, they just came back from Bangkok, so they didn't have a lot of time. 2 new maps. 2 new maps? Yeah, 2 new maps.
2 new maps, yeah. You didn't play them today, but it's all good. Yeah, we're sad.
Yeah, I think they'll be fine.
Yeah, and also, I mean, the highlights you're seeing here is probably not going to be the agents he's going to play at all, because let's be honest, why would you make Nats, of all people, a role swap when you sign somebody? This is going to be something that's very, very important today.
Yeah. Absolutely, and he was fragging out in the Spanish league in Rising there. So we've seen these players come out from Tier 2 before. We get very excited for this, and I think that I'm seeing a lot of what we saw earlier in the week. I've seen him pretty comfortable, pretty tame, pretty calm for everything that is at stake. It's not that you're slotting it into any roster. It's a roster that has already been in Bangkok this year with very high expectations for themselves.
Well, let's talk about Kamek, because you've played with Kamek.
Yeah.
So tell me, what he brings to a roster and how could he maybe make Gentlemates a little bit better?
I think Kamek has lots of raw firepower. When we played with him on stage, he played that Cypher. He had to swap roles essentially to play with us, and he was able to shoot when he was actually anchoring this B site on split, which is crazy. And I think he brings a lot of hype to a team as well. But that's all I know. He plays Osu, but I don't like that, so we move on from there. It's totally noisy.
Okay, yeah. Thanks for that.
You know what? I think Kamek had an okay performance at kickoff. I think one of his tails was probably one of the best that we had got to see, right? He was doing a lot of set things, and he had said, oh, I like playing it in ranked, so that was kind of understandable. But I think for me, him being the replacement of Robbie BK is a big question mark. And, Robbie BK didn't always have the most consistent performances in kickoff, and I can also kind of say the same for Kamek, so I'm a little bit concerned there.
I mean, I think that this is probably the first time that we have this happening. A player going into a different roster in between the kickoff and split one, and the first match that they play is against their team. Definitely the stakes are super high because of what it could mean for Gentlemen to even win this game. But for him personally, it's kind of a slap in the face of you let me go, and if there is a team that I want to win against, it's definitely you.
And if it's the Kamek that I know, he's gonna be fired up. There's no way that he's gonna sit there being like, oh, I don't mind what's going on here and there. But I'm glad you mentioned that he's replacing Robbie BK.
Yeah.
I don't know why. I don't think Robbie was the issue. It's the IGL, and you never want to kind of see that, kind of change coming through after just one split. As an IGL yourself, Bosa, because Minnie, not Coach Minnie from Gentlemates Minnie, will be taking over that IGL duty. How big of a task do you think this will be for Minnie?
I think it's a big task. I think most people don't understand how much work an IGL should put in, and that's out of the server as well, in terms of atmosphere and stuff. And so Robbie BK obviously set up the kind of basis with the coach, and now Minnie's has to take over, but it's going to be a completely different style. The team, and also Minnie's going to be overwhelmed when he's playing the games now. And from what I've seen in scrims from them, they're not looking like amazing, but they're definitely looking like they can win today. But from what I've seen of Liquid, they look different gravy.
In scrims?
Yeah, they're looking a bit juicy, actually, yeah.
Oh,
that's good.
Yeah, that cereal guy is actually looking juicy. I saw him sheriff us. He got a 3K sheriff. I was like, I'm out of here, mate.
Damn.
Got egoed!
Yeah, but the Scrims Cup is a different kind of tournament that we've also heard of. When we speak about the time and also everything that goes into being an IGL, I wanted to ask Gokid, how long have you been practicing with this? Because we also had earlier this week the topic about Apex and them not having a lot of time to practice. And he told me that even before they decided to remove Robbie BK, he was already starting to IGL for a couple of weeks. So this was a decision that was made on the stance of first we move Minnie into the IGL and then we replace the IGL.
Yeah, and I mean, Minnie, a very capable player too. I want to see him IGL on that Yoru. I think that will be
Abyss is not here anymore though.
But he could play Yoru anywhere else. But the problem is, this change, maybe they're doing this because the stakes, Billy, is just so high. They are one of the teams that could, they are definitely in risk of potential relegation.
Yeah, and that's what I was going to raise. When we think about Minnie moving on to that IGL role, they need to be making changes. They need to be kind of figuring out their identity for this year, and they need to do it early on because, as you say, they could be facing relegation.
Especially with the team that they have a very good chance to accumulate a lot of points during this split. And if you're a Gentlemates, you have to set the stakes of not even having a good performance throughout the split. You want to go to those tournaments. I think that you can aim to make those breakthroughs.
And in terms of what we see behind us, because if they just make champs, just make champs, as if that's an easy thing, everything will be Gucci. How hard is it to make champs? You made everyone.
Yeah.
You made everyone.
No, I mean, we made one because Gambit decided to win against Crashies actually in the finals. So hallelujah, Berlin. But no, I think it's very difficult to make champs, especially now as well. Every team has got these players that are so hungry, and it's the individual firepower is crazy. Alfie is saying he's old, yet he's the youngest player in our team. It's
He's
like kind of
19,
that,
though.
yeah, it's that level of like the players here that they're bringing in. I'm like, where's this cereal kid come from? Why can't I eat him like I do in breakfast? You know, like what's going on? But yeah, and that guy's got a deep voice. I will say it now. Patitak with a mustache.
Patty Tech with a mustache. Okay, he's just cosplaying. He's cosplaying. We got 2 patties on stage today. You guys have cereal for breakfast? How am I supposed to just
We'll go
I
back
don't
to the
even know
champ.
how to
Champs is
respond
hard.
to that. I never have
I don't
cereal for
remember the last
breakfast.
time I had cereal.
Or breakfast. I don't have breakfast.
No, probably
Yeah.
when we were in Bangkok, I was like traveling somewhere, and in the morning I was like, what do I want? This and tea. Probably.
Yeah.
I think as well, though, he has to be great for Team Liquid to have made a change, right? Because they just got back from a Masters event, so he's obviously a great addition.
Thanks for bringing this back down to earth. Billy.
Yeah,
Honestly,
thank
I
you.
was like
Sorry.
racking my brain thinking, how do I make this relevant? But here's the thing. With the recent roster moves, we could potentially have a grudge match on our hands. Returning from Masters Bangkok, here is Team Liquid taking on Gentlemates.
Check my pedigree, I got legacy in my pop. You playing hopscotch, I'm that top notch on the block. Something slide like me, nah. Spice it up with a sauce. Yeah, my Lord said don't do it, I said bah, bah, bah. Yeah, my Lord said don't do it, I said bah. Yeah, my Lord said don't do it, I said bah. Can you keep up? Play follow Lita, big queso. I'm born with the ether. Let's go take a heater. No halo. I've been with a hit gun. I've been on the King Kong. From Halo. I've been on. What? Check my pedigree. I got legacy in my pop. You playing hopscotch, I'm that top notch on the block. Slipping slide like me, nah. Spice it up with a sauce. Yeah, my Lord said don't do it. I said what? Check my pedigree. I got legacy in my pop. You playing hopscotch, I'm that top notch on the block. Slipping slide like me, nah. Chillin' with the sauce. Yeah, my Lord said don't do it. I said what?
In case your name is Boaster or anyone else that's wondering, that is not Patitek with a mustache. That is their new player, Serial. And of course, Kamek no longer in a Team Liquid jersey, despite wearing it in Bangkok on stage. This is definitely going to be a grudge match. And Kukuka, talk me through the map veto.
Oh, yeah, so Team Liquid is going to ban the Pearl, something that they have done in the past. It was either that or Lotus. I expected Lotus to be banned, but Gentlemates is going to go for the Ascent. I thought that either way we were going to have Split or Haven, but really, really looking forward to see if we get to that Icebox. For Team Liquid, it makes a lot of sense. Gentlemates still has not played the Split, and for Maze...
I'm really excited for the new movie, I exclaimed with excitement. Little did I know, it would be a feature. A creature feature, featuring the creature. Can I go to toilet, please?
And in terms of these 3 maps, bro, so you got any scrim?
Any lists?
Yeah, any, if you scrim them on these maps?
They can't hear it now, can they?
No, they can't.
They can technically hear
Liquid
it.
on Icebox. Yeah. They were looking kind of juicy there. I can't remember if I screamed Gentlemates on Split or not, but I know that Gentlemates do like a Haven. I think Haven's probably one of the better choices to play against Liquid, because I think sometimes Gentlemates, you know, they're a fresh team, they got those individual prowess players.
Yeah, we're gonna see the agents in just a moment, but for now, this Split, we saw Liquid play it at Bangkok already. Do you guys think they've had enough time to change anything?
I wouldn't change anything, and I think that having Boaster here after the Split that they just played, them running that double duelist, seeing Kamo when you have Kiko, yes, he's great in the controller, but seeing him on a duelist is always a treat.
Yeah, let's take a look at the agent select and see what we are going to get here. If we're going to see some changes, we will from Gentlemates at least. They're bringing the Tejo. Boaster, what do you make of that comp?
The Teo comp, you know, you've got a lot of power to take middle and also power to retake that middle on defense. They're starting attack, so they need to be quite explosive and catch Nats off in vents, but Nats, knowing that, should probably maybe play be Heaven. And then it's just about waiting for those second rotation rockets if they decide to use them. We actually tried this comp on Split. I just didn't like it because it was quite hard to get the Teo rockets really have a lot of value on the attack side, you know, with a Raze solo diving in or something.
I think for me, the thing that I'm most excited about is this Mini and Nats head-to-head of those IGLs on the Viper, right? Can we expect to see that lurking IGL against one another? Yeah, that's the pinpoint for me.
Yeah, absolutely, and to see how the two new players are going to be playing. Well, the one new Serial also his debut on the Astra. I do not see any officials with him playing on this. I want to see how he merges into an already established plan from Team Liquid.
Yeah, and speaking about the Astra, Solo Ray's entering in. That Astra one, all it takes is one Astra suck and the XX over. So it's going to be really difficult for Gentlemates to kind of make space onto those A sites, hitting those sites straight on. So I think they will have to start opening up with B splits, you know, a little bit of ping-ponging left, right, not knowing for Serial to use his suck, you know.
Yeah, and it's not an easy agent to roll swap to, you know.
Oh yeah, absolutely. So I think that on the other side, we're looking at this combo with the Breach and the Tejo to see if they're going to be able to spot him, if they're going to be able to put him in a difficult position so Click does not struggle a lot getting into the side.
I feel confident seeing Serial on the Astra. I know that we're yet to see it, but I think he spoke so confidently in that interview where he said he's worked with a lot of coaches and developed as a player. So who knows, maybe we've just got to see how it goes.
Well, we'll see how it goes indeed. For now, thank you very much, Bosa, for joining me. It's time to jump into game and throw this over to your casters. Here's Mitchman and Tombiz.
Thank you so much, Jinsu.
Mini's here again as well.
Oh, there was no need for that, especially on a day like today. I did my hair up, so I'd have that little height advantage. Time to get into the game. Yes, indeed. I'm very excited to see what Gentlemates have been cooking throughout that offseason. Realistically, when we look over at the other side for Liquid coming in with a new player as well, what do you make of the fact that they're slotting him in right onto the Astra?
Yeah, it's always interesting when you bring in a new player, if you're going to reinvent yourself to sort of make them fit into the team, or if you're just going to plug and play. And in this map, at least it looks like a plug and play. As was said by the desk, not something that we particularly see Serial play, especially recently. He's been on the Sentinel, but I assume that is... He was brought in as a flexible player. He's played a lot of roles in the past, so I'm not too worried. Also, interestingly, Ateo brought in a not Kamek.
We'll see if that comes back to bite them. We've already seen barriers go up and an early flash in with a lot of presence from Gentlemates towards this B site. Salvo's gone in, not finding the value they needed, and the nade does for Kiko. It's Team Liquid with a double opening and an immediate stagger of this push from Gentlemates. They'll now have to wait this one out. Still a paranoia, and the stun will come back online, but with the Viper wall already placed, feels like they're kind of pigeonholed into this take.
It's definitely a rough position. If you go forward, you're going to be struggling to find too much, although saying that, they have managed to get at least a little bit of extra ground, the flash through, along with the paranoia, but no one's actually capitalized off it. Mini, though, there he is. Spoke about him. Not quite the one I was thinking of, but that's a huge couple of kills to get them back into the round.
Yeah, this one's definitely standing tall with those picks and a third under his belt. Gentlemates have recovered beautifully, and now the push down below. They are revealed, so a good idea, and a stun followed through. Slow down that peak from up top. The star doesn't catch. Kamek does, and Mini picks up his 4K. What a way back in for Mates. They started this one out losing the initial push, but they made the best of a bad situation with the breach flash and the paranoia from Kadavra.
But the fact is, though, I feel like the peak was actually after both of those abilities had stopped having any effect. It was kind of just Mini being crazy. And that's the thing, you go back to the matches that they won. I'll say it was versus Apex and Koya. You can take that how you like. He was incredible. Like, he was genuinely the best player in the server. I came into today and went, can this guy IGL and still put up those numbers?
Cover going out.
Question answered in round number 1.
Well, this game is on him. At least so far it is. That was his round. Mini with a 4-piece, Gentlemates with a round as a result, and Team Liquid on this defense left with nothing. The bank's been broken into, and as we can see for Team Liquid, they've managed to scrounge together a couple of pieces that were left behind. No gold bars, but a few coins spent still. They'll try to take advantage of this with a stack up on A and a Viper wall to cover them. It seems like Gentlemates are walking into it, and with this aggression that's already come down mid, they fully cleared it, and we'll soon see B main is open. So a utility on the A side, ready and waiting. Gentlemates about to run into it.
That's the thing. They can look to bolster this up. Try and get that fourth player into position. Oh, it's definitely a bit awkward. That hasn't gone exactly to plan. In fact, they've lost the second already. I think that is at least one of the rifles down on the deck. Luckily, Kamek is there with the second. This battle versus Padatek could make the round interesting, but Mini's won that, and while what was a very dangerous situation eventually ends up clean enough.
Yeah, Mini even makes it back to site in time. If they picked him off, would have been at least another weapon on the floor. Damage, though, decent. Round like this, the snake bite that was thrown out was very nice, too. Zipan running in just as the star had faded. The grab wall no longer online. He thought he had free space, but once you run through a wall into a snake bite, you're not going to have a good time when the pistols get eyes on. A 2-0 start still for Gentlemates, recovered before this got too dire. Team Liquid with a full investment after playing that eco previously. A couple light shields bouncing around, but full utility for the most part. Early push by Click, and he'll pay for that.
And it seems like his plan on a lot of these rounds is to just have no fear. Like, just go diving into positions. In the last round, obviously, you have a huge weaponry advantage, but in this round, not so much the case. I think we've seen that Click is a confident player both within and out of the server. Question is, though, can they find anything more? That was one of the rifles, by the way. I think that might even be both of them now. The Bulldog's still in hand, but at least that Phantom is still dropped in bottom mid, so there's not really anywhere near as much to play with as they had at the beginning of this round.
Trade-off. Not even coming in the forms of picks, a bit of map control that's being conceded, as we can see. Team Liquid with a very passive approach. A lot of this comes down to knowing that that utility is likely to be fired in if they were on site. Stone will buy some time, it'll isolate Camo on the site, and they'll find the pick as a result, catching a headshot, but not the kill on the walkout. With Kiko taking Kata, this one looks very difficult indeed. Kamek finds the one, finishing Padatek's low HP off, and Team Liquid get themselves around 2-1.
Yeah. I think there's some quite clear talking points when it comes to this series, and one of them, more interestingly for me, is going to be when we do finally head into that second map. Kamek was the guy who was basically picking up that Teo all the way through, and I'll say across that map he was their best player. So I now want to witness what's going to happen for Mates. Like, how are they going to switch things up? Are they going to give him that control, give him that position? And then for Serial, is it going to continue to be the plug and play? Are they going to try and put him into that role? Because I feel like the way Kamek played it was both very good with the utility, but also aggressive around it. And I feel like that's where a lot of people have struggled a little bit more, especially when you go back to kickoff. And while someone that hasn't had heaps of time to work things out with the team is going to be Serial, because the team was at Masters.
Yeah, playing catch-up, perhaps. For Gentlemates, early salvos put into B. That's not where they're looking to take it. It's a slow approach, maybe hoping that would find them an early pick. I see they used their stun as well, presumably on that same spot. Like Boaster said on the desk, it can be hard to find the value with those rockets. So far, that's certainly been true for Gentlemates as the salvos don't land for those early kills, but we'll see about the later round. Of course, they're going to come back up online alongside the stun. Still the nade for Click as well. Paranoia for Kata. A lot of good initiation utility for this side. The creep up by Mini on the other side of the map, using his wall to cross. He'll try to be a menace in the late round, I thought, but the fact that he's showing here, maybe he wants them to rotate in. He wants to sell that A-fake.
30 seconds left.
Zero actually isn't the best eventually. We'll peek back out, look to delay. Salvos to the back of sight, and a lurk coming through from Mini, maybe trying to catch players out. Zipan those done well. Playing that entry role, but Kiko still sits within this site. 14 seconds left. They have to try and get that planted, and now the full force of this Liquid roster are into position, trying to basically swarm out. Gentlemates exactly what they've done, leaving just one standing, and this time, well, it is the match of Vipers, but Nats will take control.
Well, we didn't know if it'd be Nats or the clock to put an end to that round, but there was an end either way in favor of Team Liquid. And yeah, when you look at Gentlemates on the way through, you see these problems, right? When that utility doesn't connect, and when it's fired in the right direction, a Paranoia and salvos on this player. He has to run in the open, he's blind. Well, Serial just popped the smoke, and that's gonna cancel out. Even though they get the kill, following up on that space, you're running through a smoke on both in the main choke, and then you're inside it. You got to pick an angle to emerge from. It's not an easy scenario, and it slowed them down enough that, well, there were plenty of bodies on that site ready for the push to come through. For Gentlemates, a very weak investment this time. A single upgrade from a pistol, and even then it's only the Stinger in the hands of Click ultimates. I mean, there is a Rolling Thunder, one away from Armageddon, but really we need to see a post plant before they'll think about putting those through. And picks unlikely to be given. Again, the respect the Team Liquid are giving them on the site is clear.
Spike planted.
Off your feet.
That's immediate. Using a couple of ults, maybe they expected a bit more to be invested into this round. The third ult. Okay, although this round is almost definitely going the way of Liquid, I'm surprised how much has actually been invested into this round. Oh, not the prettiest of sprays, and well, the defusal has come in under their nose. They've managed to wipe out the entirety of the Liquid squad. It's a very peculiar round, but it has gone the way of Team Liquid.
Yeah, you could run that one another 2 times. I don't think I'd understand fully what was going on. You know, Rolling Thunder catching so many of, I think, their own players. Showstopper invested, big investment, but then the picks start going the other direction. Mini is just popping off. He said it was his game, and certainly there was an opportunity for him to have another screamer of a moment, but instead it's again stolen out from under them by the stick. Team Liquid 3-2. You got to commend them for being able to take that across the line. Now Armageddon thrown in on middle. That's the Viper's pit that's being put into question, and Nats dropped. The pit is gone, and the reward for the side of Gentlemates is huge. That's an opening pick, and they've got a pit of their own if they get to a site, which now should be a little bit easier.
If anything, though, I feel like the ults have somewhat been the undoing of these squads. Almost caught out, but Serial hasn't found the damage he was hoping for. No Lucky Charms to be found this time, and unfortunately that means that they're now going to have to fall back out of the site. You mentioned that Viper's pit, and honestly, from this stage, I think Liquid safe.
I mean, just look at the credits. 500 between the 3 players that currently have rifles.
I think something else is actually fairly important to mention about how this is going. Like, obviously, 3-3, you might be thinking for Liquid, it's okay. Like, it's middling. But I want to talk about the fact that they're incredibly good when it comes to their attack side. Like, that's what this map really looked at. And you kind of expect it with this double duelist, what they'll be able to do. So I would say if you talk about maybe 5 rounds for Liquid in this half, I think they'll be quite happy. And like to back that up, they even had a 9-3 attack side half versus Vitality. So you look at this now and you go, okay, level. That's absolutely fine. Like, I don't think Gentlemates will be too worried about it. But I want to see at least a victory in this half.
You see for a second when the stun comes in, he's thinking, okay, yeah, stun me. What are you going to do? Blast pack in? Come right on in. Armageddon. Oh, no. There's no way out. You're locked in. Beautiful utility usage. And well, the salvos might be hard to use. That ult a little bit easier. Good connection from Gentlemates. And now we start out round number 7. Investment from Team Liquid, but a lot of low buy. Yeah. They decided to sell a little bit more.
Yeah.
They're going to keep just the 2 sheriffs. So the saved weapons, no big investments to back them up. Of course, Nats had used his ult previous round, so it's not there anymore. And Serial's not going to be winning them around with a Cosmic Divide. At least I don't imagine he will. Gentlemates, it should be a much easier round. Already, though, the rotations are in.
There haven't been any real easy rounds so far, though. A lot of it seemingly has come down to big plays from the likes of Mini. Kamik is on 1 health, so yeah, there is absolutely no surviving that one. Exactly what I'm talking about. Like, the way that this has started out is they've lost their Breach player. And okay, sure, there's 2 weapons missing, but I think they'll take that over a player missing.
I think that's a worthwhile trade. Especially if they do decide to give up that space. You know, Gentlemates have a decision to make here. Zipan, he's a bit isolated. Imagine a player walks up ramp. It's a free kill. For now, he's selling that false information as the drone goes up into heaven. Team Liquid concede that space. Still 4 players around this A side, including the vent position being held by Kiko, and it looks like he has got some enemies at the gates. A big kill to start, but can't correct for the second. 3v4. But moving back to the A site, Team Liquid are still very much here.
Yeah, that's the problem. They didn't pull any rotations with even their fake. And while Paditek has done well from the site, again, we get down to the last few seconds, 12, to try and make their move. It's left all on Takada. A player coming in from behind, and that will be enough. Serial there to close it. A little bit hesitant, a little bit slow. And even just that opening pick, and it felt like that was enough for Team Liquid.
Really nice for Patatek as well. He's down on the site, and the idea of those salvos was, hey, let's force him out into the open. He goes out into the open, kills 2 people. So, yeah, you know, you got what you wanted, but not really the way that you wanted it to go down. The trade onto Camo as well kept that backside control and meant that they were focused on him while Serial came up behind in Heaven. Clean play, and he did very well to survive there. If he goes down, this round's in a lot of trouble. That was him also coming into that round on 1 kill. So a little bit of activation for Patatek to build up that confidence. Now we come into this one though. Team Liquid in with the full buy. Pretty comfortable. And on their opponent's side, after the loss, they're in a similar state.
I think, surprised that she's not going to take the orb. Yeah, there we go, okay. I was like, that's a free showstopper. Maybe they wanted to try and activate a little bit earlier, but it would have been peculiar not to get one of the most impactful ultimates in the game, unless you're unlucky, which we have very much seen over the last couple of days. Drone going to be utilized. Again, it seems like Mate's idea is this slow default. Right, play as a group, wait for aggression. But then the defensive side, even though they've got this double duelist comp, they're quite happy to sit passive.
So far, it's resulted in a close game, but for Mates, attack side split. They just want to keep on that slow grind, keep the numbers close. Right away, that showstopper's used up, and it's Serial that finds the rocket heading his way. Trade onto Nats as well. Backside fight goes Kiko's way. He picks up the first, but the stun is good. Teammates come rushing in from Heaven, though. The cover is here, and there's nowhere to go, surely. But Kata, he slips out, manages to come from the shadows out on the A side and find himself a plant. From here, though, 3 players he's facing off against. They could group up, and that's exactly what they'll do. Approach this one together. Down towards the screens already. He's hearing one, but they're making it towards the site. They'll see it's a plant for Heaven. Before that, they'll see Kata up there.
It's funny. This felt like the exact scenario that we saw yesterday with Avova. Like, they went the same way, they went the same angle, he takes the same fight, he just doesn't hit the shot. Like, it does feel so fickle with how these rounds can go, but yeah, I think at the moment, obviously one of the talking points is Mini as an IGL, and I would say it does seem like Nax's read and the overall just like communication between Liquid at the moment seems better. Like they have had, every time there's been a site take, I feel like there's been 2 or 3 players and another player already getting into position to try and help them out. And even if they're able to like, okay, we're gonna use the salvos to clear this position, we're gonna use like the showstopper in this case, it felt like, okay, even though we've cleared everything other than one spot, there was nobody ready to kill Patatek. Like, if you know backside is clear, you know close is clear from the showstopper, where's the second layer? It just didn't feel like it was there.
Well, maybe that's going to be where Gentlemates are taking things in the discussions they're having right now with the coaching staff. They've called a timeout as they look to touch base 3-5. Not a bad scoreline, and I guess the problem, though, is Team Liquid have really been heating up. They're putting together rounds with limited resistance.
And they're better on attack.
And exactly.
A lot better on attack. Like, that's the major thing. Is like, okay, sure, you've lost a player, but that player, for the most part, was playing your controller. I don't think Siri is going to have too much problems, like, placing down the smokes for a double dive of Camo Kiko. Like, I think he should be able to do that. But, yeah, realistically, I think Liquid are already in a fairly happy place. Obviously, they're going to look to get a lot more. It's their map choice, and coming up next is Haven, where we know that Kamik should be a threat to them. But I do think Ultimates are going to need to throw in a decent half here. Looks like much. They are all sitting at them.
Well, maybe that's the solution, right? The slow default.
शेयर मार्केट की दुनिया किसी जंगल से कम नहीं। बुल्स, बेयर्स, हर मोड़ पर खतरा है। इसीलिए हमारी स्ट्रैटन ओकमॉन्ट हर मोड़ पर आपका साथ देती है। हमारे यहाँ ट्रेंड प्रोफेशनल्स आपको इस फाइनेंशियल जंगल में राह दिखाते हैं। स्ट्रैटन ओकमॉन्ट में आपका पैसा सुरक्षित है और सुरक्षित रहेगा।
I think it might have even been the realization of, okay, I've got my ult now. Now we have so much ready for that retake, I'm just going to play it safe. And I think, again, if you look back to his time on Koi, I think that's him leveling up. Because I think in the past, he would have tried to put the world on his back and win them the game. Instead, he's like, I've got some banging teammates, I don't need to do that.
That's it, him leveling up, and also just the team, the environment that he's in as well. That trust comes from seeing that you can trust your teammates again and again. Belief in the system that you're applying so far for Team Liquid.
And then he got the kills anyway.
Exactly, but you know, that's the lesson really. Patience, slow and steady wins the race. For Team Liquid, 6-3. Building up a lot of rounds here on the defensive side, and mostly in a row. I think there's one round from Mates interrupting the streak from Liquid, so this attack side really starting to forget the taste of victory. This round is not likely to see much of a change. It is a very light investment. They're caught in the open. Those are some clean shots from Kiko. And Mates left in a 2v5. Blink and you missed the action in this round.
Still as sharp as ever. Thinking back to kickoff, I know it was a while ago, but we were talking about this guy as basically MVP. Like, the way he played on Control, it was one of the reasons that Liquid got as far as they did. Also just leveling up as the tournament went along. I think them wiping the floor with Heretics was still a mass surprise, but you can tell that, again, a level up, because I think when we first saw him in the league, was very strong. But what he's currently doing right now is, yeah, it puts him with the best of them.
Well, some dangers coming into this round as well for Mates. They are investing, they're putting the credits on the line, but Kiko, after a couple of kills, has got a showstopper online, ready to roll.
I feel like it's a hindrance if he's shooting like that.
Yeah. You just connect on the heads. I mean, it depends though, Tom. If they're all grouped up, it could be a different story. Armageddon will be the signal that the push is coming in. He's safe, but salvos are going to fire that way. Nade is in as well. Showstopper fired just to delay. He's trying to buy time, using this for crowd control as rotations can come in. Camo playing towards the screens. And players out on rafters, it's Nats who's gone to help out with that side hold on the choke point. The problem is, it does leave Heaven a little undefended, a little open. Mates are walking right into that empty space. Big pick from Mini.
It seems like he's almost become their entry fragger. This guy is playing that Viper, but it almost feels at times that the calling is around himself. Like, can I do this? Can I put the world on my back? And to be honest, in the rounds they've won, he has been a bit of a hero for them. This is so risky. 45 HP, I was gonna say, it needed to be an instant headshot. Doesn't manage to get the kill, and finally, we see the awakening of Click. A little bit quiet thus far, but if they can get the last couple of rounds, there's at least a good chance.
30 seconds
7-5, nothing to turn your nose at. And of course, like you said, Team Liquid will feel comfortable with a cushion like this moving into the next half, but Mates, can't think about your opponent's strengths. Only their weaknesses. In zone, flawless though for Gentlemates. A good bounce back towards the end. Coming into this round, possible for some of their ultis to come on, and most importantly, their opponents don't have any. So, for Mates, 7-5, very much doable. Here though, just great manipulation of the map, a good sense of the space that was being given up and how they were adapting to the presence being shown, taking that Heaven control, winning the fight out onto rafters, and resetting for the A side take. The Click made look easy. Again, he had a really tough performance. I think that was 2 kills from him, and he's up to 4.
Yeah, it's not been a great game so far, to say the least, and I don't know if it's going to get any better. I was going to say, how long does Eco wait? But of course, not wanting to lose any of that additional utility. Mini again on this hard lurk. At times, he's found gaps, he's found success, but just, again, this is what I'm talking about with these early rotations. Liquid are very happy to commit heavily to this side of the map, and I think Gentlemates have started to realize this factor. The problem is they're still holding some pretty heavy control around middle, so if they don't go back through the spawn, Liquid still have the info. It's not an issue for them. And it's the operator on that angle.
Out of charges.
Was.
It is.
Smoked out. Gonna creep his way back through. Shorty in hand, swaps over to the big old gun as the salvos come in. Not good for the kill. The Shorty comes out though as Click's baited in. He thinks it's an off on the other side, so he won't like the close range engagement, but he was primed and ready for it.
They put salvos behind, so they knew where he'd be.
Has to be stuck close. They had a read on the one long barrel, but not the 2 short ones. Team Liquid Still keeping presence A. There was a chance here the Kiko was on the rotate, but he's going to be ready for a second run on this operator.
Whether they place... Ooh, I was going to say, whether they place the Rolling Thunder. There you go. He's used it immediately, because almost died seconds later. And that time is ticking again. This has been the problem for mates. That clock getting lower and lower, and the spike down on the deck, it didn't even matter. An in-zone flawless to close out the first half of Mitch. As said, I think they're better on attack.
Yeah, commanding performance by Team Liquid in the first half, and if this is the worst of the two for them, well, it might already be time to think about Haven for Gentlemates. We'll find out how the second half fares after the break.
10 seconds left. One enemy remaining. Flawless.
Welcome back, folks. 8-4. Team Liquid with a strong opener on their worst half. Now moving on to the attack, it looks like Gentlemates are backed into a corner. With only 4 rounds behind, a pistol could help set them back on course. And we'll see if that's what's meant to be. Mini was the one that was opening up with Flare, and Pizzazz, that pistol was beautiful from him. I think it was a 4K in the first round of the game, but let's see if they can replicate that success in round 13.
If anything, it should become a little bit easier for him with players walking into his setup, but at the same time, probably won't become easier for him because he's got to face off against that double duelist of Camo and Kiko with support from Patty. But what more can you realistically want already? I think that was a nasty tag onto Click, who now has to be a little bit more careful. I say that, I reckon he's going to go through this.
He's already passed the stun. I mean, they both are. They're so close, ready for the fight. But Kamek and Click are the ones finding the kills. Click was able to walk down the stairs there from up in B Heaven and claim that frag. Nats tries to recover on picks, but finds nothing short of a shot back from Zipan after his burst. And Patatek and Serial now have a 2 versus 4. They're on opposite sides of the map. The spike is at least under their control. We still have a Haunt, a Prowler to work with. 50 seconds on the clock for Patatek. It's a combination of wanting to keep this control. But I thought maybe waiting for Serial to wrap around, but they are just going to send this down 2 different avenues. It's a big risk. They'll have to win their ones.
The timing, well, the stun hasn't connected, and now for Serial, this becomes nigh on impossible. In fact, he's going to be spotted out by Zipan. Good response, an important pistol, a second one of the map for Gentlemates. And I had to sort of wait to see what they can build into this, because that's the thing, they won pistol second round, and after that it was very isolated rounds, a lot of it based off some individual brilliance here and there, rather than, I think, having that solid synergy over on the attack. As said though, I feel like this composition definitely sells itself quite nicely for a defensive side hold. A lot of potential for these aggressive early starts, and then high potential for those retakes as well. And that's where I'm looking at Zipan, because we know he can be very aggressive on this map in particular.
Yeah, one of the other things, obviously, when you talk about mates, on the attack side, they wanted to be in post plants a lot to find value if they don't get the early picks, which they really didn't with that util. And the post plants were hard to come by. 1-to-1 trades here. Not ideal. That's a weapon picked up on the other side. A classic running through mid. has just found a pickup in heaven, and there is mistake after mistake with an outlaw picked up. Everybody's in danger. Those light shields might as well not be there. And so, it's Mini to do it all, and he will get nothing done. A pay-safe card Thrifty, and if this half was being set up to be difficult, this is just up the difficulty significantly.
Oh, I would call that a nail in the coffin.
Oh yeah,
but yeah, that's a nicer way of putting it.
That's the first. That's the first shovel on the coffin. I don't know what you're talking about.
Yeah, that was so rough. I think that's gonna be one of those moments where.
Oh!
I'm not even going to try and guess what he said because I'm reckon it's not safe for broadcast. But
well, do some lip reading there.
That's the thing. It's like you have to think of that moment from Kamik's point of view. Kiko runs up and just wrecks you with a classic, takes away a sniper, and then kills your teammate with it. It's got to be frustrating. Obviously, I don't know if there's any bad blood, but kicking someone after making a Masters definitely doesn't feel like it's a truly mutual decision. Allegedly. Nonetheless, you just look at the buy that then comes up for Team Liquid. They get to invest into remaining rifles. They still have extra cash for Nats and Kiko. And what's up against them? A singular Guardian for Mini. He basically just held on to some extra cash. And what's worse, I think the map gives it away. There is absolutely nothing on this B side of the map. A site was stacked, and the thing is, these steps will definitely be heard. That's why the pace has been picked up from Liquid. They will get into a post plant. That's gonna. Oh yeah. Whoops. Oh, okay. I did not expect it for this one. This is a 2v2. This round really should have been over, but somehow now we've got some weaponry retrieved. That same sniper that dealt death in the last is back in their hands again.
They've recovered it, but recovering the round's a whole different story. Those two rifles up against the clock. You know there's an Astra in play. Always the potential for the grab. Well, you might think he's playing the post plant, but he's still on site. Still, he will be caught. Mini, the hero of a few rounds so far.
All of them.
Comes back into play yet again. Clawing at these rounds, clawing at the lead Team Liquid have built, and it's a gap of 3 with the pay-safe card Thrifty.
I'm perplexed as to how any of these fights could have gone in the other direction. Like, it looked almost so clean with the initial battle, but yeah, Kiko getting caught out. This shot was just nasty. I don't know, there's much in the second as well.
I have them in my pocket, guys.
Oh yeah, there was no worries in that round whatsoever. You got to look at the position though, right? Because you've got Nats waiting for that swing up in heaven, people are going out wide, knowing it's a weaker buy, and knowing that they want those players to be looking at the site, so Nats can get that easy backstab. But geez, that backfired with a couple opening kills going the other way. Team Liquid found themselves on a weak buy. Wall up, Stingers into the A site, and the plan, I mean, it might just be found for free, yeah.
This feels like NA. I never see this many Stingers in our region. It's not somewhere out there. Lothar might have a smile on his face, but I think it's the time. Already going to start ticking. A quick jump over. Well done from Kiko, getting 2 out of that. We could have the most horrible back and forth to start off this map, but Mini still standing. That at least gives me hope.
Oh, I was going to say don't do Kata like that, but well, Nats has done it for you. It's Mini left to do it all. The 1v3, the rifle in his hands, and credit's good for him. Look, he's got 4K. Why is he not going for it? Well, look at the rest of his team. Kata, Kamik, and Click running it pretty dry. Zipan barely above 1K. It's time to save. That time was a while ago. For Gentlemates, that means conceding this round, and Team Liquid on double digits, closing in on that victory. And we know that this half not likely to slow down anytime soon.
Again, just a singular rifle starting things off, but then everything becomes these close-range battles. So they couldn't have played more into their hands, and I think that's just a complete oversight as to where the remaining players are. A mistake that, again, it's incredibly costly. Now, weirdly, we've kind of ended up with both teams having buys, which I wouldn't say it's the most orthodox way to get there. We have had some prison Valorant, gloves off, the last couple of rounds, fighting with shivs. But we'll see who comes out of top. Now the guns are in play. Obviously still, I think Liquid are favored, but that hasn't meant much so far.
Poison's on.
Knocking on the doors of the B site by the looks of things. We can see that movement towards heaven. Showstopper popped. It's going to be hard to find a target. Clearing out space down below. Nade does the same. Swinging through it. Playing ahead of the nade. Kamek has wrapped in. They have no idea he's here, but they clear it anyways. Panatek does remarkably well to find that. With Serial and Nats popping off, it's Zipan left alone. I respected that play from Kamek. I thought that could have been the round in their pocket with 2 or 3 kills once the smoke faded, but somehow, despite that space being clear seconds ago, Panatek was worried. Maybe he heard a step, whatever it was. It's left Zipan in a space where he cannot even save this weapon without a serious fight, and Panatek ain't letting it go. 11-6. Ults online as well for Team Liquid. This is looking very bad for Gentlemates.
That's the thing. If you're ever going to question anything about Panatek's game, it's not going to be the fundamentals. I think that was just a little bit unlucky, really. Yeah, I don't think he would have seen him if he stayed in that corner just a little bit longer, but that's the thing. Panatek finds the most important kill of the round and a couple more to go with it. Gentlemate's taking a pause. I'll be honest with you, obviously the way that the game has gone with back and forth, thrifty rounds, you don't really want to call a pause because of it's like you can't really go, yeah guys, can you stop losing the pistols? Like that's not gonna really help. But now this pause is coming in so late that I also worry if it's not gonna work out for them, because you're sat there 11-6 down. Liquid are very strong in this attack. More importantly, they have 3 ults already online and Camo's 3 away. Sure, you have similar, you're getting very close to a lot of those ults, but I then look at it and go, okay, can Liquid cheese their way through 2 rounds? Probably.
You would think so.
Like Kiko alone could cheese them through 2 rounds.
You know, we're going to start this one off with Nats having a pit, and okay, I see Zipan 1 away from the Armageddon. I think back to the last half, and maybe that won't be as much of an advantage as you think, but harder to do when he won't be sitting inside of vents. That avenue, I mean, you can see you hit him with a stun, Armageddon's going to kill him 100% of the time. If it's used here for post plant, not quite so easy to find that kind of value. And for Team Liquid, that means getting boots on the ground probably puts them in a position to win. And so far, they've been pretty good at getting onto the site. Or just wiping Gentlemates out before that's even necessary.
Yeah, they've done it with stingers. They've done it with pistols. Maybe now Kada will do it with a Bucky. Not the greatest start. That's already the aggressive peak of Zipan. Solo fight in B main, he's dead.
And this round starts with A aggression, a Prowler going through, Yoru leaving the gate crash deep into the spawn so we can just go back a little bit later on. They want to fake out the A presence, and instead it works out as a fake on B because they get this opening pick that creates a vacuum that Gentlemates have to fill in. They don't have the info, and they're ready for a push to come out any second now. But instead, that pre-placed wall can now be used towards the A site.
Even Mini's gone over. They are full committed. Other than, well, I mentioned Kada Bucky. Probably be the greatest Bucky play we've ever seen. Now, luckily, he's not been hit by the Nightfall. First kill goes his way. Got a little bit of help from that Viper screen. Looking for a little more. Almost gets the second. It's a nice try.
It is, but
unfortunately, nice tries don't win anything.
Exactly. They need more in this round, Tom. More than just a glimmer of hope. They need those flames to be fanned, and I don't see anyone to do it. It's a Sheriff and a rifle picked up by Click, 2 away from the ult. But 4 players to find. He may need that showstopper. Or this show will be over before they want it to be. Just 6 rounds on the board for Gentlemates, and nothing is going to change here. With Team Liquid pushing up to 12, they now have 6 chances on their favored side to take this across the line.
This has been looking comfortable. Normally, you'd look at this scoreline and maybe we'd talk about, okay, a couple of rounds goes the other way, it's a close game. If you win both pistols and you have 6 rounds, you've had a bad map. Like, this has not been particularly close. And that is...
You're alone! Again!
No, definitely no bad blood.
No,
none at all. They're besties, I'd say.
You can tell they're coming in here on good terms.
Oh, I love it. And I also feel like Panatek is one of those players where if he's gonna talk smack to you, you're hearing it, you're seeing it. You can see across the stage he's mouthing off.
Oh, he's waiting until your eyes lock to start yapping. That's the guy we know and love.
I don't know if I'd want to see Kamek's face in this scenario, but maybe that'll happen eventually. And it's already gone horribly. Shooting the clone, trades out. And while Kada was trying to potentially teleport in, he's not going to get there in time. This will just be for safety, making sure the entirety of the site is clear. The rest of the team just waiting patiently for that information to be had. In fact, they're even going to give the spike over to Camo just to make sure. Cosmic Divide making
Spike planted.
it definite that nobody can get any shots onto Camo. Well, they're looking for a hero again. I look to this man.
Snake bites landed at least, but look how many players are there, ready and waiting. Team Liquid with a masterclass on Split. They've dominated from the get-go, and now it's on to Gentlemate's map of Haven. We'll see how this series goes, but first, the analyst desk after the break.
Okay, boys, let's remember about what we spoke yesterday, what direction means for us. Direction is not us just throwing abilities, what we're gonna do with the ability, make a call around the ability. Let's be assertive, make a call, follow the call, we listen for the first call, boys. Be next to each other always, 1-2, spacing, be always next to each other, boys. Come in?
Red Bull gives you wings.
Friday night putting them plays in, but it feel like a special occasion. So let's go out, go blazing, hit the dance floor, let go frustrations. I might have a hidden agenda, but my intention's pure. I'll give you all that I got, and I hope that you don't need more. It's okay, just take my hand now. Damn, me and sweating your hair out. You got me creasing my sneakers. That's usually something I care about. Couldn't see the path, but it's clear now. You was in my dreams, but you here now. And I just want a little dance and a reason to change my plans. All I want is for you to dance with me, with your hands in the air where I can see. I don't know if we'll get another chance, you'll see. So I hope that you'll just come dance with me. We outside, did you hear what? I called the ride cause I'm going up. And there's something mixy going in my cup. Don't say much cause they know what's up. You know it get cold on a late night. We getting all close like it's day night. You looking so fly, you could take flight. Now I got this feeling that I can't fight. Your curves got my urges flaring. You got me by the collar and I'm not caring. You see how the people can't stop staring. I'm trying to make you mine and I'm not sharing. Okay, let's bring it back a bit. She said you could have whatever if you ask for it. Well, I just want to have a little dance and a reason to change my plans. All I want is for you to dance with me, with your hands in the air where I can see. I don't know if we'll get another chance, you'll see. So I hope that you'll just come dance with me.
Team Liquid have returned to their winning ways. What a great start here. Nice. Can't relate. But yeah, welcome back, everybody. I'm your host, Youngsun. I'm back here with Kakuka and Billy. We had a lot of questions on, how Team Liquid are going to prepare in the very short amount of time they've had since Bangkok. Are you guys satisfied with what we saw on Split?
I mean, definitely. We knew that Team Liquid was very strong on this map. It's good to see that they still have it, that they still have that dynamic that they can rely on.
Even with an addition of a new player as well, right? I think that they did really well, and I think that they have a lot to be happy with.
Yeah, exactly. And we're seeing here in this breakdown the breakdown of the first kills. Of course, it's heavily in favor of Team Liquid. If you think about the gun rounds themselves for the side of Gentlemates, they were really there. Even though they get 6 rounds, 2 of them are pistol. Well, 2 of them in the first half. Then they win the pistol in the second half, but they couldn't even convert. It was. I'm gonna say that the composition that Team Liquid was playing is something that they're very comfortable with. I cannot say the same for Gentlemates. I do not think that they found their comfort. Click, poor guy, had a terrible performance, could not find a single opener. He went 0 and 8 in those duels.
Yeah.
So it's never easy.
Was not clicking.
It wasn't clicking.
But sometimes it just feels like maybe one of the teams was just better. You know,
Yes.
it was just a better performance.
Yeah,
and
absolutely.
it's a better performance, of course, out of the fan favorite Cats. Everybody loves Cats, and Kiko and Nats, Billy, they are just playing it like they were before Bangkok.
Yeah, exactly. And when we talk about those opening duels, these two, they were great, right? Kiko managing to get 6 opening kills and 0 first deaths, and Pate managing to get 4 and then 1 first death. So like when you consider those kind of things, they were never kind of giving away the man advantage, which is what we've seen a lot from them in kickoff. So it's nice that they've kind of been able to amend those sort of mistakes.
Absolutely, and I think that their impact was more in this kind of rounds where the decision making was the difference between these two. There was I think it was like round 5 or 6 where we see Kiko just jumping onto sides, ults, and goes straight to the defuse. It seems like this is not even synergy, it's just individual level, individual brilliance, I have to say.
This is what we see a lot, right, from players that go to global events. They gain even more confidence by just being there, soak up all the atmosphere. They come back and they're even more hungry to go back again, because let's not forget, Nas missed out an entire year of global events. And right now, Liquid are one of the teams we should be sending to Toronto, really.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. And I think it's so important that you mentioned that. Yes, we mentioned the experience that they have in Bangkok, but remember, Team Liquid, throughout the year, they're the team in EMEA that have played the most because they had all that lower bracket run there at kickoff.
They did indeed. But let's talk about Gentlemates on the other side, because you heard it from Boaster there in the pre-match. It is not easy to switch IGLs. He's got so much he has to focus on, but Mini Billy was one of the players that tried his goddamn best to keep his team in this game.
Yeah, it's really difficult because you could kind of see the approach that they were trying to have, right? They were having a lot of slow contacts on their attack, and despite having a double duelist composition, Team Liquid, they just were not feeding into that whatsoever, right? So I think that he was trying to work around what he was able to provide from his lurks, and the rest of the team just weren't really like on the ball to follow up with that.
I think that this really wasn't their map. I expected to, like the composition didn't favor the opponent. It's a tough opponent because they have a lot of experience in the map, and it's probably their best map, and now that Abyss is gone. So I just want to think and hope that Haven is going to be different, because when we talk about comfortability, Haven should be that for Gentlemates. Very good results. I want to see how the IGL is going to change. But remember, they were the only team that we had in EMEA that were running the Neon here, looking at Click again to see if he can bounce back from that performance.
Yeah, I definitely think Neon was something that he was a lot more comfortable on, right? So it'd be nice to see him get that confidence up. And I think as well, like, how are they kind of integrating Kamek into the team? You know, having that newer player to kind of set him up is kind of like where I need this to come to fruition now.
Yeah, exactly. You're speaking about Kamek looking on the other side. Now if Team Liquid wants to close this in a 2-0 fashion, what is Serial going to be playing? We saw him slotting right into the Astra. Do we expect him to, in this Haven, pick up the tickle?
Yeah, it's a weird one when you think of it, right? I don't know what to expect from Serial. I think that he had an okay debut, and I think that if they can continue to have this momentum, there was a couple of rounds, especially when Team Liquid switched sides, that I thought we were starting to get muddy Valorant again from Team Liquid. I was getting a little bit worried, not winning any of those pistols. So I think Gentlemates could still be in with a chance here.
Here's the thing, with Kamek not playing the Tejo on Gentlemates, as we move on to the next one, Liquid, who's going to play Tejo for them? And will Kamek go back to the Tejo?
Serial said he was playing New Agents.
Yeah, but
plural, so.
I would like to see Kamek play the Tejo again. It was one of the better things, you know, he brought out for us. So I hope if that is the plan, if they plan to change.
Rapid PK used to play the Soba, so I think it's a good and fair trade. You're still gonna have the breach, you can combo it perfectly, you do not give up the drone, you still have the damage. I think it's pretty fair.
Yeah, I mean, do we even potentially see some sort of double duelist come out from them again? I mean, they were
Mini Yoru.
I mean,
Mini Yoru, give it to me.
maybe Mini Yoru.
Actually,
race?
Honestly,
oh,
I was,
yes. You like it,
I was thinking
Don't
a
you?
Click Whaley potentially, because of course he enjoys the neon on this map. So do we see them try to implement that Whaley?
I actually wouldn't hate it. I agree with you. I really, really wouldn't hate it if that's the route they go down, because why not just throw a surprise out at Team Liquid as well? Because there's no way they would have been able to prep for that.
Yeah, exactly. You're not going for the new maps, right? Like, think about this. Team Liquid has gone to Bangkok. They've also had the change. They only have a set amount of time to prepare for everything. You, on the other hand, we were saying they were one of the first teams to leave the competition and kick off. It's almost 2 months that you have to prepare. If it's not the new maps and it's going to double down on the ones that you have already comfortable and that you have already played, what is going to be the surprise?
Yeah.
Because you cannot tell me that you're going to keep everything the same, even though you've changed a player, that you're going to keep everything the same to surprise a team that has had so much experience already.
And to be fair, it's not even a crazy thought, right? Because it suits Click. A character like Whaley, you can really see him pop off on it. But that's the problem. He's got to get into the game. We saw it from Kayak earlier. All it takes is a couple of kills and you're there. You know, you get the confidence back. Everything's going to be good. And this is also their map pick. So, Billy, do you think we're going to see map 3? We want to.
Yeah, of course we want to. I think it really just depends on if they can, like you say, get their heads back in the game. I think that Click didn't find any success at all really on Split just then, and that's why I started questioning, you know, is it because we have Kamek on that breach? I was surprised to see Zipan on the Tejo. I thought it would have been Kamek. So yeah, I think it's more just like how was the rest of his team also helping set him up for success?
Yeah, I think after the last map, it's just a massive GG go next. You know, GG go next, let's not think about it. I do also want to give some kudos to Nats as well, because what a phenomenal player. He just keeps getting better. We see so often some of these players that's been here for such a long time, it's hard for them to improve, to learn new things. But
I stay hungry.
Yeah, but I just cannot believe how great of a IGL he is on top of how great of a player he is. He's honestly one of the best we have in the region.
Mini's doing the same on the other side, though. I don't think that his personal and individual performance has been affected by the fact that he is IGL, and I do want to see, now that we're jumping into familiar territory, how much of the old Gentlemates we're going to see in the new one, because the coaching stuff doesn't change, but maybe he likes things done in a different way. I remember a Gentlemates that was extremely passive, just playing everything for the retake, with having very good retakes, do not get me wrong, but having that very marked and by now predictable style.
I want to see Cadaver step up as well, because a lot of the vibes from this team is Kada. He's the big brother, he's the dad at this point of this team, and I want him to come in and give them some energy, give him some noise, you know, get them pumped up here, because I didn't really see much of that in the last one, besides the mini 4K from the pistol.
I have to agree, and then on the other side you have Patty shouting across the stage, and I think that, yeah, Gentlemates, they looked a little timid when we were watching them throughout Split. You know, they weren't really shouting things back.
He's smiling.
And Mini was hyping himself up. I mean, yeah, maybe he heard you. I don't know.
Yeah, he's cracking up. I want to know. Oh, Mini's giving a little smirk as well. Maybe he was joking around.
No, but it's good to see that the vibes are up, that they can move on from whatever it was that it happens. We're seeing Click right now. Whatever happened on that first map has to go out of the window. You just need to focus on Haven. Please take us to Icebox. I so would love to see this two teams at Icebox.
Especially between, yeah, like you said, these two teams. I want to see the Icebox as well. We are going to get into games soon, just checking everything's going to be okay on our end. So thank you very much, you guys, for sticking with us. And I saw in the poll result, it was like 78% people voted
it
Liquid.
was a blowout. Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, people are just not confident in Gentlemates.
No, I think all the Gentlemates fans are watching Squeezy stream probably. They're not. They didn't get to see the poll, because there is no way the Gentlemates fans wouldn't be voting for them. They got such a big fan base.
Yeah.
And of course we have Champs in Paris coming up. They also want to avoid relegation. We don't want to see a team like Gentlemates being in risk of that, and they have to start here. Even though their group on paper doesn't look, you know, like the hardest group in the world, you got to get all the wins you can get.
You know, I was thinking about this yesterday with Koi, and how, you know, some teams are struggling to get the wins, and how that ends up playing on the players, like when we see them on stage, and how the dynamic and the aura of the team. Some teams honestly just need a win, any win, to start building up towards something. And I think that for Gentlemates, even though Team Liquid is one of the toughest opponents that they're probably going to find in their group, I think that they can take this win, but it has to start here.
We got to start on Haven. We will be bringing you Agent Select in just a moment. One last thing, Billy, you want to see Kamek back on the Jet here, or maybe switch it up?
I don't mind Camo on the Jet. I just don't know. It's hard to say, right? Because they've been playing it recently, you know, they've maybe not had the time that they would have liked to have switched things up, so I don't mind them sticking with what they've played in the past.
Absolutely. Having a new player just back from Bangkok, 2 new maps coming in, Abyss, one of your best maps, is gone. You have already too much on your plate. I do not think that switching the composition... Also, if you were to tell me that this composition did not work, then I'll be on your side.
Well, let's take a look at the agent select and see if we will get anything different coming out here. It will be Serial on the Tejo, and then Kamek will just do breach instead of Sova.
Oh, so now since
Sova.
yeah. So Zipan has moved on to the Sova, which was with Robbie BK was playing Kamek, probably just out of comfort, just like we saw on Split, just sticking onto that bridge. Serial, of course, playing his first Tejo here, just lotting in for what Kamek was doing, and we're going to see no surprises in terms of the compositions.
Yeah, I mean, like you say, no changes on either side other than a couple of like role switching here, but Serial being on that Tejo, I'm intrigued to see how that will go, just because, you know, previously Kamek had so many like good little set plays.
This is the
So have they been able to like kind of integrate Serial into the team in that regard?
This is the thing. I do not want to see Gentlemates get caught out by anything Serial does on that Tejo, because Kamek should know every little setup, every little cheese. He should be able to tell his teammates. So let's hope that Gentlemates, Bitch and Tom, can take us to a map 3.
Well, I'm a fan of Icebox, so I wouldn't mind if we end up there, Tom. But after that performance in the first half, I think most people will be coming in favoring Team Liquid. We saw it on the poll, but who knows where the French fans have gone. Maybe this will get them back out of the woodwork. Attack side start for Gentlemates here on Haven. Are you going to sow the seeds of hope, Tom?
It's one of their better maps. I think they won it a couple of times when we were back at kickoff, but again, the opponent caliber was not the same. It was a very, very close victory versus Apex, and then a dominant victory versus Koi. But these are teams that I think on paper you'd expect them to beat, whereas Liquid as a team you don't expect them to beat. Whereas on the other side of things, you go on Liquid, they beat both Foot and Vitality over a kickoff on this map. Those are big names to take down. Lost to G2. Most people lose to G2. So I think
I'm really excited for the new movie, I exclaimed with excitement. Little did I know, it would be a feature, a creature feature, featuring the creature. Can I go to toilet, please?
It makes things a lot more difficult, and I'm going to miss seeing the Kamek Teo, because I think it was fantastic on this map.
The pressure being put onto the C site by Gentlemates, and although it was relatively undefended, that paranoia, the stun, has reinforced the site nicely. A rotation from Gentlemates, but just the same for Team Liquid. Already moving through the spawn are 2 players. It's Camo and Patatek. They'll have utility. Both the Breach and the Tejo being here alongside Camo on the Jet. This is where trouble starts to brew. Players already spotted in the drone, stops them from using their abilities. Camo sees one on short. They're starting to tick all the boxes here. Team Liquid know exactly where the hit's coming in, but Click tries to use the stun to get back sight. Unfortunately, Kiko's there, filling in the space and filling the bodies with lead on the other side. It's Team Liquid with a 1-0 start on Mate's map pick.
Yeah, a scary thing to bring up as well, that Kiko has actually moved over to his favored duelist of Omen. You might be thinking that sounds mad, but that is where he put up ridiculous numbers throughout all of kickoff, and it just seems like this. I like. He sees his teammate getting stunned by Breach, immediately swings because he's not stunned. Make sure that, I think it was Patty at the back of the site, comes out alive and basically just takes a big risk to save him. That's the thing. I feel like as well, one of my favorite matchups going into this now is Patatek was obviously supporting a lot of what Kamek was doing when he played that Tejo. Now Kamek is going to try and match the master on the Breach. And I'll be honest, I don't know if he's got what it takes.
It's a big task, that is for sure. Team Liquid, defensive success starting this out. They filled in C site, but Mate's already up close. They've used these smokes to get into sneaky little angles. The big swing, but Nats is there to catch them all. Patatek and Kiko have his back well and truly covered, and I think Mates ran into a few more bodies than they expected to.
I disagree. They did not have him covered. They ran through the short smoke, and Nats got killed. That was horrific.
They traded him out afterwards.
Yeah, but they didn't have him covered. He holds onto the right side of the site, does all the work, and kills in the back. Terrible team.
He's being betrayed. They are there.
Look.
They are looking at it.
Look at how's he got to there? What?
Oh, yeah, that's tough. Hey, I've hung him out to dry a little bit.
I expect better. Obviously, only one player lost. And I love it. We just mute the whole thing he's saying. We're just looking at his face at this point. Panatek, I plead with you, if you ever watch this back, which I don't think you will, but if you do, please say something we can put on the broadcast. Just once. Just once. It'll be nice.
Just hold back this one time. It's our only request.
2-0. Relatively clean. And actually some heavier investments in the last, meaning that if they want shields, heavy shields, which they do versus that sniper, they're going to have to go down to Guardians. So it's actually, on paper, other than the Sheriff, which is in Nat's hands, it kind of almost looks like a better buy for Liquid.
Well, the Seaside hits have not really been working for mates, but it was a pistol and a low buy this time. With rifles out, with Guardians in play. A movement towards A site is going to be tested out. We see Nats' setup.
It's only Nats with a Sheriff.
Sheriff in hand. He'll use his cages here, just hoping to pick them up as they step into those traps for now, not intending to move towards the back site, and in fact, just tapping the spike and giving up control. 40 seconds left, though. Nats is a big pick. It's going to free up a lot of the site control, but Serial has filled in the gap, making his way into this corner. He'll be spotted, revealed, the spams into the corner, not landing on him. The trade, at least from Panatek, but numbers thinning out. Panatek holding strong, and Camo's here to help. Mini giving away his flank, but gets it to a 1v1, 15 seconds. The spike has to go down on A at this point. There's no time to turn tail. Panatek going to expertly reposition down below. It's a gamble from Mini as to where he could be, and Mini wins! The Red Bull clutch for him in a round where they put their credits on the line. Mini shows up again for Gentlemates.
We might actually have to start putting in the corner how many rounds that Mini is winning on his own for this team. They said that he would take over the in-game leading. It seems like he has to take over the game if they're going to have a chance in this matchup. Because, again, like, you look at that round, you go, okay, Nats basically just died. But in essence, the amount of time he was able to buy and just surviving at the back of the site, it gave so much over to Liquid that, yeah, it literally came down to just one player on the clutch. And
my camera is destroyed.
Well, as said,
I must wait a moment.
That was just the bonus. Now have a full investment coming in from the side of Liquid. And not really anything either to pad the gaps. That's the nice thing if you go in when you've lost a couple of weapons here and there. You go, okay, well, we got this ult that will help us out. Well, unfortunately for them this time, Mini's not on the Viper, so it'll be the neural theft that he's almost farmed up.
This push down by Camo is risky. The head spotted and connected on, and he has his dash to get right out. That's a nice start. He's come back out for more. They won't expect it. After seeing him fall back, short push as well. Kiko and Panatek. Serial was there, but they're backing off. They've gotten Panatek into this position. They'll bait for him. A little bit risky depending on where they come from. They might see that barrel on Panatek, but if they're focused up top, that's a different game entirely.
Timing.
They've seen him. Timing. They saw the barrel. I mean, it's just a bad position unless you've got that bait.
It was also, Kiko was, I think, setting up a smoke. So because of that, that setup completely fell apart. They've given up the space. Serial, that's the second time he's been scanned after missing the dart. Luckily, though, oh, when you've got Nats, you've got Kiko. Sometimes that's enough. Still two players, one of them Mini. Kamek still looking for something versus his old team, and now needs to do it all. Two players standing down to low HP, and well, Camo kicked it off. Camo finishes it off.
Well, the only round on the board was the one that Mini pulled across the line. I'm looking back at the last map as well, and I think you can put 3 or 4 more, either half or more than half of the rounds down to Mini. I think 4 is fair. Between the 3K, the 2 4Ks, and the clutch.
The 4K where they should have won a round.
Exactly.
Again,
exactly. I don't know what that was. Cookie Monster style laughs. Goodness gracious. All right.
He's literally saying every time that he is lost alone. That's what he's calling him out for. And to be fair, if he's playing the breach, maybe it shouldn't be the case. But hey, it is very entertaining. And I think it will be difficult for that not to get in your head, especially with the fact that it is literally being screamed at you across the stage. But there you go, he said something that we could put on the broadcast. So I appreciate that one, Panatek, although if you were watching live, I think we have bigger issues to deal with. An early pause, though, and a break back that, well, you have to bear in mind the round they won was one player surviving. So their economy has been obliterated. But it's time for coaches, Go Kid, to try try and come out with something here. I can only assume that this pause is this early because there is something either within communication or something severe enough that you need to stop it early, otherwise this could get out of control.
Oh yeah, with 3-1 on the board. You think back on the last map again, you know, it didn't feel like mates really had their hands firmly on the reins at any point, and then you come into this 3-1.
That
Team Liquid continue.
It seemed like they didn't have their hands firmly.
Trying to fly that under the radar a little bit, but just pulling out the disses, putting a spotlight on them. But for mates, let's see if they can find recovery. Even in this round, there's chances. Nats is there to pick up the opening. The rest of the squad a little late in following it up. Now they flood through that tiny little choke point, looking for the fight. They might get it. This is a good opportunity with the Stinger up close and the Sheriff follow-up from Kamek. That's about as good of a start as you could wish for.
All the information as well that the C site is clear. They can retrieve a gun or two, get into post-plant positions. There's a lot of ultimates that are close though. That's the main worry. Armageddon, 1 away. Bladestorm, 1 away. Any kills going in the other direction could be a problem. Kamek could get 1 though. Getting ever closer to his own and gets an isolated fight. Serial a little bit ahead of the curve, and Aftershock versus Aftershock, but it's going to come down to just Paditech. Clears out that first kill, but there are 2 more to find, and that time is ticking. You can see Kata's not got the best weaponry, but he's just looking to be awkward, create issues for his opponent.
And that's a big issue. Smoke down, he knows the defuse can't be had before a pick is found. Unfortunately, just listen to how quickly the ticks are coming in on that spike. Paddy looking for a little bit more, and he'll find it. 3-piece in this round. It is a pay safe card thrifty, though, for Gentlemates, despite the wealth of ultimates in play for Team Liquid for the next round. This is what mates need. Chip away at that lead, and making a round like this work is splendid. It's got to recover their mental somewhat.
One enemy remaining.
Be a little bit overconfident at times, but the thing is, it's done serious damage to Liquid side. We were talking about the economy of mates, but it's weird because they're left with nothing in terms of weaponry, a single gun for Paditech, but they do have all 5 ultimates, which means you're going to get a Bladestorm, and if it gets close at any point, you might see one of those other ults thrown in.
Big push from Liquid. They got to take risks in a round like this where you don't have a lot to work with. That was Kiko to land the headshot on the Sheriff, but the rifle doesn't make it out. The knives from far away, though, able to land the kill onto Kata, removing the smokes for this side. And mates really going to struggle to find map control now. Look at the push down from Team Liquid, too. They're going to recover a rifle onto Nats, another for Camo, even if those blades run dry and don't find their mark. And there's the info. With all these ultimates online, they're being used well. And this Rolling Thunder, although it gives them the bit of mental security to cross Garage and move to the site, it doesn't land on anyone. There's nothing they can follow up with, and the advantages still need to be found elsewhere. Serial in big danger, not expecting that deep push, and that could be the undoing of this round, with Camo having it all on his shoulders and Kamek delivering shots to the head.
That's a great mid-round call. I think realizing that, okay, if we basically go for a default plant, we're going to get wrecked by the ultimates that are there from the side of Liquid. So let's push aggressively. Let's catch them while they're setting up utility and have a post plant for the back of site. That's a good mid-round call coming out of Mini. And as said, like, this is a new role for him. I think the on-the-fly stuff could maybe come a little bit more naturally. Like, okay, this is what I want to do in this moment. And clearly had a good read in that scenario. Back to 3-3. And something I wanted to mention as well, that the 2 maps we did see was very strong early starts from the side of mates, so it's good that they're back already.
Well, Kiko looking to be a thorn in the side, but they have rooted him out of position. The advantage stays with mates, the site to be taken. Rolling Thunder put in early. That's getting Serial into position to slow or maybe stop this push altogether. The drone up top, it's catching info, and they're following up, swinging in, but it's Kamek holding the angle that finds the reward. Nats, 3 players to pick up. The drones even spotted him, so right away, there's no surprise anymore. Mates know exactly where he is, and I don't think you see very often a player look for that spam battle after being spotted up, so an ambitious play by Nats, and he did some damage.
I think that's exactly why he did it. Oh, close angle. That's risky. And this is not the sort of guy that you want to give opportunities to. Nats now turning it into a 1v2. The crossfire is still nasty. Realistically, when contact is made, there should be a swing, and while Kata doesn't give the chance for anything more. Another solid round from Kamek as well, back-to-back multi-frags as he now moves up to the top of the board. It literally is him and Panatek at the top of the moment.
They're doing it all. And yeah, when you look at how we've gotten here for Team Liquid, 3 out of 4 of the first rounds, mates, like you said, we need that early success, and they are most certainly finding it here. This is comfort for them as well. A map that they chose and a battleground that seems to favor them from what we've seen so far. For Team Liquid, a pause. Taking the time out here, and they're coming into a round where they don't have a lot of credits. They came in with 5 ultimates not long ago, and no success found. And they spent those ultimates, the Blade Storm used before, the Rolling Thunder, and the Armageddon, nothing. Finding the reward that they needed.
I think it's worth noting as well that, again, when you look back to their victories when they were playing at kickoff, it was 9, 8, and 9 rounds on this defensive side. So they have been stellar on this side of the map. A lot of it came down to solid set plays based around the Tejo. And, if I'm being brutally honest, it came down to Kamek having a fantastic game. Like, each time, as I said, I think it was the last 4 times, including their loss to G2, he either finished top in 3 of the matches in terms of rating, or he finished second. So removing that as a piece of the puzzle for this map, it's going to be difficult to plug and play.
You out that door, baby, bye, bye, bye. Don't wanna be a fool for you. Just another player in your game for 2. You may hate me, but it ain't no lie. Baby, bye, bye, bye.
I think Click was the only one really affected by the Rolling Thunder because it was quite early. Players were still out on long. So yes, he didn't win the fight, but also we look to the utility as potentially could have been used a little bit better. Or maybe we look to mates and say they avoided it very well. Regardless of why that happened, there's no denying that it did. And for Team Liquid, 3 rounds on the board. It was a good start with 3-1, but now mates have full control. They have their hands back, and they're firmly on the reins. Now, for the defensive side, not a big investment, not a round we expect a lot. And the push coming in towards this A site. Mates are running right in to a mostly open site. The only danger is spotted now. He's able to get out of there at least, and I mean, if he finds a kill, I am surprised and perhaps perplexed. Well done by Zipan to deal with that, and it looks like just housekeeping across the board going well.
Very nice take. Methodical as well. The mistakes that we saw in the last map have seemingly dissipated. I said much more of a comfortable pick, and maybe a few confidence kills coming up for Serial. It's unlikely to change the round, but at least maybe do some Really? You sure about that? Was that a misclick or just ego? I
just
don't
redeemed
know.
point and love cat.
That seems mental. Maybe just doesn't like the ult, but he'd be the first.
Yeah, I'm really not sure of the logic behind using the ult there. I'm gonna go with it was a misclick, but I'm sure it's possible it was just a confidence play as well.
Yeah,
nah, there's no way he activated it there in the middle of the open. Yep, yep.
Definitely misclick. Okay, that's fine.
Nail on the head.
It
well,
happens.
That's, yeah. If he looked happy about using it, I would have been, we would have to bring that up in the interview later on. 5-3. Gentlemates continue to put rounds up here on the attack side. And it's Team Liquid looking to hold on to the C side as a lot of presence is sent this way early on for mates. Ult even used by Kata, committed as he's now got deep back site control and a Hunter's Fury out of Zipan. This is a lot invested for mates.
All of that to kill Nats,
and he still
walks away.
Yeah.
You need to remove him from the setup. And to be honest, that is the main thing. You've got him out. He's not lurking, he's not hiding somewhere in there.
Spike planted.
When you look what's remaining for the retake, Panatek, no util, no paranoia. It's only going to be what comes back online. Timing is going to be everything. They're going through at the same time, an even trade to start things out, but it seems like it's eventually going to swing into the attacker's favor. 2 remaining for that defense as they get picked apart one by one. This started off level, but the fact is mates are starting to run away with it now.
Obviously, when we switch to Kamek, you can be a little bit worried seeing the ult just being held in hand, but there were two teammates close, ready for that fight. He's close so that the ult doesn't hit his teammates, but still gets them. And the gamble, a lot of the time, is they're going to use utility. Who retakes through a smoke without using util? That's your sign. They're on their way. Ult fired through and worked well. But again, we go back to the start of the round. This is somewhere that there were a lot of ultimates for mates. Oh, wow. Especially after Click using his ulti by accident at the end of the previous round. They came in and invested 3 ultis. That's a big ulti con dump, but it works out. It's an important round, a swing round perhaps, as Team Liquid invested their money, and now they don't have any.
Now we've got Camo with a hero rifle. Something to note as well, mentioned the pause from Goked. Correct me if I'm wrong, 3-1 down?
I think so.
Haven't lost a round since. So whatever he spotted, whatever the words of wisdom were from the coach, they have definitely made a difference. Well,
deploying drone.
This round at least, expectations incredibly low. For Camo, he's either got to get enough kills that he's close to his ult, or he's got to basically win it. This is going well for Nats though. This is why you want to get rid of this guy as soon as possible. Kiko gets one as well with the shotgun. And they have not got rid of Nats. That is, as said, in the last round, the goal was kill Nats. The goal is still kill Nats.
Yeah, and it ain't going well.
No,
He's picked up a third, the first 2 with a Sheriff, and now the recovered rifle working wonders.
Goka's going, I said kill Nats.
Oh, well, that strategy might have to be repeated in the next timeout. Finally, Nats will go down, but so does Kata with a pay save card. Thrifty. Team Liquid have broken that win streak on the other side. It was a 5-round-in-a-row performance from the side of mates. They've tasted defeat at long last, and well, after using up their ultis, it's not like they have an easy fallback for those safety nets. The fact that Nats is able to get so much done here is outrageous.
Yeah.
I didn't realize he recovered the rifle so quickly as well, immediately after the kill.
That was the thing. I think Mini maybe overplayed it a little bit. Like, knew where he would be hiding off the back of that cam, went to pre-fire it, and just Nats was quicker. That's the thing. That single gun completely changed the round. An aggressive start, solid stun out from Paditek. Going to set up Camo wonderfully. In fact, a second assist, but goes out for more. And in fact, Zipan's found a quick double, and then Mini's lurking to get his revenge. Catches out Nats. Now it's left all onto one, and well, Mini has immediately called for that rotation. Bring the spike to me.
Yeah, Kiko tried to fake it out, getting caught by the ultimate rotating, and he goes back in the other direction just in case. But as the spike is planted, he'll realize that, yeah, this is the other side of the map that's in play. And take a look, economy, it's decent for the next round, but one player, Nats, down to 400. And I think that's got Kiko thinking about carrying this weapon through for the drop.
Yeah, especially if he gets a few extra credits. That's maybe an outlaw. Like, he can just give that over to Nats. It's a perfectly viable weapon for Nats to play. So I think holding on to this gun is going to be ever important. Well, Kamek is looking. He's been called out throughout the match by his opponent, but he is now the top fragger in the server. Removing this gun would be nice, but I think it's such an unexpected angle to be held. And well, the rest of the players a little bit further away. Kiko actually going back to the side. Got to be careful. Well, loses his life right at the end. Big kill for Zipan. I think they may still scrape a bye together, but it's definitely not going to be quite as nice as they would have liked.
Yeah, there's going to be gaps now. I think, you know, early fight for that defensive side. Camo's able to land so much, and it seems like this one's locked down. Serial's still on long, but Zipan comes swinging back through, and you lose 3 players on the other side of the map. You see 3 players there fighting you. You think maybe you should rotate pretty quickly, but that ends up being Nats' demise. 7-4. Team Liquid behind by 3. A different face to mates. Armageddon used. Salvo sent through, and it's Kamek and Kata caught. A huge performance from Team Liquid with early aggressive util on A, and they have sent Mini into a difficult scenario. A 1v5 to pick up. The spike's down.
Kamek just died to the setup he normally runs. Like, we've literally seen him do that exact setup, and they've just fallen hook, line, and sinker for the exact same thing. It is very difficult to avoid, I'll say. If you're set up outside A, it's a disgusting combination. And while Mini, leading by example, seems like an impossibility, and in-zone flawless to close out the half, it's close going into the second.
Yes, a better face from the side of Gentlemates. They've done well to go in with the lead. 2 rounds separate these two teams. We'll find out if map 3 is in our future after the break.
One enemy remaining.
Well, it's time to find out if this is the last map of the night or if we're going the distance all the way to Icebox. The choice is up to Gentlemates. They're leading by 2, but they need to win this map to have a shot at this series. Some good signs of life, though, in that first half. And for Team Liquid, look, we had a good start, 3-1 up, but Mates managed to sweep their way right back into the game. Do you think things are going to change for Liquid, though, now that they're on the attack?
That's the thing. A lot of the big victories we've had from them, it's been, as said, a solid showing from Kamek and solid defensive halves, which obviously we had one of those, but unfortunately he's on the other team now. So I'm interested to see what Liquid have got on the attack because, as said, in most cases, they've been so far ahead that their pistol could have closed the game. So definitely be interesting. I always think, though, you have the setup of Paditek and an aggressive jet of Camo, you got a good chance.
Well, it's time to get right into the game and right into the B side. Camo going deep on that dash. Smoke off for the left side as they look to work A with this split. And Camo will be a real annoyance to these players as he wraps all the way around, tucked on the boxes, hearing the rotations as well. They could bring the spike back, but I think they're going to try to use Camo when he springs that trap. It could be being watched by Kata. The timing here will be everything as the fight on the site. They've lost Kata. Now their back is wide open. They need to fight forward. Kamek, good for 1 onto Paditek, and he'll keep them boxed in. The spike can't run back, can't cross and move to C without going straight through Kamek. It has managed to slip out with the TP, but that leaves a player isolated, surrounded, and a shock dart to take him down from the grave. Kamek,
30 seconds left.
A 1v2. It's not going to be easy, but it's possible.
Yeah, with how he's been playing, definitely seems like his most comfortable map. Now should have the realization that needs to go back towards C. The issue, though, is just the position of Camo. Like, he has been an anomaly throughout the round. Where he could be at this stage is completely unknown, and Kiko actually watching the angle instead. It will be another pistol. But as we saw in the last map, sometimes winning both pistols isn't enough.
That's the thing for Team Liquid, especially being down by 2. This almost just resets them coming into things. You have to hope for a better performance when the rifles come up. And I like the idea coming in from the attack. I love the fact that Serial also realizes, you know, I'll give you the spike, you get out of here. He stays with the sinking ship. He knows he's not going to have a good time, but still does well to take the kill.
Save yourself.
Yeah, go on without me. And he most certainly did. I mean, Kata didn't blink. He's, all right, cool, I'm out. Not taking that fight.
Remember me.
Luckily, they don't have to remember him for too long. He's right back on the server. And lots of rifles here. 4, in fact, with a Spectre. Team Liquid don't really want to be losing anyone. And what they're up against does very much enable that reality. Mates have only got classics, but they have got numbers.
Now with the spike ticking, post-plant utility in position. element of surprise is not going to be an easy one. They know there's no flank. Trips are still in play. Part of me does wonder if mates just get to the stage where it's go, okay, we don't want to just feed them orbs. We don't want to give them ultimates going into their bonus. Let's just try and hold on to whatever we can. Oh, well, Cat has at least found a kill. That's an extra gun dropped to the deck. It's not one of the rifles. The next kill would be a rifle if they could find one, but that's a lot easier said than done. And well, at this stage, yeah, he does actually have to run back in, otherwise he's not dying for that spike.
Yeah, obviously Serial there just sidestepping the stun caused a bit of issues, but real potential for lasting damage in that round. 2-0 start in the half. Team Liquid find themselves neck and neck. The investment from them, decent.
Yeah.
You look at that and you think Bulldogs, especially going together, it's not going to be as much of a disadvantage as you might think. For Gentlemates, that means they've got to be cautious in this round. Click on the Neon. 7-13, it's not the strongest of starts, but I think he might be looking to add up and tally up a few more eliminations to the board. He's close in Garage, and he's heard a TP. He's heard lots of noise moving towards this B site. It's all about his timing. Oh, but he's paranoid. It's still good for one, but the trade so quick. And as they pull back into the angle, the close range weapons, well, they love that fight. They don't like that one, though. Mini shutting them down.
Again, solid position of Mar. The second he's on an angle, that crosshair placement is pristine. Another round to add to the tally of, yep, that one comes down to Mini. And a lead taken. I do agree, though, that the issue with Click having a tougher game, obviously when you're diving into the sights on the attack, you can kind of forgive it, but he needs to pick up here because a passive Neon, I don't know if there's many of those. The one that springs to mind was, I think it was Defo back on Split. So it was a while ago.
Oh yeah, we're really
and it was just him like bouncing stuns to slow people down.
Yeah, the initiator Neon, support Neon. I'm not sure it's going to catch on.
No, it shouldn't.
And I don't think Click's going to be looking to make it catch on either. Zipan doesn't get the info, but still fires the shock dart through, knowing someone broke his little arrow. But Nats has gone down, and yeah, it was the peek into the window. Now, he's gone down, no control over your back. It's time to go forward.
Already pressure in. I like that. Isolates the kill on the non-blinded player, but that does give Zipan time to regain his vision and take down the majority of the squad. Kamek came in as backup, and this deadly duo of initiators has slaughtered Team Liquid's entry into the site.
Well, they've done a wonderful job. After initial pick as well, you know, you get very pigeonholed by that. You got to go forward, because if you don't, they can be coming behind you at any given moment. You're losing players to having to secure your flank.
You're so good, Kamek. Let's go. Click hit him and look at my ass.
As they go diving in, well, Gentlemates are all too ready to receive that party. 9-7, 2-round gap. Mates climbing back up. They lose the pistol, they lose the follow-up, but since then, nothing but success. Now Liquid have got a lighter buy. Sheriffs, Stingers, and no ultimates to fall back on. Patatek could maybe have his, but realistically, this is just going to be a brute force round. Looking to use the numbers, and a few, well, to be honest, I thought more shots hit than did. I think none hit.
No.
He's being robbed.
Blinding. Well, they will have the sight. The main thing that can work in their favor here is time. Walking into the trip won't help. Mini is going to go through this. The cavalry has arrived alongside him. You can see, though, the only goal from Liquid is to play up close, and I think they've misread how far forward these players on Gentlemates have gone. They wanted the close angle onto the spawn. Aditek's done well. Kill, you don't really expect him to win.
One enemy remaining.
The rest of them are not going their way. Left all onto Nats. Quick and clean.
It's starting to feel like things are, well, heating up for Gentlemates, but maybe cooling down as we move to Icebox next for Team Liquid. If they want to have a say in that, if they want to stop it, it's in the coming round. See those blockades put up, but right now everything's working. The A hit, there were some numbers there and quick rotations coming in from the B site that helped out. I know it was Kamek who ended up picking up a double here on C, again showing that they're more than ready to receive a bit of a direct hit in that direction. And that's going to leave Liquid scratching their heads. Where can they take it? They call a timeout to discuss that as like I said, with economy being invested into the next one, and Gentlemates pushing 11 if they win, facing into a lighter buy, it's do or die, more or less.
Yeah, I think also, similarly to the first half, it was a pause that flipped the script for Goked and the squad, but do we have the same from Lohan on the other side? Can he bring something to the table? They come in with a Rolling Thunder, always going to be helpful, but that Hunter's Fury, and actually almost every single ult coming online, as long as Click's not going to accidentally use his before, it really has the value. But to be honest, at this stage, round or two could just reset Liquid into that third map, just not having the economy to really fight back from it, and some of the performers on their side definitely being a little bit quieter. As said, you have taken your best performer on Haven, given him to your opponent, and unfortunately it's not always going to happen that your youngster making his debut is going to do as well as someone like Sibo, who just happened to have like one of the best performances we've ever seen. That's not the expectation. Don't get it wrong, don't get it twisted, especially when Serial is literally just plug and play at the moment.
Oh, we talk about the passive Neon. We're not going to see it from Click, thankfully. It is that aggressive hold, but there's a trap waiting for him. Look, Elite, if he keeps pushing forward, he'll get that information. Thing is, you know, usually when you push through that point, you're already committing to the deep control.
Locating targets.
So they won't know about that trap late into the round. The drone sends him flying backwards, and that's just causing a bit of an eyesore, popping up that cage so they don't know what's going on. They can't see the play at hand. The B site threatened, but also spotted out. I think they were just trying to fill in the space, hoping that there would be an overreaction to C, but that hasn't occurred.
Again, like Gentlemates have been fairly happy with their positions. I think as well, when you have that Hunter's Fury available, you know that you can buy yourself time. Like, you don't have to overcommit to these fights. Like, you saw there was a moment Zipan gets a tag with the drone. He could have used it just for that kill. That's not the goal. The goal is delay. The goal is to make sure that no plants are easy. This battle going to be an interesting one. Is it read by Nats? We've seen this position, but on the other side, back in the cam, knows there's still a guy there. Stun comes through, just looks to try and clear him out. That's wonderful. And then the Hunter's Fury used as well. 20 seconds of the move is made, and that kill was everything for Kiko. The time is going to be rough just to try and get back in. A solid stun might even close this one out.
And they're ready. Everybody's here. Aftershock in, and Zipan swinging with support. Gentlemates make that one look easy with 4 players left alive and a gap of 4 rounds. Team Liquid put their credits into that one. So now they're going to come in with very much not a pretty buy. Whether they put it all on the line here and now, I don't know. 11-7. You don't want them to push up to 12. You don't want them to have 5 chances to close it out, but you're not likely to win with the deeper investment in this one anyways.
I think the thing in this round is, like, Liquid have the expectation of aggression. They were correct. They forced that aggression back, but the fact is it still felt like that they were the ones running out of time. They were the ones pushing the clock, and Gentlemates look calm and even confident at this stage. They are swinging for battles and brawls versus pistols. They seem to not give a damn about who's standing on the other side. A kill for Nats will garner his ult, will give them information, but what does that information tell you? Okay, they are spread across the map.
Great, go action on that. For Mates, that has been really nice to see on this defensive side. Everything crazy over rotations. Both players were low, and Kiko manages to find both kills as a result. Rifle recovered. And Mates, they might not over-rotate, but both players dying on B leaves a real problem in the late round. Zipan, well, he was surrounded, but it was a 1v1 with Nats that he lost. The timing perfect for the leader of Liquid. And with the plant in, Mini is left to make the big play again. And looking at what he's against, your Omen, your Jet, sure, not too big of a problem, but with a trap covering spawn walkout and a cam covering short, plus running into Kiko, they've got all the information, all the boxes ticked, and for Mini, especially after being spotted, I think he's making the right call.
Yeah, it feels like at times that Gentlemates have clearly had enough time to sort of drill certain ideas. Like, when they have a set play, I think it's been brilliant. Like, speak about the last round, the cam, into the stun, into the opener, into the Hunter's Fury, and into the delay. and then using the aftershock and everything at the end. Great round. Then you look at this one, where it feels a little bit more free-flowing, like people left to their own devices to make decisions, and it's messy. It's very messy. And I think a lot of that will come with time. Obviously, a pay-save card, Thrifty, to get that round away, but that's the thing. Early fights go fantastically, but then there's just almost this boisterous attitude of, yeah, let's swing it again, let's fight it again. And these 2 kills is just, you're up against a pistol. That's one of the few ways I think you lose the round. And then Zipan, I think there's just a domino effect. Like, I can't stay here, I've got to do something, and round falls apart.
Yeah, it did feel a bit unnecessary. I think especially with Click pushing down on short, right? Like going down into sewers at that point. It's space that you don't need to hold, but they wanted it.
Yeah.
And they have very much paid the price. 3 rounds in it. For Team Liquid, it still feels doable, I'm sure. We've got a Blade Storm and an Armageddon coming into this round. High-value ultimates. Meanwhile, Kamek with Rolling Thunder could look to recover late round. Click on the push-up. I didn't like the short push last round, but this space will be vital in the late round, allowing them to have these rotations. Breach leaving A, moving closer to that B side. He'll be ready with a stun in hand. It's Mini alongside Kata with a huge opportunity here, and the swing is good, but the kills, they go the other way. Kiko, Paddy, and Camo. 3 players stepping up in unison, and that couldn't be worse for Click. The trap gets put up right in front of his eyes. At least it won't surprise him, I suppose, but if he was just 2 steps further ahead.
One of the worst things.
Oh man, what's that?
Nats has the spike. So
yeah,
if he was literally ahead of that, the spike's on the ground, and there's 3 players having to run back towards you. The dash is just bait. They were very ready for some tricky positions. Camo willing to sacrifice himself, wasn't even needed. Well, for Click, it comes down to the same scenario as the prior round. They do have credits. Like, they could risk it. He could try and do some damage. Even has his ultimate online. Please don't use it here. But realistically, just wanting to make sure that they're not going to get into those later rounds and start to have issues. But that, again, it feels at times a little bit unlucky.
Yeah, the ball is very much rolling now for Team Liquid. It's picking up pace, picking up mass, and for mates, they'll really want to pump the brakes soon. Coming in with a couple ultis, Zipan not far away from Hunter's Fury, but Team Liquid finding all this success. Again, early control for mates was good. They got up A long, they had themselves a lot of information. The rotations were in the right spot. The stun was in, I think a little deep, but other than that, not much negative to report home about. Not sure if that was worth stepping out for this late in the game, but they've got plenty of money to back up into. It's just, you know, those things have an effect as time goes on.
The reason they want to keep those credits so good is because they're going to invest into an operator. I definitely think that this can be a game changer. Just think about how slow at times this Liquid roster have been playing, like almost trying to play a game of cat and mouse, bait them into different positions, while having an operator just lock down half of the map could be very helpful indeed.
And also seeing that the back isn't being left open a lot for Team Liquid, so Click's not finding value in the late round pushes. But if he can hold that information passive on A, they can rotate in and again be much heavier stacked up elsewhere. Armageddon put into play for Team Liquid. It's towards the C site. Pressure put onto a player like Mini, but he delivers every time under this pressure. Kata, having snuck in along, was in a good spot, but Kiko pulls it right back. Nats sneaking through, catches 2, and now it's Kata with it all to do. He's left the spike behind him. That's not ideal, but he has the ult if he wants it. I think just could have grabbed it. Stuck down. He's on the defensive side, so you're not going to need the spike. All right, then what I'm talking about.
He's trying to protect the
I
spike.
want mates to be back on the attack, Tom. It was a much better side for them, but jeez, it's not going well now. That early pick, that aggression from Kata, the fact that Mini is there to pick up side pick, avoid the ultimate from Serial. They get spike, they get control, but Kiko being able to sneak into this position is outrageous.
You're a bit like Gentlemates. They got lost in the sauce.
Yeah,
they
exactly.
didn't know where
Exactly,
these
man.
players were coming from. And the fact that Kiko manages to even get into that position feels like an absurdity. I think it was it must have been around the timing of that Armageddon. You're so focused on getting out of the way that he's taking that spot at the back of the site. And that caused them so many issues. And then, of course, he is the show, and Nats, well, that's the nail in the coffin. That's the guy behind to stab you in the back every single time. I said, he had quite a first half. I think they did well to sort of get him out of position a lot of the time. Still had a round of 2, of course. That's got to be a tough one to lose, a frustrating one. Again, early advantages, early setup looked great. But, and that's the problem, there's always a but, there's always been this turnaround, 3 in a row now for Team Liquid, and we are seeing diminishing returns for Gentlemates. A chance to go to map 3, but well, they're going to need this pause to be effective. Last one was.
The big investment as well from the operator, it being on the other side of the map here, certainly doesn't play into their hands. Now they don't have that choice. I think Click could have gone for glass cannon.
Also, it's going to be on the other side. Oh, no, it's not.
It's gone.
That disappeared as I said it. That was a magic trick. Can I do that with anything else? Make the fingers disappear.
Maybe click one of the ults for Team Liquid. Get rid of the Blade Storm. Give him a chance.
Oh, wait, maybe at the beginning of the round.
But yeah, no, I mean, Mates had that setup on C. They had the aggression, they had the spike, it didn't work out. Now for Liquid, they're going right back to the C side, feeling perhaps like there's some blood in the water, but Mini is holding strong. This guy's been delivering every time they need him, and he does with a double. In comes Click, ult activated, information there for him as well. He's trying to force the fight with very low HP on Kiko. It looked like a good decision until Patatek hiked up for 2. Team Liquid 11 and 11. The comeback, it seemed possible, but far out of reach for a while. But with 4 in a row, the shoe's on the other foot, and Mates, they're stalling.
Well, that's the thing. The saying is a hero rides in on a horse, a knight in shining armor. Well, Liquid have a few of them. Like, the last 2 rounds have literally come down to what? Kiko Nats having like crazy clutch rounds. Panatek in this one. No! 2 massive kills. Now the pressure really does have to be on the shoulders of Gentlemates. They look like they were home and dry. They've had multiple rounds where they should have been. Now they're starting to falter, starting to dwindle. The credits fading away behind them as well. You wouldn't want to go into the next round with nothing to play with and everything on the line. The question is the confidence even still there? You're 11-11, you're not out of it yet, but it's got to start to dawn on you.
Haven't tested the B site blindly all too often, and there has been space there. Click. Oh, he's pushed out by the salvos, and Nat's ready and waiting. But Mini steps in to fill the space with Kata. 2 kills and the advantage back for them. Kamek there for a double, and it's Kiko. 1v3. He's picked up the first of the 1v4 and has some space towards the A site. Perhaps a plan from this situation, and I mean, even then, though, kind of wants a pick to make this look doable.
Planting on B, it doesn't leave you with a lot, even just in terms of where to go. Doesn't know what parts of the map are clear. Obviously still having the expectation, like Zipan has been late on A almost every single round, and now the place he smoked is the place that they're looking to push through. Other side has been smoked off, maybe considering where they are. He's heard the steps. That will at least give the game away for one of the players. Spam doesn't connect and has to be careful. There's a man still in the middle. It took a little bit of time, but Mates have got there in the end. They are on map point.
Yeah, especially losing that pick towards Garage. The quick decision from Mini and Canada go right back in. Paranoia burned up, and for great reward with Serial trying to send in utility to help his teammates. And obviously the slow creep up through B just meets a player holding back sight, and oh, you're looking the wrong way in traffic. This is the round Mates needed. Guaranteed in overtime at least. But Team Liquid, well, they've won 4 in a row just before that. Perhaps that was a hiccup.
I'll find them.
It's for Mates to close out, and I think Click is going for another aggressive start straight down middle. Certainly starting with the right posture, and yeah, indeed, they're going to creep their way through.
Game to play. That's twice that Nats has had a pop. So many steps being heard, but Serial's waiting for it. I don't think that was an intentional bait, but it is a bait, and Camo's now found that solo man. They've known this as well. Zipan has been holding onto that A site unless there's been a push. Now with no ultimates other than, well, the From the Shadows, and even that's going to get dissipated. Mini with 1, he's been a hero, but he could do no more. And it is Kamek versus his former squad to try and fight versus the lot of them. Otherwise, overtime is coming. And I'll be honest, I think it is.
Oh, Kiko even gets hit by the Rolling Thunder just to buy them that extra time. Kamek, he's got a shorty.
He's going for a knife. He's going for a knife.
Oh,
I guarantee it. I guarantee. This is literally Panatek just trolling. He's shouting at him across the stage. Oh my god. There is some real bite to this matchup. Panatek wants this. I wouldn't be surprised if Kamek wants it just as much.
And I'm sure for Gentlemates, this feels like they were very close to bringing us to Icebox, but now it's been snatched out of their hands. It's difficult to bounce back from these. I mean, we've seen it yesterday with Koi. It looked like it was their game to lose, and then it was. And you love to see...
I lost the life again. Oh, I genuinely... I would love to just sit, watch this game, and listen to Panatek comms just the whole time. I think that's the most.
One of those old
Should we just mute up? We'll just play that. Stream will get taken down.
Yeah, it's not lasting long, Tom. Sponsors are on the phone right away.
Somewhere the producer going, no, we can't do that.
All right, we're into our OT. Team Liquid seem to have built up a lot of momentum for Gentlemates. Back to the attack. This time, Kata is on the attack, right? Hold on.
Give me a round. I'll have to think about it.
Yeah, we'll think about it. We'll come back to that.
I'll tell you next round.
Hold on. We've got our stats guy, the Hog, looking into it. We'll find out soon. For Gentlemates, movement towards the A site, but 2 players left back on B. They're going to sneak through and try to steal that space out from under Team Liquid while applying all this pressure. That'll be the spike going back in the other direction, and this is a great read from the attack on where Liquid have been leaving those gaps. Nats, he loses the fight as well. Finally, click in with the opening pick, and that should get them a plant.
Very worried if it doesn't. Serial now has to deal with the same fate potentially. Nice shot.
They don't know about the second.
Yeah, but it's whether or not Kata actually swings first and actually gets the info, but Kata is there. Just by the TP again. Kiko seems to get so much space from absolutely nothing, but it's Zipan. 2 quick kills through the smoke and only Camo standing. He'll go down.
It's nicely done. Like I said, what a read from Mates after it being a little break for them over on the attack side. They figure B is going to be left open, especially if they make that early presence on A with what has been an attacking side from them previously that was much more direct. And so it is left wide open. And Team Liquid send Nats back to check it. He's not expecting Click to be that close. And that's the first time in a long while we've seen Click get a kill. He's been quiet. I remember him being 10 and 16. Now he's 11 and 21. So it's been a slow start, but finding that value, getting the space, finding the pick, this is what we needed to see.
I was going to say, do we call it a slow start in round number 26? I guess it depends how long it goes. And that's the thing.
There's another map.
That realistically, though, this is all that matters at this point. If they can get this round over the line, go into that final map, and as said, like, obviously it's Icebox just been added back into the pool. Don't know much of what to expect. The only thing I'll say I definitely expect is Nats is quite good at Icebox. Seen many a clip. Yeah, many a clip.
Yeah, 1 or 2.
13-0 to team or 2.
I still can't believe he guessed the clip from the commentary and the video Liquid put out. That made me so happy to see that that moment was as special to him as it was to all of us at home.
Kind of making me want to see Icebox now, but
yeah,
I'm sure for Liquid themselves, they're probably sat there going, oh, I'd rather not, actually. Of course, for any Liquid fans out there, how are the heart palpitations? Another year? Another year?
Day at the office.
More stress? It's always relaxing. It must be so relaxing being a Liquid fan, but just remember, could be worse. Could be a Na'Vi fan.
Oh.
That's a stressful life. That's a stressful life. Is it? It's been stressful for the last few years. Oh, God.
I've got a update down the bottom. A player has reported a hardware issue. We should be resuming fairly shortly. Gives them a moment to stew in it again. You know, this isn't a situation where they can talk over the tactics. You got to stay silent during the technical pauses, but just to reflect on how some of these rounds have been going individually. And I think for this defensive side coming, you know, they've just played that 1 round of OT, but they've had a lot of experience, fresh experience on how this has been running, on how they're going to and I'm curious to see if we are going to get Click used for that early aggression, because I think that's been something that we haven't seen that much of. Straight down C long, I think once A pushes have been here or there.
Baby, bye, bye, bye. Don't wanna be a fool for you. Just another player in your game for two. You may hate me, but it ain't no lie. Baby, bye, bye, bye.
Way from bringing us to a decider on Icebox. Team Liquid, right back to success on the attack. That's what they're hoping for. Another OT and a 2-0 closer.
They've got the potential experience diff, only slightly though. A lot of players that have been around the block once or twice. It's the same battle. We've seen it many a time. Zipan looking for the fight, even swinging out for the fight. Will go down because of it. And as said, a lot of the time he has been that solo A hold. The thing is though, mates are not just sitting pretty, they are walking up mid.
They've taken the space a few times. It's not always successful. Often Team Liquid were ready for it, waiting for it, but a player deep in window, not on their radar. 3 versus 4, and steps heard towards the A site. Guess who's holding down strong here? Mini's been on C, but he swapped it up, and now they don't know what they're running into. That stun was beautiful, and Mini's in with the double. Gentlemates fighting tooth and nail for this map, and they've got it. Many thanks to Mini for that accolade. 14-12. We'll go all the way to Icebox.
It's been a close one. It's been back and forth, even a streak of rounds from Liquid to try and bring it back. But we go for another. It will end on Icebox after the break.
I'm so good! Let's go, guys! Let's go! This game's on me! Let's go!
Let's go, bro. You're the goat. Let's go, Mini.
I have them in my pocket. I have them in my pocket, guys. You got this, guys. Okay?
Bro, you're the goat, bro.
Pô, mas não lose to serial killer. This guy played cheap jump, guys. Come on, focus.
So, guys, please look at them. No one win a fight against us. Even in real life, bro. They are so ugly, bro.
Baby, bye, bye, bye. Don't wanna be a fool for you. Just another player in your game for two. You may hate me, but it ain't no lie. Baby, bye, bye, bye.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Phones drop, but now everybody calling.
Arsol_rush just redeemed. Get out.
See the finish line. I know that I'm near it. Yeah, cut the check and I'ma clear it. Ain't nobody out here that I'm fearing. Hey, easy to see things all on the way up. Used to think it's hard, now I feel just like a layup. I've been in the gym, yeah, I'm tryna get my weight up. That's just the way it goes, that's just the way it goes, that's just the way it goes, the way it goes. That's just the way it goes, that's just the way it goes, that's just the way it goes, the way it goes. That's just the way it goes, that's just the way it goes, that's just the way it goes, the way it goes. That's just the way it goes, that's just the way it goes, that's just the way it goes, the way it goes. That's just the. Hey, you ain't realist, like you got a few disguises. Walk in the room, I know I'ma be the flyest. She like me, yeah, it's hard for her to hide it. One-on-one, ain't nobody like this. Got this far by doing me, I'm everything I knew I'd be. I don't care what we used to be, no, yeah. They tryna get close to me, you can't get what you want from me. I got this vision you can't see, no. Easy to see things all on the way up. Used to think it's hard, now I feel just like a layup. I've been in the gym, yeah, I'm tryna get my weight up. That's just the way it goes, that's just the way it goes, that's just the way it goes, the way it goes. That's just the way it goes, that's just the way it goes, that's just the way it goes, the way it goes. That's just the way it goes, that's just the
One time for your mind, get rocking. One time.
What a response from Gentlemates. They take us to map 3 in this best of 3.
This camera just to lose this map, guys, okay? That's one thing. Let's go, Liquid. Execution. Oh, wait, Hirimali, don't leave me hanging like this, bro. Look at me, bro. Good job, guys. We're in control of this game. Let's go. But...
And that is my IGL. As I was saying, Gentlemates, they bring it to a map 3 in overtime. They're on Haven. I'm your hosting, so I'm joined once again by Kuka and Billy. Now, it very nearly could have been a 2-0 Team Liquid, but you have to take your hats off to Gentlemates. Billy, they played a very, very nice game there.
Yeah, but I got worried because I thought Team Liquid were going to start getting back into that one the way they were
Fake
getting
comeback.
momentum.
Fake
Yeah,
comeback.
It was a fake comeback, so it was absolutely fine. But yeah, I just think that Mini has been performing so well. He really is carrying the team on his back and leading from the front.
Yeah, and if you take a look at the bottom of this graphic, you will see the Team Liquid did win both of the pistols, so they did have good starts of the rounds. We can also see the success rate that Gentlemates were having in those post plants, because we were seeing it round after round, those attacking rounds and in those rifle rounds. They were definitely not only more comfortable, but actually superior in individually.
Yeah, I like the way that they kept their cool even during that fake comeback period going into OT. They seemed very, very calm. Yeah. It felt like on the Liquid side it was more rowdy, right? But I'm glad you mentioned Mini, because he's IGLing, he's fragging, he's side anchoring, he's doing everything. Actually, perfect player right now on the server.
He's an absolute final boss. Like, even in the last round, I think that every single site that he was locking down was so difficult to access. Yes, the individual performance is definitely there. We're talking about how this is a new frontier for him. I want to know how he does also in the long run. He's going to have a very long day now that they've managed to close this one out. But it's very important that he was able to keep them in check.
I think that he's having this individual performance and IGLing first time in VCT, let's not forget.
What can he not do? He's just, like I said, the perfect player on this server. But let's take a look at some of the things we saw specifically in-game as well. I think in the first half there was something you wanted to point out.
Oh yeah, I think that the learning to adapt from the teams is obviously very special. And in a map like Haven, this was a perfect showing of it, because we see this clash time and time again. And it was so nice to see. Was it this one with the Tejo ult and everything that Team Liquid was able to do from the defense?
Yeah, it was really nice. And honestly, I was surprised that Kamek died to that ultimate, because Kamek is usually the one that would be running that. I thought that Gentlemates might have expected that play to come out from Team Liquid, but it caught them off guard.
I'm surprised as well it caught him off guard, but I'm glad you mentioned Kamek, because he's, let's be honest, being on the receiving end of a lot of the rowdiness from the side of Team Liquid, and I'm glad that he's keeping his cool, and this is going to mean a lot to him, Billy, if he's able to get his revenge.
Yeah, definitely, and he was putting up numbers, you know, he didn't have a bad performance on this map whatsoever, and it can commonly be, you know, a little bit anxious going up against your former team, especially when you've just made an international event with them, so I think that he had such a great performance on Haven.
To me, I also want to circle back to the fact that he's now on the breach. We saw it on the first map, and now he wants to stick with this. Maybe this means that the Tejo, he didn't like it, he didn't feel comfortable with it, he wants to be the best version of himself, the one that can make a team a winner. And if it's the breach that he's going to be using in this map, I wonder how that then translates onto Icebox.
No,
because of course, I mean, we saw the breach yesterday, so I was like, oh, do we want to see that?
I very rarely say this. In fact, probably the only time I've ever said this is about Hoodie, you know, the battle stage of our region, is Kamek can play Sage here. And not just play Sage, he can shine on Sage here.
Yeah, absolutely. And on the other side, now that we were thinking about the breach, Paditic being on the other side, he could be playing the KO. Probably he's the best Asian in his pool. So very excited to see what the teams have been cooking up.
Kiko Reina, do we want to see that again?
Yes. What kind of question is that? Any other player, I'd be like, no. Well, maybe Shay does, but then everybody else, I'd be like, no, please, no, thank you.
What about a Click Reina? Because he has played on Icebox before, but we expect the Jet probably.
Yeah, we expect the Jet, but honestly, when I'm looking at Click, I just want him to be on whatever is most comfortable for him at this point, because I've not been impressed with the performance that we've seen from him so far. He's maybe having an off day. I'm not entirely sure what it is, but yeah, he's not really showing up in the server today.
And while we're in the theory craft part of this, we have to go back to the Nats and Serial.
Yeah.
What are they going to do in this map? We have seen, and it's not absolutely crazy to think of a double controller for Icebox, but I want to see if maybe they just, you have an easy way out having the Viper and the Killjoy and find a little bit of comfort for both of them.
Yeah, and if it helps, Serial has played Killjoy here, has played Jet here, has played Gecko here, and the Reina. I just want to quickly shout out Mini on the other side, because he is the only player on this team that has never played Reina on Icebox. Everyone else has. Kamek has, Click has, Zipan has, Kata has, they all have at some point. So Mini
is still pure.
I salute
He's pure.
Mini for
That's why
keeping
he's
it normal.
Adria.
Yeah, he's keeping it normal. But yeah, I agree with you. I mean, for Serial, maybe we see something a little bit more comfortable. I know he said he was comfortable on the new agents, but we haven't really seen him be able to actually perform to his usual abilities.
And I think like a lot of that is because it is a jump, right? Going from tier 2 to tier 1, and he was dominating in VCL Spain, and he had a pretty decent performance in his outing in challenges recently as well. So I think that playing in front of a live audience, you know, getting used to having the in-ears and everything, you know, like it's a new environment.
Having Patatek yelling in your ear.
Exactly. Like these are all things that he needs to get comfortable with. So if it takes him a couple of series to warm up to that stage, then I'm okay with that.
Yeah, absolutely. And we've seen worse. We have definitely seen worse. He's playing, as we're saying, new agents under new circumstances and a new team. There's still a lot of things. But I would, and also the most important thing is the pressure of being on the losing side, of getting a map like Haven so close to getting that victory, to getting that comeback, and not being able to close it. That is also that you have to go through as a team.
And I like that this is a middle ground for both teams, right? It's a new map. They both obviously have something prepped for it. It's map 3 as well. It's where usually everything goes out the window.
That's also very good for Gentamates, because when we think about, obviously they will only get a championship point if they are to win. But even getting that map differential up, even things out, you know, it's good for them.
Especially against a contender like Team Liquid, right? When we actually start to look at their group, this is probably one of the tougher matchups that they're going to have within this season.
It is definitely going to be one of the tougher ones. And let's take a look at the agent select. And it's Waylay versus Waylay.
Both of them. Okay, so we are going to be seeing the double controller for the side of Team Liquid. Kiko and Nat Serial just going on that Killjoy. Patatek on the Tejo and Camo on the Waylay against Click.
Wow.
Absolutely love that we're going to see this head-to-head. So the agent will remain on a 0% win radiating EMEA.
I mean, one of them has to win.
It's impossible now. It's impossible. We're going to get one Waylay win.
I guess. I think for me, I'm interested to see that Kamek is going to be on that KO, right? And we are going to see Zipan to continue with this Tejo. So yeah, that's really nice. And then Mini on Killjoy. We know what he can do on Killjoy. That seems to be a big comfort pick for him.
I'm so surprised the Patatek went for the Tejo. I want to see what it's behind it, because as I'm saying, I was expecting him, out of all people, to go on that KO, because it is his best agent.
And we've seen two very good Waylay players already. They both had their own individual things they brought, you know, their own lineups, their own flair. So I can't wait to see what Click and Camo, Mitch and Tom, can do on Icebox.
Well, it's always exciting to see how teams adapt to a new agent, and now both teams coming in with Waylay. This should be an interesting head-to-head. The old Icebox is no more, but Nat's still coming in on the Viper. Makes me feel good to see him on this agent.
Well, the fun thing is as well is now they have a second Sentinel player. They can still run the Killjoy, and it works wonderfully. So this might be, I think, obviously we've seen Serial be sort of pushed into roles that he's never played a Teo. Controller's not something he was particularly strong on. Sentinel, though, that's what he's been playing the majority of the last few months. So I think that this is a good opportunity to see what he's truly got. And of course, see if Waylay can finally put up like a stellar performance, because it's been very underwhelming so far in EMEA.
Yeah, definitely. It seemed like a curse for either team that picked her, but now both teams have picked her, so
someone has to win.
Someone's got to take the dub. Well, Team Liquid will start on the defensive side. That's not for you at home. I'm just saying that for me. Hopefully I'll remember. As we move into round number 1, and the pistols are pulled in full effect. It's 4 ghosts. Gentlemates moving quickly towards this A site. They've already ran into the Nano, but that won't slow them down. Quickly filling in around the backside, and Cancelled utility. The alarm bot is no real danger, but Team Liquid are taking their time before going for this engagement. Kamek stuck that despite going down to 1 HP.
Fair enough.
That kills! I don't know what strat that is, but I need to note it down.
The whole round so far from Zipan. We've definitely seen some of the individual brilliance that we know he's had in his locker this whole time. And I thought Kamek was going to get the final kill. Got to be careful. It is still Nats, but up top, Canna was remaining in the sight. Gentlemates are going to win themselves a pistol. Though I'll say, Mitch, winning pistols in this series has meant losing the map so far.
About as much of a curse as Pick and Waylay, so we're really just trying to cancel each other out, I suppose, with this one.
If this goes 9-3, I think we're going to have a breakdown.
It's just insane, no, that Kamek stuck that plan. After the first, second, third, fourth, fifth, sixth shot, you know, eventually you think he goes, oh, they can see me, I should probably skedaddle, but his HP was gradually going down, and it looked like he went, they'll run out of ammo before they kill me at this rate. Fair enough.
See a little bit of frustration. Camo's face, and no surprises. It's quite common in these sort of rounds that you will stack up that A site. A lot of angles that can go unchecked and potential to fight for the orb, but it's not gone fantastically. A quick dash of the light speed into the site, and well, looking like this could end quite quickly. Nats is nowhere to be seen. More importantly, he has to almost go all the way back around just because of he's being out-ratted at the moment.
Yeah, well, it was even better. I think not long before that, he was here. So he was like literally in the spawn at that point. So it's an interesting position indeed. That has sent Nats in the other direction. I mean, he didn't even see that Kata was there, so maybe he'll get to keep that deep spawn control later on. For Nats, yeah, you're probably just going down to the spike, but if you can manage to find a pick or two, thin out the herd. Kata's miles away, so he won't pick up any weapon that goes on the floor. Solid connection here. Definitely be worthwhile. Salvo's used. The turret draws his ire, and that gives Kamek the window he needs. 2-0 start for Gentlemates, and lots of weapons saved for the next.
Of course, it's very early in the season, but I think we can also just bring in factors of the group. I think many have sort of argued that Group A is very stacked in terms of the teams that have ended up within it, and I think for Liquid, obviously, a team that made it to Masters, looking at the group they're in, probably expecting to have maybe even a flawless victories, maybe them versus a Foot or something like that might be a little bit tougher, but the fact is a loss here to Gentlemates would be a huge starting point for the mates to work with, of course. Just getting into that top 4 is enough for playoffs, but obviously the higher up you are in the seeding, you can even skip stages, even get yourself, I think, 1 match away from making it. Every win, every round, every map is going to count.
Of course, for those Ascension teams, it carries a little bit more weight as well.
Yeah.
Nats' stun is good. He won't be able to swing out wide and stop that aggression from Gentlemates. That's at least 1 pick found for free, and Click from miles away is recovering, putting it down to a 4v3 with Camo's pick as mates look to take this in the other direction. They've got to go right past Kiko. The jump peek works out for Kamek with the Spectre. I can't believe he's won that, and a 4v2. Liquid are going to be kicking themselves.
Is he found a way for the KO to actually be made out of metal? Like, because at the moment it seems like he's being sprayed and just is not dying. There's like a final stand on. Oh.
He thought he had the kill.
A little bit too quick on the trigger. Even still, though, he comes back to finish the job. Quick trade, Haditech nowhere to be seen. In fact, he's going to get snuck up on by, well, I want to say his nemesis at this point. That's what it feels like.
I'm so perplexed that, you know, the 2 shots, it looked like it was on the head, and no doubt it felt like it to Camo, but him hitting that retreat a little bit early, refracting his way out, it's caused issues. And Team Liquid, they call a timeout here. Especially the fact that, you know, you lose opening pick to Zipan. It's unfortunate. He's hit a good shot. Click on the side was one thing, but that fight from Kamek is insane that he wins that. You know, if one of his teammates traded him, all right, fair enough. But him getting the kill, that's just nuts.
Got a weaker weapon and he was bouncing.
It was literally jumping in, hopping in like a kangaroo, and then on the A side, and no, That's the second time, actually, just copping that. We had Kamek in the first round, and now Zipan. You can just plant on A, man. Even if they're shooting you, don't pull off the defuse. Just go for, or the plant, just go for it. Commit. Pros don't fake.
Wow. Liquid already sensing the danger early in this one. I think as well, you look back to Mates at kickoff, how they performed. When they had early starts, they ran away with it. It was very much either they dominated or got dominated. Like, I think back to the Heretic series, winning a really clean map, losing an even cleaner map. So I think making sure that momentum doesn't start to stick, because more importantly, I want to look back at this series so far. I don't think Click has had the most amazing of performances, but we know that when he is on form, he is terrifying. Now, Kamek's been very good. I'd say Zipan, Mini, we don't even need to talk about. So I think that they have that depth. If you add in Click, this series could be over in minutes.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, and I think his absence has been felt as we've watched these rounds unfold. Now, Team Liquid, on the other hand, their absence on the scoreboard is not likely to be corrected here. Pistols and weaker weapons invested into a bookie for Camo. And in these rounds on Icebox, you really have to hope that they go running into you. And there's a chance, Spike's on the right side of the map, but Mates are showing much more presence towards B. Previously, Nats was able to push up and take a ton of control in B main, but instead now there's two players holding around this area. They've got their turret for mid as well, so keeping that control, and that means keeping their options open for the late round. The players spotted on back A. It's not going to convince them to blitz B, but they've already made the call to switch in that direction.
Call the one player, so
Be right back.
very much still potential, but Click's going to be there to at least clear the majority of the space, and while for Nats, it needed to be a miracle play to get anything from there. Salvos will deny the more of default of plant spots, but inevitably it's quite comfortable getting anything from here. Tough.
Well, that buggy gonna find it real hard to get up close and personal. Still that light speed online, the double dash Camo can use to close the distance. Serial falling and the numbers thinning. It's not looking good. Kiko at least lands the one, but on 5 HP. Oh, salvos are gonna be the end of him. He just stands inside of it. There was no other choice, really. A 4-0 start for Gentlemates. Icebox is looking like the map that they needed. This is a, well, you said we need to see them with a strong start. Doesn't get much stronger than this.
Yeah, oh well, they showed resilience in the last map anyway, but I'm also now just looking at the ultimates. Like, that's the thing, they've been building up orbs as they go, but more so on two very specific players, Click and Zipan, which if I was going to try and synergize two ultimates together, those are the two I am choosing. You can slow down your opponents and then nuke where they stand. I wouldn't be surprised if we see something of the sort going into this A site.
Well, we've already seen the ult online for Click. From POV, it was being set up for this A site take, and you can see how much, well, you will see when the ult is used, just how much space this can clear towards the A site. But Team Liquid are playing on the left side of site. They know that that ult's likely to come in and want to avoid it completely. Stealth drone rounding the corner, instantly destroyed. For Mates, they know that at least one player is being spotted. They're happy to just pump the brakes and see if Liquid try to fill back in that space.
And that's the thing. We're talking about the convergence path, the Waylay ult. It's a big space in terms of that ultimate. So if they have the salvos to clear that right side, I think a couple of those players could still get caught. They're also going to throw out potentially that drone as well from Zipan. They've held their utility. They still have the knife. They can use an awful lot. But it seems like maybe just spotting a couple of players here or a piece of utility that have been used, they're going to start going back in the other direction. Could be the deep position of their Viper.
Yeah, the back yellow control already. You know it's a more passive hold, and with that Viper wall, you can get space towards the site. Zipan traded out on A. It doesn't draw rotation, so they're still here ready and waiting, but with Serial falling, it's Nats. The ult fired right in towards him, still gets two. Delays slightly, 10 seconds though, just enough for that plant to go down. The ult back in the other direction. Virgin Pat sent in, and Camo really taking the space as the refractive fall back and won't need it. The triple kill is enough to pull it across the line. The first round for Team Liquid on the board.
Yeah, I do wonder if that's just a little bit of a misstep. Obviously, a new agent, a new ultimate. I think they thought that went off much quicker than it actually did. Like, you see the swing, that's you expecting a player to be stunned. And while I think it was only the last bullet, the Nat shot, which was a headshot, that he was even remotely stunned for. Like, you can see, already swinging, then he gets hit, still hits a dink. But that's, again, just a little bit more patience, and that could have gone a very different way. But well played from Liquid, and more specifically, well played from Nats.
Yeah, it's one thing for your opponents to make that mistake, but capitalizing on it is something else entirely. And Nats,
few players would in that fashion.
100%. Yeah, that was wonderful work, and just enough for Team Liquid to put their first on the board.
Yeah, protect Timmy. Protect Timmy.
There's no way that Gentlemates are going to find themselves on an eco, of course, not even if they lose this round, and that's not looking likely with an opening of Mini onto Kiko. Camo having to give up space, but Patatek finding the pick, at least stopping click on the cross. Patty will stay up close, looking for this fight. Cat a snake bite, buys them a little bit of space, and the stun is good. The Armageddon now fired in will pull them into the open, but with the Viper wall up, there's no way to punish on that deep flash by Kamek. They should know that he could be through this wall. He definitely had to be close to be right-clicking the flash in, and they're checking it, aware of it, and Camo finds the kill as a result. Zipan, as the wall falls, looks for a duel back in the other direction, but the trades keep it in favor of Team Liquid. Rotate as well with Nats coming in. Viper's Pit not likely to be used, but maybe now. With Patatek falling and pressure on for Serial. It's had a tough few fights, but this round stepping up for the double and leaving Mini to do it all. But in clutches, he's been good. This time, Nats is there on top of the rope.
Surprised. I don't think he ever expected him to be right in his face. Another solid reaction. Again, a blip at the beginning of the round, but Patatek's response, reclaiming that ground, making sure that every fight, every aggressive position became more and more awkward. And that's the thing with a lot of what Nats is doing with his utility. He just stays alive so that that poison orb is constantly an issue. You just want to plant there. Well, okay, you're going to have to go down to 20 HP, 30 HP in order to really get past that one.
Well, this is going to be the early push on B. Omen and Waylay already inside that choke and pushing deeper through the smoke. This is a lot of information for that side.
They swap Nats as well.
And it's important, Nats needs to be there for the delay. The Viper's Pit even sent up. Perhaps the idea to, if you go for the flank, you have to break the turret. But if you send them back, well, those two players that are pushed up are going to be a big surprise for Gentlemates. This is a wonderful idea. And their reward, well, it has to be claimed, but it's looking good.
This angle makes me so nervous, though. And the fact is, there's one gap. That gap is towards middle. Like, if they push forward, there's the turret that will catch them, but there's space for them to get onto the B site without too many issues, and there you go. They have the info. Patatek will know that there's potential for them to have gone back. The spike is still outside of Ada. That could have been everything. If the timing worked out, it was a split second from them seeing Kamek and the spike being on the ground. Instead, though, Click is lost, but Zipan's position makes this one tough. If they can push forward and catch the players on the edge of the pit, they did not expect Serial to be waiting. And now, while they have to deal with the man inside that pit, and they do.
Mini has done a remarkable job. That's pulled it back into the realms of possibility. Team Liquid floating back in before the spike goes down, but the players from Liquid do instead. It's Mini again, digging deep when he's needed the most, and he won't be needed in the late round. Kamek makes damn sure of that. Mini's hit another level in this series. I don't know what happened to this guy, but he is always...
I'm really excited for the new movie, I exclaimed with excitement. Little did I know, it would be a feature, a creature feature, featuring the creature. Can I go to toilet, please?
Like, basically, the whole plan was to wrap around and catch Nats from behind. When that fails, he goes, I'll do it myself, and just walks into the lion's den and comes out, well,
and
didn't even take a lick of damage.
Doing that while leading as well. Just the consistency is... This from Kiko! A double opener! Wow. A headshot angle, and he got exactly what he needed. Okay, it's a good job the refract's online there.
There's so much chaos. I don't even get a moment to breathe without something ridiculous happening. Kiko has given them hope in a round where there was none. 4 pistols still stand where there was 5 to begin with. And unfortunately, collecting the rifles is a no-go. Sending through the salvos to try and clear the player while using utility. They do need someone to find a kill to get them back. At least level.
Oh, this fight for mates! Serial's done so well! Armageddon's put through! It's gonna slow this one way down, and for Team Liquid, this round is clearly feeling winnable. Patatek has snuck around the back of the boxes, and himself and Serial find another. Kata with the clutch on his hands, and he almost gets it! But Nats, with the pay safe card, Thrifty puts Liquid within punching distance. It's 3-5 now.
Seems like there's no moment in these rounds where the tide can just quickly turn. Sitting in a boat, you should be nervous, and to be honest, I'm sat in the studio and I'm nervous. These rounds have been so uncomfortable, and while big Thrifty round where, again, it looked like there was, after the early start, opportunities for mates to really run away with it. That's something that Liquid are never going to allow.
Yeah, I think for mates, this round boils down to being a bit too telegraphed. Team Liquid had 4 players alive and 4 players on the A side. Everyone was there ready for that fight. And the initial utility that went out, Serial, who has had a bit of a struggle in some of these games, well, he stepped up for, I think, 2 very important kills in this one, or at least he was assisting the second. For Team Liquid, getting away with a round like that has certainly caused a couple of alarm bells to ring on the other side. We've had a timeout from Gentlemates, 5-3 in the lead, but not happy with how things are going in the last couple.
Look at the ults, that's the big thing. Although they might have a piece or 2 missing for this round, every single ultimate is either online or 1 away. So they can throw everything in this round just to try and make sure they get through it, keep their economy strong. That's the most important thing. Well, for the opponents, they're still on the edge a little bit. They've had to invest the majority. They only got 1 player out of that last round, and when you come up against the full stack, it can be tough.
You should run.
Well, the lockdown in play, there is a lockdown for Serial as well.
But this also guarantees them an orb for the next ult. If they want to pick it up and just basically go, okay, we traded an ult, we have another ult and the site.
Especially if Kamek's the one finding that. Viper's pick goes into play. Big danger again. Serial can just use that lockdown to cause issues, and that's exactly what's going to go into play. And sure, Kamek popped ult before, but it's not going to do a whole lot in terms of stopping the lockdown. They still need to respect it. They've managed to destroy it, though, and actually, Armageddon almost avoided staying inside the pit now. A lot of presence all over the site being heard by Kata, but they can't find him. They don't know where he's gone, and from the top rope, he'll find one. Now they know, but it could be too little, too late. A big round from Kadavra, and a big round for Gentlemates.
This was the thing. Like, they came into it with 5 ultimates. I believe they leave with 0, but it's worth it. When your economy is that screwed and your opponents are on the brink of being reset in exactly the same way, you put everything into it because the payoff is potentially a multitude of rounds just in trade for this one. And that's the thing, they had everything sort of set out. You had that lockdown available to get the site, Viper's Pit to take it, then you had the Armageddon to counter the lockdown on the other side. They knew that no matter what card was thrown their way, they had the trap card to reverse it.
Yeah, they had that counter, and clearly had the mana for it too. Team Liquid trying to adapt to this weaker buy with aggression. The bookie from Patatek is good for the first. He's going deep for more and almost gets it, but mowed down on that B-hold. It's left to mid to try to make it work, and that peek from Camo, the dash in and out, and the swing from Natsus, it's caught them way off guard.
It looks so stupid to see, but hey, that couldn't have gone any better. Takes 0 damage. Teammate gets a kill, and there might even be a gun for him to pick back up, although Zipan seems to have the idea of hunting down. They have passed like ships in the night.
Yeah.
He has absolutely no idea, and that is a huge problem for Kamek. He's actually rounded the corner, so he stays alive, but they know where he is. There's also a flank on a flank with Kada coming in from behind, but now that player is cleared, they have to look the other way. They have to work out where he is, and well, Kada tagged low, but he's going to be able to put the snake bite in. That buys even more time, and in the end, they do get the job done. It was squeaky bum time for mates, but it's a round.
Yeah, you know, I look at it, I suppose, from a conventional shooter perspective. You've got one player back yellow. One goes for the lurk around mid, the other one goes for the lurk around through the spawn and kitchen. It's a big... It really does, insane. But it's a big risk to take, but then you consider what they have. Kata's very low in HP.
Look at me, bro.
Kata's very low in HP. Goes up above, has a snake bite, and you had salvos just coming online for Zipan as well. So even though he's out of position, he's not out of the round, he's still involved. Good timing, good read, and it's very difficult to counter that on the other side through the nano that was sent in to destroy some util and, well, maybe cause some problems. Serial does well here, landing himself the first. The spike down on the floor, and so is Kata. Numbers thinning out for mates. Liquid trailing by 4, but they're starting to pick up the pace now towards the end of the half. 7-5 still possible. Great crossfire in the spawn as well. If Mini pushes that door, he was dead. To Kiko alongside Patatek. Kiko goes hunting out on the site and finding free kills. This is looking much better for Team Liquid.
It's a round that they really cannot afford to let slip. Click. No idea there's a player directly below him. The mob, as you can see. Mini's had his moments. Spike in hand, he's been spotted. The run back. He's going to have an idea that there's players around this position, but he is not aware of how close Camo was. Good response from Liquid. It has been a rough half for them so far, but after the 4-0 streak, it has been much more of a back and forth. We say though, an 8-4 feels incredibly different to a 7-5.
Absolutely. And that 8 very much possible for the side of Gentlemates. Team Liquid don't come in with any ultis of their own.
There.
So far, mates seem to have the answers once these problems pop up. It looks to be a very fast play towards middle. Perhaps. Orb there, and only the Waylay being doubled up in that position sort of made me think there'll be a dash for top 2, but instead it's going to be Waylay embedding and maybe looking for the late flank. It's a new look. We'll see if it finds success.
Last time out, Nats was isolated when he was in this position. It's understandable that he is just going to give up that spot. Not worth fighting for it. Just look how much utility sent in. Nice start, but the trades come back thick and fast. Kiko, it should be freebie. It will be.
Yeah, Click going a little bit too loud on the way through. Misreading the rotations. It's given a real chance. The side of Liquid. Kiko and Camo, the 2 on their way back through. Full utility belts. Paranoia still up. Smoke for the spike already. That's putting pressure on. 6 seconds till salvos, but Zipan has to fight. And that's the utility now removed. One piece at least. Kamek bought himself a bit more time, and Paranoia was used back yellow. They don't know where he is, but being forced to spam, thinking they're on the spike, but now it's a 1v1. More doable, but Camo got ahead of the problem. Time running low.
No,
it will be close.
I don't think so.
Very close, but not close enough. 8-4 indeed.
Red Bull clutch to close out the half, and a big one for Kamek. That could be the difference maker when we head into the next, and honestly, right now, it does seem like Gentlemates are in that driver's seat. We'll see if the tide will turn once again.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Welcome back, 8-4. Mates, at one point, it was looking like they were on the ropes in this series, certainly when we opened up with a 13-6 in favor of Liquid, but now they're leading the charge. The OT comeback indeed, and now 8-4 in the lead. A great first half under their belt. For Team Liquid, it's time to show up here on the attacking side. A pistol loss will make that gap look a whole lot bigger.
It's been funny looking across both sides of the stage. Paditek almost seems to have been abusing Kamek. And Kamek, chill as ever. I don't think even it looked like in that moment he was telling them, all right, we take it easy, we take it calm. Clearly not crumbling under any of that pressure of facing up against his old squad with his new mates. Question is, can they start this off with a pistol? Getting themselves ever further clear. I've already said it. Pistols have been cursed so far this series, but they won the first and 3 rounds followed. They do the same again. They're at match point.
Swing by Camo. Mini's shutting it down. That's the only pick for Gentlemates so far. He's tagged desperately low. Down to 4 HP, forced to fall back, and the site now claimed for a plant. Push in, not gonna work out for Kiko though, and so numbers back to square footing, but it's Mini being so low that makes this a difference.
A little bit overzealous though, wanting to try and get that close ground, but instead giving an opportunity. Click now finds another. A few slip-ups, a few missed shots, giving those opportunities over, and that's not connecting either. It is gonna be the salvos, but Kamek continues to push. Again, an advantage, a post plant, and a pistol that looked done. But Gentlemates, they're never giving up that fight.
Well, the second that Mini gets tagged to 4, this shuts down the ability of Mates to contest the plant or even the post plant. These players are able to have a moment to breathe, to step back, but instead, Kiko goes hunting, knowing the player that dropped down was low, but not expecting that they'd swapped positions and that someone else had filled in that gap, ready for a fight. I don't blame him. That's a huge round for Gentlemates, and you can see the frustration in Liquid's coaching staff. This pistol could mean so much more than just a 1-round buffer.
It's starting to look like more than just mates.
Oh, goodness gracious.
Maybe that's what a gentle mate is.
I'm not sure about that one, Tom. We'll have to bring that up in the post-game interview. 9-4.
I won't ask that question, someone else.
And it's a big buy from Team Liquid. They've invested fully into the Stingers. They want to stop this madness before it gets way out of hand, and we might already be there. A loss in this round, it could signal the beginning of the end! And Gentlemates, that looked like it. They were facing an eco, Tom. They have rolled Team Liquid on this buy.
It's an in-zone flawless, which it's not going to put them in much better a spot than that. Bear in mind as well, they bought up full rifles.
Yeah,
they knew that was coming. They were confident that their opponents were going to invest into this round. So everybody purchased, taking 0 risks, having, look, when the map comes up at the end, they're all on this site fighting together. They had the right read, the right weaponry.
We're in the control of this game, okay?
And as he said, in control of the game. Mini with his debut as an IGL. And honestly, wouldn't be able to tell.
Well, from not having hands to having their opponents in a chokehold, quite an impressive turnaround from Gentlemates. Camo's got to be fuming to be picked off like that.
Desk.
And Team Liquid, a player down already. Nats has been spotted having pushed all the way up in middle. Mini is just closing in the gap behind. The space left open, capitalized again. It's Mini, a 3-piece on a low buy for Liquid, of course. The consequences of their actions, that's not going anywhere other than up in rounds for Gentlemates, 11-4. This was looking done and dusted. Team Liquid seemed to have it set up. They just had to tap it in, but Gentlemates, well, they still had some bite to their bark. This push from Mini, beautiful.
Loving as well, seeing this, the Mamba in the crowd.
Yeah.
Cheering on the squad, and wow, it's going swimmingly. There needs to be a backbreaker. There needs to be someone on this Liquid squad to step up and do something, because right now they have gone silent at the worst possible time. In the last map, they fought back to OT. Well, finally, they've managed to punish. Look at where Click was, by the way. You can see where he died on the map. That was such an aggressive early push, but you can see what this squad, what they have got to. I said earlier in the map, when they get rolling, they don't stop. And that's what they continue to do. They push the boundaries more and more and more, and it takes someone shutting them down to maybe finally change the tide.
I think it's as simple as if it ain't broke, don't fix it. And last round, he pushed up, got a kill for free. He's going to say, okay, are you going to give me that gap again? The answer this time was no. They're pushing in off the back of another kill, traded out this time, but still leaving Team Liquid with the advantage. Kamek hasn't been spotted! And he's good for only one, a better weapon there, and that could be a disaster. But instead, Team Liquid given a moment to breathe, a 1v3, and Mini caught with his knife out. That's about the only way to stop him from winning a clutch.
He's very good at hitting headshots, but not so much with the knife. Liquid finally put a stop to the streak, but there's definitely a lot still to go. Solid fly.
Okay, well, now it makes a bit more sense why the kill came in
Weird,
so quickly.
There's no assist.
Assist, yeah, on the other side. I wonder what happened. But he was blind.
Guess we'll never know.
Yeah. Well,
we'll have to after the
maybe
game.
the analysts can figure that one out. Telestrator from Mini.
Doing it. Yeah. Or maybe we bring in the Hog to break that one down.
We'll need it. We'll need it. That might be, that's a Hog strat, actually. So we'll have to consult the experts after the game. Get the mightiest of Joes involved. 11-5, 6-round gap. And Team Liquid, with the rifles out, with confidence, and perhaps wind in their sails after the last round. But I'll say, when we swapped to cams, it didn't look like Nats was all too happy. And understandably, when they're behind by this much, and mates have felt like they've got full control. The ult online and very much ready to be activated by Click.
He's ready to throw hands.
Exactly. And the lockdown in play for Mini is a big reason why they don't need to have this backside presence. They don't need to, but Kamek started to step a little deep. Looks like he'll tuck in, though.
Should be something that we're well aware of. Looks like a retake setup. Camo looking to clear now. There you go. Maybe a little bit of an overface from Kamek. The rest of the team, it does seem almost telegraphed that they're playing this one for a retake, but he's ahead of the curve, looking for those fights. Mentioned the potential overconfidence, and these sort of rounds begin to look quite easy. The fact is, though, we have seen many a round turn on its head. It's not pretty from Kiko, but the job is done nonetheless. And, well, getting back onto this is going to be incredibly difficult.
Yeah, just a little bit of an overheat. Mini goes through the wall, through the smoke, expecting they've already fallen back, but it was very much not the case. Stun, that's actually decent. That's just too far back to be caught by it, though, and with utility still on the spike and time ticking away, Salvo's still online for Patatek, just now being fired out. This is cementing the round for Team Liquid, and with Kata picked off, it's a little more costly. Zipan gets out, he'll save that weapon for the next, but Team Liquid continue to climb back slowly, but surely getting back into the game.
Still a mountain to climb, but I think especially for teams with maybe less experienced players. Okay, you've got the likes of Zipan, who's been around the block a bit, but you're talking about a lot of players who have recently come up from the tier 2. Obviously, that pressure can start to build, because as mentioned, a win here, definitely some other games that you'd expect for Gentlemates would be easier than the team that just went to Masters. That'd be a huge first point at the board. Got to get it over the line. Got to not get ahead of themselves.
This comeback is not real until I hear Patatek screaming again. That, for me, is the sign this is going well. Huge potential, and it's Mini to pick up the double.
Like was an observer.
A shutdown that leaves Team Liquid grasping at straws. No map control, nothing to fall back on it. At least having Patatek still alive for that initiation, that drone through, but Armageddon now with the orb, but I think he was going to get an orb either way. Come hell or high water, mates. 5. Like, look at the stack on back A site. All 5 players here. If this was an eco round, it would make sense, but they're doing it with rifles, and that's going to be frustrating for Liquid, attempting to come back into that one. 6 rounds now in a row needed.
But this is what I've loved about Gentlemates on the defense, is they call a strat, call an idea, top flash in, Mini was basically just watching in case they tried to push through. They had the aggression from Click. Okay, the aggression was a little bit messy from him, but it gave the information that was enough for Mini to then get aggressive again. They have these ideas, they have these plans, they move as a unit, and I feel like Liquid have really, really struggled with that throughout this match so far. And the most important thing for me is you come into this matchup and go, okay, Click had a quieter map, maybe Mini will quieten down or something like that. No, we've got every single member of the mates performing, and unfortunately, Serial's finally having like a better game than what we've seen so far, but it's other players that have gone missing. Patatek not having that same success when moving over to the Teo, normally on that more supportive role, and obviously Kiko's someone who, as I said, when you go back to kickoff, maybe the best player in the entire event. Well, Icebox normally is home ground. Think back to some of the crazy games he had when on Jet. Well, unfortunately on the Omen, it's not gone as well today.
No, it really hasn't. 6 in a row needed for Liquid to have any shot at this. Then they'll have to fight in overtime. Mates, they've been looking clean. Mini's popping off. Zipan 17 and 9 at the moment. You have to think that that round is coming, that win, if not now, soon. For Liquid, an airtight strategy needed. They've had their timeout and what could be their last chance to put a round on the board.
They've also got to be wary. That's the thing. This becomes less about, okay, what's our plan? What are we doing? And more about what are mates going to do? Like, what are they going to push? What ground are they going to take? How are they going to make this difficult for us? And this is the thing. We saw this setup before, where it's an early, aggressive start to the round. It's already a kill, and another comes up for Click. A beautiful setup. They were ready for a player not to be allowed to move away from that convergence path, and now the attackers, they've got to react. They've got to try and take space elsewhere. They're trying to head to A.
The deep salvo combo is just so dangerous, and we get to see it in full effect in that round. Containment is the name of the game for Gentlemates. Turret still watching their back, and the rest of the squad looking firmly forward. Now that ult, it will stop some utility, and that lets them just run straight through on the mate side, dominating the duels as we've seen so often in this series. It's 13-6. Matching the performance Team Liquid dished out defeat on map 1, but even being so close to success on Haven, they couldn't put it across the line, stalling out in the end and leaving mates to find success. It's good to see Cadaver win.
Well, that's the thing. Yeah, a curse broken in one essence, but maybe history even repeating itself. We saw a mini dynasty back in 2023. Well, Mini's taken over the IGL of this team, and it's looking pretty damn good. I'm especially impressed with some of those defensive set plays. We see it in the last round. When they have an ult, when they have something to play with, there is a clear plan. And as I said, sometimes when it's a bit more loose, they look a bit more rough. I think that happened a few times on Haven, but it's been a short amount of time. This guy's only just taken over the leadership of the team. There's going to be some teething issues. They've only just brought in Kamek, and well, a huge result to kick things off. The team maybe even expected to top the table after what they did in kickoff. Already sit down that bottom, and it's because of the Gentlemates on stage.
Considering Team Liquid dominate their map pick, but here on the decider, for mates to make it look this dominant, this deep into the series, this late into the night, they deserve that round of applause. The mum buff in the crowd perhaps played a role.
She has to come every week now.
There is no doubt about it. Mini was playing an unbelievable game, calling one too, but in those moments where he needed to step up, where the walls were closing in, he just broke them down brick by brick. An incredible performance from the side of Gentlemates. Now it's time to send it over to the post plant. Yinsu will be waiting with Billy, and I believe Mini and Kamek will join them in a moment.
We will be joined by some Gentlemates in just a moment, and it's Mini, as in Gentlemates Mini, not as in our Mini.
Not our Mini.
There's 2 Minis, but we need to get Mini and Mini together one of these days. But before that, what a series that was. We wanted to see the Icebox. We got 2 Waylays, and Billy, finally there's a Waylay win, you know? We couldn't avoid that.
It feels so nice to round out the day with that Waylay head-to-head as well. You know, I wasn't sure if it was going to go to a third map, but I'm glad it was as competitive as what it was.
I am glad as well, because we needed to see a Waylay win, and more importantly, I think the Gentlemates were really shakes things up, right? Because Liquid on paper, they were supposed to take the point today.
Of course, especially when we look at the group, right? We had kind of said this coming into the last map, that Team Liquid, we would expect to be finishing kind of top of this group, especially after the kickoff performance. So I think that this is a real upset, but a real good sort of future for Gentlemates to kind of build a momentum off of.
Now, before we bring Mini and Kamek here to join us, let's take a look at the Pay Safe card Play of the Week. And it is the Kicks ace all the way back, Billy, to day one.
Yeah, I mean, no surprises by this. I think Kicks has been absolutely phenomenal. And if anyone has not seen the Vitality voice comms videos, they should absolutely go and watch them just so that they can see how much value he actually brings to this team and why he is such a strong player. So, yeah, shout out to Kicks. This Play of the Week was very much well deserved.
This was absolutely insane as well from him, and the fact that he was able to do it under quite a lot of pressure, on his own, 32 HP, gets the ace, and make Vitality just look so good right now. They're definitely one of the ones to beat, you know, in their group. Oh, I'm so sorry, Pips, and we have to show the have to show the reaction. But we will see Vitality back in action next week as well. But for now, let's talk a little bit about Team Liquid, because they also went to Masters. They've come back and they haven't been able to pick up a win in week 1. Are you worried at all?
I am a little bit concerned, yeah. I think that we do need to kind of give them time because, of course, they're bringing Serial into the roster, and I don't think that that bad performance was down to Serial whatsoever. It's going to take time for him to kind of gel with the rest of the team members, and I think as well Team Liquid just got really unlucky against some really strong Gentlemates today. Mini's debut on IGLing.
Yeah. They didn't want to lose. They didn't want to lose.
Yeah.
But also, this is very Team Liquid, you know?
Yeah.
They can't just do things normally. They can't just, like, dominantly win the entire season. They got to warm up, you know? They're probably going to lose the next one, and then we won't see them lose a single game until the end of playoffs, just like kickoff. So I'm not super worried, but I would like to see how they adapt to everything. Because, you know, a couple of maps where they didn't change any comms, they just haven't had time.
Yeah.
So maybe now they're back here, they have some stage experience, they can finally get some time.
Yeah, I think so. And I think as well, like I say, bringing Serial into team, maybe some new ideas and new things that they can run, and they can have that time to build those things out. I do think that given the fact that they were just at Masters, they haven't had the time to prepare and kind of merge them into the team perhaps in the way that they would have liked. And yeah, I don't think that you can look too deeply into that first loss for Team Liquid.
Yeah, and of course we had classic Cats, you know, Kiko and Nats were doing
they're
Kiko
still
and Nats
looking
things.
great.
They were frying, but they weren't frying, unfortunately, as hard as the players from Gentlemates. And I am now joined by Mini, the IGL, and Kamek. Oh my goodness, it's so good to see you guys. Come and take a seat. First of all, a massive congratulations. Kamek, that's gotta feel nice, right?
It does feel nice.
It feels nice? Yeah? You guys have such big smiles when it happened. And how much of this, Mini, was for Kamek?
I mean, like, for sure, like, everyone before this game, like, we said do it for Kamek, you know, but also, like, we want to win for Gentlemates, for ourselves also.
Yeah, of course, of course.
My boy Kamek, he played, like, action in it, you know, we try hard a little bit more, but...
Yeah, the motivation, extra motivation. Now, Cameron, while I have you here, we've heard a lot from Team Liquid, from the coaching staff, from Eamon, about what happened, and I just wanted to give you an opportunity, if you don't mind sharing from your perspective what ended up happening on Liquid.
I mean, it's hard for me to say because, like, I don't agree with the stuff. I don't agree with the stuff they did and the decision they made. But it's up to them. I don't have like any control over that. It's unfortunate, but now I'm joining the better team.
Oh.
I'm having much more fun. It's like everyone treats me so nicely, you know. It's like night and day difference, you know.
Okay, nice. And Mini, I wanted to ask you about, you know, taking on that IGL role. How has that been for you? And did you find it difficult coming up against an IGL such as Nats and having to call against him?
Yeah, so I mean, I'm really happy that I actually end up like on the IGL role, because I always like to IGL, and when like I hear, you know, there's like chance I can beat IGL, I was like, more challenge for me, you know. Like I was excited, you know, to like more stuff coming, you know, more working with the coaches, and I like to get better every day. It was just opportunity to make it even like harder for me to get better, so it was amazing. And yeah, it was a pleasure to play against Nuts, you know. And like every match in VCT for me is like pleasure to play against those players, but no fear, you know. Like I was watching them for really long in tier 2, now I'm here. Now I'm better than them. So I need to
Just
keep showing.
vibing.
It looks
Just
natural for you, yeah.
Now, Minnie, I know, you know, Boaster was here before and he said, you know, this is a very big challenge for Minnie because you have a lot to worry about. People don't really understand how difficult it is to just become an IGL, take up all the responsibility and win and frag and do all this. But I don't think you struggled at all. In fact, I wanted to ask you, did you feel like you have to do everything? Can you let someone else get a kill, you know? Let someone else have a clutch? Let someone else have a highlight reel? Because we have a lot of highlights from you. Because all 3 maps, it was just like, you were in there calling, killing, doing everything under the sun. Did you feel like you have to do this?
I mean, but like to be honest, I didn't even feel like after this match, like against the match against Koi, I felt like really, you know, like I was like playing so good. But this match, I just feel like I did a good job. But all my teammates like did great, you know, like everyone stepping up in the mid rounds, like after split, we really felt like there was like not many like mid round calls, you know, and stuff. So like we said it, you know, that everyone needs to start calling more and stuff, and everyone step up their game. So I think we all did like our ST game, you know.
And Kamek, what's Minnie like as an IGL? You know, how does he compare to the others you've played with?
I mean, like he has the same pulse as me. Like we share the same mind, like almost, you know. It's like because I do a lot of calls as well because I finally can do it, and like I'm really happy that I can do it. And yeah, I mean we are on the same point, and we are like sharing the same vision. So it's very nice.
That sounds very, very nice. Although, the roles though, we really like your Tejo. We love your Tejo.
I'm still playing Tejo on some maps, but I cannot leak.
Okay. I think Billy was super disappointed when we didn't see it.
I was going to ask you about this because, like, Kamek, we've seen such flexibility from you during kickoff, right? So is there any sort of surprises that we can expect? Any agents that we didn't see you play?
Super quick because Minnie, can we get the Minnie stats again? Sorry, I just want to make sure Minnie sees the stats. Because, like, that's my IGL, you know what I'm saying? That's your IGL, Kamek. You got to feel good when your IGL's doing stuff like this. Yeah. Any tips you want to share, Minnie? Any like routine? You know, what's your crosshair?
Just keep grinding, guys. You know, like play dot crosshair and keep grinding. You know.
I got it. I've written it down. Yeah, sorry, Billy. Carry on.
Yeah. No, sorry. So, Kamek, is there any roles that we've not seen you play in kickoff that you can reveal? Of course.
Duelist.
Duelist.
I mean, but I'm not gonna play it. I think not yet, at least.
Okay, interesting.
You have played Reina on Icebox before.
Yes.
Going into this Vice, I was thinking, oh God, do they do it? Do they?
I mean, I said if we win this map, I'm gonna go Reina next Icebox.
Minnie, I have a lot of respect for you because I don't know if you know this, but all of your teammates have at one point in their careers played Reina on Icebox, and you haven't. So well done for not giving in to the temptation. Would we ever see you on something like that?
I mean, maybe like if I go crazy one day, you know, I will play Euro every map and just send it.
I'm down for that.
We wanted to see that so bad.
Down for that.
We genuinely wanted to see that so badly. Is there any? I mean, I guess the Abyss is gone now, but is there any kind of setups we have? Maybe you do.
Maybe one day we'll have, you know, but like I like Euro a lot. So if the meta's gonna help us to put me on Euro, I will happily take the opportunity, you know, to play Euro again. So
whose decision is it normally on your team with things like this?
I mean, I think everyone,
Besides.
like, I mean, me,
Everyone,
Alex,
I think, yeah.
everyone, yeah.
Yeah, so it's not like a coach tell you what to do and then you do it. It's a collaboration.
I mean, for sure, sometimes, like, me and Alex just say, like, let's play this comp, like, we think it's better, so we play this comp. But we also, like, check with everyone, you know, how confident they are and stuff like this, so...
And Kamek, is there anything that you learned from Bangkok, from the global events, playing against other teams, seeing what the other regions are doing that you feel like you've brought into this, gentlemen?
I mean, not only from like Bangkok, but like overall from Team Liquid. Like I'm helping like with the motivational stuff. Like I'm bringing up the energy, bringing up the stuff. You know, it's like I'm trying to keep calm, like calming my teammates and stuff. You know, it's like there is a lot of stuff I learn in Liquid that is helping me right there.
Like a teammate, being a good teammate. Yes. In which case, I need all of you to start hyping up Minnie a bit more.
Yes, I was going to say this because when we were listening into the voice comms, a lot of the time, all we would hear was Minnie shouting, "I'm so good, I'm so good," and I was like, "Why?"
We were also shouting that. Don't worry.
We were like, "Why is no one else hyping him up?"
Well, when you got that 4K on the pistol, I was like, why is no one standing up for Minnie? You know, like, if you can take this back, Cameron, you know, let the other boys know. We need them to start hyping you up. We need them to start hyping you up. Speaking of the hype, now you've won a game, which I wasn't sure if you really, in the back of your mind, expected that this was in your favor coming into this. What does this mean for the rest of your split? Because, you know, there is a real chance that you could top your group, you could go to playoffs, and you could maybe even make a master. So how is all of that feeling for you right now?
I mean, it feels good winning first game, but it's like step by step, you know. Every game there's new week, and right now we can win every single match or lose every single match, you know. So every single week, like there's new match coming, and we just need to win another match, another match, another match, and just keep going, you know, to get ourselves into Toronto. So
I completely agree with him. Like I wanted to say, like it's step by step. We don't like watch too much ahead. It's like two sides. It's like small picture is winning match by match, and big picture getting to Toronto. But like it's still very far from there. So let's just get match by match, and we will get there eventually.
Hey, you made one already. Yeah, he's made one already. He's made one already.
Do you guys feel as well the sort of pressure, because of course flying the Gentlemates banner is an Ascension team that had to come up. Do you feel that pressure to be able to make these international events this year?
No.
We don't feel pressure.
What about the looming kind of like, oh, the relegation, everything happening later on in the year?
To be honest, like
I don't really think about this.
Good.
Like I don't even know how it works properly, you know. Like I'm just chilling, you know. Like
okay, I can tell you
win.
now. If you make champs, you're Gucci.
Yeah.
Just make champs.
Yeah. I know plus minus, you know, but like I was saying, like even to our like performance coach, I was saying that like I really want to keep Gentlemates in VCT. Like the care that they're taking of us, you know, the management and like everyone, they're doing such a good job. Like the fans also, you know. So like I just want to keep them in VCT. And we just do it somehow, you know. I don't know.
Oh, they must love you. They must love you.
I can actually agree with us. Like I'm so surprised how good this organization is as a team and as a family, to be fair.
What do you think about the fans? Because the fans they love you guys. They're so passionate.
Yeah, they are so crazy, and I like it. I mean, I've been in French team before, and it's like the same, same situations. Like, I like this, you know.
How's your French?
Bonjour.
Oh, okay. Kata needs to teach you guys a bit more, I feel like. Because I remember Click and Robbie were saying they also spoke no French, you know. Kata's slacking. We need to get you some lessons. You mentioned earlier, Minnie, that it felt good, you know, because you've been watching these players for so long in Tier 2. Now you get to be here, you get to beat them, you get to test, you know, just prove how good you are. I wanted to ask you, because we do have the 5-year anniversary of Valorant coming up very, very soon. I wanted to ask the both of you, what's been your, I guess, 2 questions. First, what's been your favorite memory so far in Valorant? And what's been your favorite memory that doesn't involve you know, just the wider Valorant competition-wise? We'll start with the first one. Your own favorite memory.
My own favorite memory, I think, and probably like qualifying into VCL like 3 years ago when we made it like with Enterprise Esports from VRC. We played against Finest, BO5 on last map, like 13-11, like such an intense match, you know. And like I remember, like I was playing with like my Czech brothers, you know. So it was like it felt so good, like winning and managing to get to VCL. I think that's the best moment. But like being here every single day is my best moment, you know. So.
No, I love that. Kamek?
For me, when I was in Movistar Riders with like, you would say complete no names, and we got into like a final Spanish tournament, and we literally like tier 2, tier 1 teams, like really good teams, we completely dominated, and we got into final, and we won, and we lost against Ascent, who won the Champions later.
Oh, yeah. Okay, what about just in general competition, you know, like maybe something else that's happened in Valorant that you feel like you were watching before you were in Tier 1, you're like, oh damn, that makes me want to be there.
International tournament.
Any specific one? Any specific
there
moment?
has to be one that stands out.
Connor 445 just redeemed Ryder.
That's my boy. Any excuse. That was also mine. Yeah, what about you, Minnie?
I think Fnatic comeback, you know, like...
The 311?
The 311, I think that one was nice, you know, like... I mean, I think like... Since that day, you know, I believe in comebacks even more.
Oh.
Like that, I mean, it was like very nice to see them, you know, come back. I was like watching it live, so I think that's one of the best ones.
Did you believe?
I mean,
did you believe when it was 311?
I remember, I think I would not say I believed, you know, but...
Oh, I didn't believe. I didn't even believe when it was 1111. After the Alpha 1v2, I was like, nah, they're gonna choke this somehow. Yeah. Okay, this is very, very nice memories. Honestly, you guys might be some of the people's favorite players now. I'm not gonna lie. A lot of people are very hyped about your performance today. So maybe when we sit here again in 5 years' time, we'll be talking about this. Maybe. Remember that time the Gentlemen beat Team Liquid, my favorite moment. Thank you so much for joining me, and we'll see you back here next week. Thank you very much, Billy, as well. Actually, before we throw this all off, sorry, I got ahead of myself. Let's take a look at the standings, because the standings is really interesting now. The points are all over the shop, as you guys know. For every match you win, you will gain 1 point. Of course, Vitality, they won kickoff, so they're really, really far ahead. Yeah, I'm just going to throw a couple more questions at you guys. Kakuka had an amazing question yesterday, which was, looking at the 2 groups, what is your prediction for the top 3 from each group? I want to see where your heads are at.
Let me start. I think Group Alpha.
The scrim box. This is the scrim box top 3.
No, I mean I would say.
Or actually, give me a top 3 according to scrim box in Group Alpha.
No,
Go on.
I think it's hard. I don't follow it that much, you know, and like scrims are scrims, you know. So I'm not sure about the scrims, but like overall,
3 rifles in. The money looks really, really good, and you've got Brock Sold, who's about to be up, along with Modest. That's up now.
Wall tripped.
And you're 100% correct, by the way. NRG have downloaded Furia's game plan now. They're not falling for these rotations, and they're actually quite ahead of them. I mean, 3-4 players out of sight for the last, I think, 3 rounds that NRG have won. And a lot of that has been some of this extremity denial. You can't really speed up B into the Vice either. Yeah, you can bait out those Thorns, but you're left to pivot after that. A tap of a door, just like Pistol Round, but this time, with nothing being seen, NRG decide to creep up. Mata is gonna have a stun to set him up here.
Decides to stand his ground, dig his heels in. Ethan joins, but pays for it with his life. Havoc now so weak. The Rolling Thunder drop, it's not going to connect onto anyone. And meanwhile, this is very reminiscent to what NRG were doing on A, where Mata was taking all that space, but this time it's Finesse. Look at where he is on the minimap.
So aggressive.
He's fully behind them.
Mata's